T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hey, welcome. It's Thursday again. That means it's all American beef time. Hopefully, okay. I see myself on screen. I don't know where Rookie's at. He's probably tinkling or making nachos or something. Sorry, we are totally messed up today, man. I work at a factory, and unfortunately, at this factory versus the one I used to work at, I could just stay over up to 16, or I could come in and do like 4 hours, 8 hours, the whole shift, 16 again. This one is like, oh, if you want to work more, you have to you can do another day for a whole 12, or you can do doubles for 24, get double time. And yeah, so it's just throwing me off.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah, also it's complicated because every other month is night shift. And so last week I switched. Luckily I'm off Thursday, but there's certain Thursdays where I have to plan to stream before going to work to keep it on Thursdays. So it's a little irritating to say the least. So it's like, yeah, it's hard to stay focused. I want to do more YouTube. I want to do more videos and stuff but anyway, thank you on the chat for being here. Let me say hi to the first guest. We got Keely Chow. Hey, everybody. Good morning. From Hong Kong. I don't know if you're really from Hong Kong or if currently, or if you're just saying that. But if you're actually over there, cool, man. Send me some pics, man. I'd love to. I want to travel. I just got a lot of bills I need to pay first. But
I thought the pictures would just be like a bunch of smog.
Well, I don't know if Hong Kong's as bad as the rest of China.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know much about China.
There's Rookie. Let me put Yaira. It's actually funny that you went with it. I didn't know if you'd go as Yaira for the stream, but I mean, it's perfect since we're all detractors.
Well, it's titled Yaira Winter, so I was like, well, I gotta be Yaira.
You didn't actually. I didn't actually plan. I was just like, how do I pitch the stream? Aha, here we go. This is the way. We got Nerdway. How's it going? He's got cows in the chat as well.
There's a lot of cows in chat.
Yeah.
Cows coming.
There is, let me see. But given who's here, I think we need some chickens because
Chickens in the chat. Chickens in the chat. All the time. All the time. Chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. Chickens all the time. Chickens all the time. Chickens in the chat. I like how on beat I was there.
you
I'm
were.
actually
It's a really good pace. It's a really good
Thanks.
pace. We also got Stony McInternet, dude says, I'm here to kick ass and scream racial slurs. I'm all out of ass.
I know that reference.
And
a
we
reference?
got Karen as well. No, Karen's great. But yeah, we have the lovely mint salad here. Give you everyone a little close up if you're not aware of the great Yaira.
I'm Yaira. If this is how I talk, I got some ice powers, and I have escaped my mother's warehouse. My mother is Eric July, and I've escaped her warehouse to come talk to Black Angus here, because I just wanted to get out of that warehouse. It's keeping me in there.
Oh,
Forever
shit.
infinite portal.
Ah, crap. That was an accident. Okay, let's make sure I move. Some of these button placements is like too close for comfort. Couldn't find the poll you did that gave you that handle. Yeah. Some reason I am Sparkle Muffin. It was from like chat interaction with Karen, but I can't remember why. And so it's like a joke that we've lost the meaning to. What's up, Kara Fro? Mod of Biggest Problem. It's great to see you on Twitter. Thanks for joining. Sorry. I normally have the camera on. Sorry about that.
How do you keep like switching your positions?
It was an accident.
How can you do that in StreamYard?
If you just drag, you click on the person and you just drag them where you want them to be.
Oh my goodness! Oh, this makes things so much simpler for 4cannonsake.live now.
Yeah, if you want to organize the panel, you just click the person, move them where you want them.
It's good to know.
Yep.
Yeah, let me find it.
You can even, I think you can do like a custom edit thing, so you can have like an edited layout how you want it. If you want everybody in all the four corners but smaller, I think you can arrange it like that too, or something different ways.
Nice.
Oh, look into that.
So regardless, get into this. Do you have a drink handy, Mint?
Yeah.
Awesome, because we have a little thing here we like to do. If I find it, I don't know. God, I got too many clips now. Fucking rookie, you bitch.
You're welcome. Well, you didn't have to have them on there.
There's too many. You know,
you can organize it how you want. Nobody told you how you need to have it.
Anyway, it's a special time, a time where we have drinks and we blow the
horn of ceremony.
That's right. I got my horn ready. It's time to drink. Rookie will be happy to know I got me another bottle of vanilla Coke. This being mixed with
ruining the Coke. What's wrong with you?
Coke is I don't like Coke at all. I prefer Diet Coke over Coke. Honestly, I don't know what it is.
All right, this stream is over. I'm sorry I exposed you to this woman.
Blasphemy, but it's okay. I think he'd prefer that over me even having my Pepsi, because he's a Coke over
Jesus
Pepsi guy.
Christ.
Pepsi, I honestly prefer Pepsi over Coke.
But
that's where I'm at.
Before we continue with that, we must end the ceremony.
This concludes the horn of ceremony.
Of course, can't forget that. Can't forget that. Of course,
we have begun the imbibing. Drink to your heart's content, regardless if you work tomorrow. Just accept the hangover. It is part of the merrymaking. Is the punishment afterward. So, every time it's like, okay, this Matt Barr, like, he's popped up in my radar, and I'm thinking, all right, that's gonna be gone. And then, oh, look, more shit. I tweeted just his name, and this fucker is clearly looking himself up. If not, all right, benefit of the doubt, maybe someone sent it to him that is like gay opping by watching me or something. The detractor sphere that we are. But more than likely, it's the vanity of Matt Barr searching for himself. So that's hilarious. It's funny that like I'm in CG, but then I'm like, I am the CG king. I'm the truest fan. I'm not pulling that. But I've been here for a long time. I know lots of the players, lots of the names. I fucking never heard of Matt Barr until now, until this Riley saga has started, which is hilarious. I love how y'all are playing it.
Well, that's interesting. I think I heard of him about maybe like a month before all this Riley stuff happened. The Riley saga, as he called it, the young Clipper.
The adventures.
The great adventures.
Great adventures of Wolver Riley. I like it.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's very weird, especially with this fucker continuing his like at first to be like, oh well, I heard this lie about Met and Riley's content. And so, okay, you hear it, grapevine, you repeat it, whatever. Now you've been confronted directly, and now he still pushes this narrative. I don't even repeat it for like terms of service infractions, or if I can avoid it. You can find on Twitter, people. But he's like accusing her after the fact of knowing this is a lie, this is something made up or that Riley joked about, and he's still pushing it. And it's like the self-aggrandizing of this guy, who I've never heard of. Apparently, he worked with your boy Zach on like a Sylvester Stallone book. Either I'm assuming Rocky or the Expendables. My guess. I don't know. Not interested. But why have I never heard of you until you started crying about Riley joking about you, making a video of his plans for you?
His dastardly plans.
I mean, I was on a stream with him once. He was doing an art piece, and I was like, "Hey, that's a cool art piece. What is this for?" And he was like talking. He seemed very happy. He was like in his zone about it. So he's like very happy to speak to me, And I was like, "Oh, that's a cool art piece." Right? And that was pretty much the interaction that we had before this whole thing,
Yeah, it's weird because like I Googled him just now, and it's like, oh shit, his Twitter popped up, and like the first thing I was trying to find his website and see like maybe how to find what shit he's worked on. What's the history of this guy? Yeah, okay, sketchbook. I don't know how long you've been a backer of stuff, but you seem like you kind of in the know of stuff, and you're like, I've never heard of him either. It's like, okay, I'm not the only guy. I never knew who the fuck this guy is. Now, if his only real CG claim is to be working with your boy Zach, clearly I'm not going to know who you are because your boy Zach's a bitch. Richard Meyer's a bitch. He'll never get $1 from me. He's like the one guy in the CGC related tangential sphere that I have like blacklisted from my wallet. I don't even seek secondary market. Don't want to read his shit. If the audience, kind of like if they paid me to review it, I guess I would find a way. But he's like the one guy banned from my readership. And so I guess it makes sense. I've never heard of this guy who I guess has worked with them. I think you saw a picture that Ripoff first just shared of like his art, and it's like, oh man, it doesn't match like this elephant picture I just saw.
I mean, I've seen a large range of like art that he's done from like the blog spot from like 2010, and it was like, ugh, this doesn't. I personally am not a big fan of the art style. And I think his new stuff's okay. I'm gonna recolor some of his line work.
That's actually
show
hilarious.
off my coloring skills.
That's funny as fuck. That's like part of that Star Wars girl. I don't like. I'm open about it, but I can give her credit where it's due. I try to be objective. She's pretty smart for at least publicity wise. Like, oh, this is your shitty art. Look, I did it better for you. That's a good troll. I like that. That's funny. Tevin have back Dragon Rage.
I'm gonna use his I'm gonna color his line work, and I'm gonna use that to get hired as a colorist.
Fuck yeah!
Stuff.
Nice.
So
it's funny
and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's funny. I think we've talked about it on your stream when y'all were starting up with the Clipiverse at the beginning. It's funny though. Like, I'm very happy how our interaction has gone thus far. That it's like you got a lot of eyes on because of that viral video. Thanks to Az and Drinker, ironically finding that out. But it's like, oh man, thank God I like just organically hit her up to like stream before that went viral. Because then after the fact, it's like you always have to in the back here, like, is this guy just trying to like get on like the bandwagon right now? And it's
Right.
like, no, we're veto files. That's why in your funny art of like Eric sucking Vito's dick, or I saw him, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it was Isom sucking his cock. Yeah.
I think that picture really summarizes the state of like Biggest Problem versus Eric and company. It's like, it doesn't matter. You can say all the millions. Vito's still sitting there laughing,
Yeah.
It's like,
he's still getting his dick sucked.
yeah, there's money is no option, It's like this town needs a better class of criminal, Eric. Let me see. Have I backed Dragon Rage? Yes. Did you back Dragon Rage, Mint and or Ricky?
Dragon Rage.
Yeah, I have.
Maybe I backed a lot of comics lately. Is this a newer one or just been up for a while?
I mean, if you were backing who I share when I was having a good string of Meth Gator presents, then yes, you would have.
I probably did. I just got this one in the mail. I actually forget. There's a lot of people on the credits for it, so I don't actually know whose this one was. Let me get it out here. The one who did Rogue Elements. Who did this one?
I don't know that.
It has a bunch of names on here that I just don't recognize. And they're spelled Synthetica Lynn, Simon Poulter.
Sim. Okay, Sim was part of that.
Kitty Cuss, Simos Harry. There's a whole bunch of names in here.
Don't, Ricky.
I don't know.
Don't.
This was.
Don't try to read on stream.
I was looking on some of these funny names. Okay.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one, but I'll show you what Dragon Rage looks like. It's apparently almost done. I don't know how long it's taking to print, but fucking Jimmy's cool. Jimmy hangs out with like Katie and us and Tony. It's funny because he's on CG King sometimes. Let me present this. I like StreamYard, but I hate it because I'm never consistent with where the buttons are. This is Dragon Rage by Jimmy Reyes. He's, I guess, historically mostly an inker, so this is like a full-on artistic project for him, aside from, I guess, colors and letters. So this is his stuff. He's got like a Star Wars element. I remember talking with him about, he's got a real like Star Wars element going on with this. This is, I think, the Finch cover. So Finch is, or this might be the Finch cover. I don't know if I backed this. I think I backed the Finch cover on a different project. Amarok, but yeah, it's got babes, boobs, brawn, magic, swords, blood. So it's going to be pretty awesome.
I'm very excited to receive my copy.
Oh yeah. Let me see. But yeah, why don't I was just talking to Ricky about this. Why don't I like Richard Meyer? Because he's a pussy. He had his court case paid for. The kind of the inciting. It was like two things at once. You got the Trump campaign. Maybe Trump just won. But like this is a recent effect of like shaking up the matrix we're in.
This was also a lot of early fuel that people were getting with Comicsgate and stuff.
So,
like, let's fight. We can fight back against things. This guy wants to.
We can make our own comics. Like we never really,
okay.
People probably know about the turtles and stuff, but generally no one's like, oh, I can just. That's not really like a hard avenue to like find your own artist and everything, and then go to a printer. And yeah, it's Mark Waid apparently, arguably, interferes with Richard Meyer printing his fucking shitty Jawbreakers book. And so this was fuel. Again, it was kind of like Eric, where it's like the purchase wasn't just personality, it wasn't just like book, it was kind of political. It's like, let's fucking give the bird to the mainstream. They think they can throw their weight around and stop people from creating because they don't like their politics. Well, fuck you. It has a rock and roll energy. And I wasn't watching that whole time, but it's like once I found out through Ethan about this guy, I'm like, yes, we have to back this guy and make a statement. And then Cyberfrog comes up like kind of in conjunction. So it's like boom, boom. And then like, the court case comes up, he really goes to trial for it, or court, starts that up. People pay GoFundMe for it. And he bitches out and settles out of court. Undisclosed, whatever the fucking agreement. What a pussy. This guy that sold himself, calling Heather Ranches a cum dump, and having this real cavalier attitude, saying like, I'm a Marine, I was in the invasion, I'm a real man. That's like a real selling point. And then you're like, the internet hurts. I'm gonna settle because you're a pussy. Like the whole reason people backed you to get the reason people know you bitch out on a paid for trip to court. Fuck that guy. He's false prophet. I don't know why EVS tries to stay buddies with that guy. Fuck him. So that's my spiel. That's why I'm an anti-Meyer guy. Also, his books suck, and he's a grifter. He's made these like COVID and Ukraine books to try to pander off of like, hey, I think this like Ukraine's kind of a grift or something. Well, let me make a book about it. Let me make a book about the virus. Now it's a scam to control us. It's like it's a little too on the nose, man. Given everything you've talked about, it's kind of hypocritical. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to make sure.
So that answers that. There you go. History lesson. There you go.
But yeah, what is your history? How did you get on like YouTube? And are you Fansly or OnlyFans, or I just want to be specific?
Oh, where do I start?
What is your origin story?
Your internet origin story.
So,
No.
internet origin story. Like, are you talking about the first time I used the internet, or are you talking about like mint salad?
Mint salad. What is your
Salad,
story? How did you come to be? Who made you?
So I started on the internet as a digital artist, just drawing random things. My Twitter wasn't really popping off at all, but I was doing thumbnails, podcast thumbnails for the Dick Show. Started there, and then I just did that. I still do those, but I started that in like 2019, and then where else? Where from there? I traveled a lot, and then I started doing movie reviews because I won on very famous YouTuber Tony from Hack the Movies. Not sure if you know him.
Okay.
He's very famous. He's Tony from Hack the Movies. I went on his show. We were supposed to with Young Clippa review Power Rangers, the first one.
Awesome.
I fell asleep during the movie, and I still reviewed the movie.
Yeah.
And there is some.
That's a little questionable.
Yeah, there is some like you could tell that I didn't watch the movie. Like I would just sit silent there, be like, "Oh, I'm silent here. I'm silent. Oh, okay." And then Tony, being the gracious host that he is, he'd be like, "Oh, hey, Mint. Do you think this Mortal Kombat character or Rita from Power Rangers would win in a fight?" And like, Rita, why? And I'd say because of the kickiness factor. Obviously, something that doesn't have to relate to the movie at all. It's just something vague and generic. And so it was obvious that I didn't watch the movie. And so that's how I did movie reviews. Is like I have to become a better movie reviewer. I have to prove myself. Because I didn't watch that one movie review. So that's how I got down doing movie reviews.
You are a fraud.
So now I'm at like a 560 daily movie reviews in a row now.
The fact that you've done that many days.
Yeah, I know you do a lot of them. And I mean, you
damn.
do the costumes too and characters with that. So that's a lot more technically to do with it.
Yeah.
A lot more work anyway.
So the reason why I decided to do the OnlyFans stuff is I was working a restaurant job and my hands were getting burnt. And I'm like, yeah, I want to be able to draw I want to be able to use my hands in the future, not lose my drawing ability. And if I kept getting burnt at that restaurant job, I was going to lose my feeling in my hands. So it was like, I'm already doing the movie reviews. I can just do, make them daily. And then, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do photo sets that correspond with my daily movie reviews. And then that just kind of popped off and it was kept going successful. So that was how I did that. And I guess I've been drawing my entire life. The reason why I didn't focus on it solely is because I wasn't getting enough commissions for it to pay the rent. So I'd have to find other ways to pay the rent. And so ultimately my long-term goal is to make comics. I didn't grow up reading comics. I grew up watching cartoons and looking on the internet. Pictures on the internet. I guess I'm a youngin.
Yeah, well, I'm Ricky? What, you're 31?
I'm 30.
Yeah, you're 30. I must be 32. So what, we got like 8 years on you, give or take?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Yeah, so I got about
You are a
8 years.
youngin, yes.
Yeah. Oh boy, I'm so young. So I don't know what else. What else do you want to know? I guess.
Oh,
Why?
well,
I
I
have
guess
a lot
that's
of
it.
information inside of me.
Thanks
So.
for coming on. See it now.
Wait,
No.
no. It's
Well, that's kind of everything. There's no
not
more.
kind of everything.
So what was the transition with the prawn? I'm not anti prawn or anything. I just trying to, I guess, talk around a little bit with the term service. I don't know how it is. So
started doing lewd stuff, like lewd photo sets, and that was what I was comfortable with. And then I was got comfortable doing topless, and then I got comfortable doing nude, and then I got comfortable doing prawn stuff. The more comfortable I got, the more I was open to doing it, and then I just did it because I was comfortable with the idea. And
so it was uncomfortable. Just
it's
was it
always a
societal
fun
or?
It's more like it's not societal at all. I don't care about what society thinks about me. I only care about what I think about me and what I'm willing to live with. And when I was with doing those big transitions, it would be ooh, this is thrilling. It was very thrilling. A little bit of a lot of thrill, a little bit of scaredness, because ooh, I wonder what people are going to say about this, and no one would say anything. I'm like, okay, cool, phew, that's fine. But it was mostly a lot of thrills, between the transitions of doing more and more hardcore things. And then after a while, that thrill is gone. I'm like, oh, this is normal now. It's fine. I don't even think about it. I don't even do double think. It's fun.
Well, that's cool. It's nice that it's not
Make the money.
I get a kick out of watching. I love the. I don't know if you ever watched these after porn documentaries. You ever seen those on Netflix? I don't know if they're still on there, but fuck, those are really good because they're very eye-opening. I think people get really blindsided by, I don't know, the current day indie ability with the websites. Really is shaking things up, I guess, with industry, if you will. Because it was very much a funnel system of talent to a couple companies, and it was seedy, it's hush hush. And then there's kind of a normalization of people enjoy this on the internet here or there, and then you start talking about weird kinks and fetish and whatnot. But it's funny watching these documentaries because you get the obvious whores that just want an excuse, oh well, it was never really my choice, boo-hoo, woe is me, now I found Christ and I've been fucked 50,000 guys on camera and I hate myself and so I use drugs to cope and boo-hoo, but I need to do porn to afford the drugs that I like. It's just always blaming. It's like Eve in the Bible, the snake versus then you see someone like Lisa Ann where it's oh man, I fucking love porn. I'm so glad I did it. I would be nowhere without this. It's
Yeah.
been the real it's been the real break, you know. And I love that dichotomy. And I think that's like something people don't honestly address, that like Angela White is not a victim. She's not you know, daddy issues. Like, she likes the job she does. And people don't want to engage that growing demographic of it. Yeah, maybe there's a history of just like taking advantage of like battered women to whatever degree.
Yeah.
But it's not really, no, it's a like legitimate industry.
Yeah. It is legitimate. Like if I wasn't in this industry, I wouldn't be able to afford to help support my friends, my like just various creators, more and more creators. I just live for art. I live for good art. That's really ultimately what I care about most in the world is good art. And so, now I have the money to support good art, and I'm very happy with that. If I wasn't in this industry, I wouldn't be able to support good art.
What would you
So-
be trying to do, like, let's say in between being an artist, getting gigs, whatever? Like, what would a non-pornographic Mint be doing with her career? What would she be seeking outside of art?
Oh God.
How would you be trying to pay your bills? I guess is what I'm
Okay.
saying.
I would be trying to pay my bills. I mean, I think maybe some sort of like office job. Maybe all I've done is like all of the jobs that I've worked have been like fast food jobs, and then a restaurant job. So maybe like I probably want to like change what I do, because I get bored of jobs like that pretty easily. Like, I mean, I could do them, but just get after 6 months, I'm like, oh, I'm in agony. I'm in pain being here. Like, I feel like I'm wasting my life away, and so I like want to change jobs with every 6 months. If I wasn't like focused 100% on art, so I guess that's what I would do.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I've had to bounce around a little bit, but I'm a pretty stable-minded person. Like, I just want to do a job, and hopefully I'm good at it, and I can stick to it and just make my money. Ricky, you can interject with questions. It doesn't have to just be me and you. Like,
Oh no, I got it. Yeah, of course.
Ricky's more talkative normally. I don't know if he's just feeling it out or what.
Well, no, you're good. So, see, like, yeah, I'll come. I'll come in here in a sec. I was distracted for a second because I had my cat was on me a little bit ago, and she was like keeps on rubbing
And
around the mic, and so I'm like trying to have her not knock over the microphone. So I was like half distracted.
You were trying to inconspicuously utilize your Q-tip, Ricky. It's so funny how sometimes Ricky will beat me to watching Biggest Problem. And I'm like, oh yeah, what'd you think of that? I'm like, oh, I had to work or I slept because of work, so I have not got to enjoy Vito on The Biggest Problem yet. Fuck you. I'm the biggest Vito file. I love that guy. He's funny. Like, I was talking with BTM yesterday about like that show. I'm like, oh, I'm only there because of Vito. Like, Dick is fine. He's funny. I found the show because of the Dick show, because of Ricada, because of the Alex Jones tweet by Vito. But it's like Vito, in my view, Vito is the whole show. He's the whole energy.
Huh.
All the good stuff of Dick is based off of Vito's energy and feedback, or the audience crapping on Vito.
I'm completely opposite. I'm there for Dick, and then Vito is just there.
Oh my
being
god.
Vito.
I guess
I
don't
come from
get
like
it.
the Dick shows kind of things, and then I saw the biggest problem in the universe, the new one being made like in real time. I made like the 3rd episode thumbnail for it, episode 3 of The Biggest Problem. I made that thumbnail, so I was very early on.
Wow, that's
the
how many years
Dick
ago?
Show is a co-host contest to find a new co-host for The Biggest Problem in the universe. So I guess I've always just viewed it as I'm mostly there to see what Dick like how Dick reacts to Vito.
Which that is pretty much half the content there. He's just commenting on
Yeah.
what Vito's doing. He's like, oh, look at what you're doing over there.
Stop hitting the table. He keeps hitting the table.
Vito's always shaking the table.
Yeah.
Just fucking ticks like a retard. No, it's not that I don't like dick or something. I'm like, oh god, it's like legitimately though. It's like no, like like for me, the energy, the comedy, the humor, it's all like Vito based, and then Dick is just like he works because of Vito for me. But like Dick Show's fine, It's like he doesn't have the same thing with like Sean. Like Sean is definitely just like an accentuator for Dick, but I love the range.
He's a good zing man. He has a lot of zingers. They're fun.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to find how far back this goes to understand how long you've been watching the Dick Show. Because for me, it's like about a year now, thanks to like Ricada and Vito.
I got a complicated history with this. So I actually started with The Biggest Problem in the Universe. I started listening to that in 2016.
Wow.
Like 3 months before it broke up. And then I just kept listening to that on repeat. And by the third time I started my listen through, I was like, I wonder what happened to these people. So it's like May of 2019, I was this curious, so I looked it up. And luckily there's some videos that could catch me up on what was happening in the Dick Show lore. So I started listening to the Dick Show in like May of 2019. So that's where I'm at.
Huh.
Oh damn.
Yeah. I'm like scrolling through Spotify right now to see because I've never like backtracked this far into the show. I'm like, when did it start? Like, what is
the
2016 is the first episode.
Yeah, 2016. The first episode that I did a thumbnail for, oh no, it was episode 180. It was 87 or 89. Dang it, I forget what number. But then there was also the bonus episode that I drew. That was the first one. Funny story. Young Klippa was in studio, but I was at my sister's wedding, so I didn't know he was in studio. Actually, not that one. The 87. 87.
That's
86?
you?
No, sorry. What one of 86? There you go. That's me.
Dick on Hunting Hitomi. So this is the porn star he likes?
Yeah. So that was the very first Dick Show thumbnail that I did. That wasn't a bonus episode thumbnail. Very, very Christmas themed. You probably tell.
I'm just laughing reading this. I'm laughing at reading the blurb. I've never actually paid attention to these blurbs. So here's the blurb for 186, the thumbnail of Mint Salad. Right-wing virtue signaling and internet tough guys. Wow, it's like this is 5 years ago, and he's still talking about internet tough guys.
It is weird how long he's been talking about it for. Now I'm thinking about it.
It's like I don't know who he's talking about here, but fast forward 5 years later, and now it's still the same conversation. It's just a black guy now, in his warehouse. America's getting fatter. Kids getting too close to your car.
Not the car.
A stats on who understands impeachment. I like this first one. Let me scroll down, or maybe the second one. Dick on Father's Day. Download this episode. Islam is a religion of peace and a political ideology of subjugation, conquest, and death. Huh. I don't know which way. Like he's kind of like hedging all his bets both ways with this blurb. Like that's funny. Dick is funny. I don't want people to think I don't like Dick Masterson or something, but it's like the real appeal for me, I think, is Vito. But it is fun.
Dick's whole hello was that was the first time I heard him ever was that, and I was like, oh, that's
I kept
hilarious.
telling this guy to watch him like, hey, get off.
He's telling me for a long time.
I was telling him to take off so he could be on the stream with me and Vito promoting Super Killer. He's like, yeah, whatever. And then look where we're at now, rookie. You should. How many times have I been right about YouTube?
I would have been on that stream, but I was at work anyway. So
I told you to call off.
The most recent thumbnail that I've done was 395. Oh wow, 186. I don't remember all that I've done. Okay, I know I did 195. I did 222, 233, 244.
Is that Vito as
Then
Garfield?
there's a couple more that I did in between them, but I don't remember their name. The 262, I think. Yeah, that's Vito. Vito is a Garfield cat.
Is this you too?
No,
Eric?
that's not me. That's not me. That's another guy. That's
I don't have an eye for your style yet. That's the problem.
okay. So, yeah, there's
It
there's,
seems like he has a pretty consistent like pool of people that are all kind of the same
yeah,
synergy.
there's a several few artists. So there's like a lot of artists that in rotation that do the thumbnails.
Nice.
So do you want to go over more of my style?
Sure.
There's the next one is there is 195, which I did. I think that was the one after 186. And then
Yeah. Oh wait, before we continue though, if you don't mind, let me address the chat. And I gotta promote. Say I'm really bad at actually asking, like, "Hey, I'm trying to make a comic. Please give me fucking money," like everybody else on YouTube. Because I actually just like talking to people. I like talking to the chat. I actually like this stuff. It's not a grift. But yeah, I'm really bad at actually like, "Hey, help me out."
Doing the
I'm a
promotion
blue collar
part.
guy. Yeah.
There you go.
So if you don't know, it's the cutoff today for this month. Become a member at the $10 tier, the Minotaur tier. There's a bunch that not everybody's gonna fucking win. Like, you know, I need to like at least break even or get close to it. But the more people can get as members, the more I can invest to get cool shit as like raffles for y'all. Spin the wheel. Right now, there's only one guy that is a $10 member, and so he's de facto going to win whatever he wants out of the pile of crap that I got. It's not actually crap. Let me showcase you stuff I have. I should have like a circus music or something. That's not it. All right. So first up, part of the problem. You got I don't know, some stupid Moon Knight pop with it's got like a certain label, so it means it's worth more, I guess. I don't know. I hate pops, generally speaking. But yeah, it's Moon Knight in a suit. It's that version of Moon Knight. Whatever's like, I like the first couple of us as Moon Knight, but whatever. I also got this would be a great gift for a birthday or Christmas or I don't know. Adorable Groot, looky little Groot. It is open because I've tried to sell it, but it's kind of an oversaturated market on eBay. But it's for like $30-$40. I got a Plo Koon bust. This is all like the only like statue thing you can get of Plo Koon that I know of thus far. Maybe there's like a animated Gentle Giant figure of him, but it's about it unless you just buy a crappy 3/4 inch toy.
That's the only thing I have of him. A crappy 3/4 inch.
I got a McFarlane the Batman. I guess this counts as like a statue. You know, it's about 12 inches. It's cool. It's menacing. It's got a battering in his hand too. Not a horseshoe like Horseman would have.
Of course.
The real piece of resistance is a Cyber Frog figure. Fortunately,
Nice.
I didn't realize that the previous owner had opened the box, but it's still all intact. Everything's here. And it's crazy to actually like see him up close and be like, wow, what dimensions. And he's got a stinger in his face in one of the heads.
He's got a lot of different parts on there. I got those. I killed Angus when I opened them. I got like quite a few of them. I got every version of them or whatever and opened all of them. And he's just like, no.
No, you buy one.
I'm gonna
do
do
in case.
I'm gonna do stop motion with those. So I had a reason.
I got a 12-inch Shock T. This is pretty rare find, and she's unopened. Same Hasbro. I got I think it's like 2008 Phoenix figure. You got the 89 Batmobile Lego set chasing the rascally Joker.
Oh, wow, little
I mean, it's arguably the worst Joker, but whatever.
Well, that'd be Leto actually, but yeah.
And then I got a couple comics too. I got Spawn's Universe #1, J. Scott Campbell cover with She Spawn, 9.6 graded. I got, damn, that rum's really hitting. I'm really feeling it now. I don't drink a lot, man. I usually only drink on streams. It's like maybe one shot. But I poured a lot in. And then I got Berserker, number 1. I don't think it's like the shiny cover, but it's Mark Brooks, CG's beloved artist, Mark Brooks. 9.8. And then I got, let me see, Mike Choi and Sonia Obak. I thought it said Obama for a minute. I'm like, what? X23, Target 1. So there's some prize you could choose from becoming a member. Oh, and one more. For people who like to stay hydrated, I got a Corksicle Iron Man. What do you call it?
And apparently cups are a very popular item these days, especially with 20-year-old women.
I went to Hot Topic today, and I'm like, she's like, I'm like, well, what do you suggest? She's like, well, we got these new things like the Stanley Cup, and I'm like, Stanley Cup? I was thinking sports, like hockey.
Yeah,
like,
the Stanley Cup. That's what I thought.
I'm like, what? Yeah. And then they showed me like, oh, we got Rick and Morty and South Park, and I'm like, well, I already got a canteen for work, so fuck you. All right, so
she's got something here.
You want to see what I got in the mail today? I got your Meth Gator poster.
Yeah,
nice.
I got all 4 of them. So there's this one. This one. I really like this one.
That one's my favorite. I like that one. That one's tight. That one looks tight.
Then there's this one. I think these are 11 by 17, right?
Yes.
Is that the size?
Yep.
Okay.
I like this style of Meth Gator too. It's a cool angle.
Yeah, this one, she has big tits, which I like this one.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, man?
Hmm.
Well, first of all, thank you for helping me have a more successful campaign. I appreciate it. Because all the money, actually, 1 second.
That's good. Yeah, that's a cool style too. Honestly, that's some
cool
stuff.
The disembodied head is a little weird to me.
Well,
not gonna
I assume
lie.
she's supposed to be standing behind him, but you're right. I think there'd be. It does just appear like a disembodied head right here.
All right, let's check out the other one.
She doesn't have her arm out or something to give more body proportions there.
I don't know who all the artists are on these.
I forget who all of them are.
This is Izaneto Souza. He's from Brazil, but he started Contact.
What's his name again?
Izaneto Souza.
Okay. Izaneto Souza. Then who did this one?
That and the other one, the pinup, is Ori. He's from like Liechtenstein or Slovenia. When I first was contacting people, I just thought of Twitter and some people I've seen. So yeah, that's Ari. He's a cool guy. Yeah, that one's Vic King. That was in 2020, so none of this came to light till just now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like I have to give a disclaimer, like, hey, I didn't know about Vic King. I just saw him, and I was on a budget, and he worked, and he did help. Like, I'm not going to artistically cancel him because of his naughty convictions, but. Can't show that one. No, so I don't back OnlyFans or Fansly just because it's a lot of stuff for free that suits my interests, but I'm not an anti-porn guy. I'm not some weirdo like that, some moral busybody. My favorite model, my main reference for people, let me solo myself, is Razor Candy. She is the queen. She is the goddess.
Ooh.
And it's crazy because she just gets better and better with age. Her and Arturo, those are like my favorite dolls. And she's the. Let me move my camera a little bit. She's the calendar behind me. That's the safe one. I used to have the naughty one behind me, but someone pointed out, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I could get.
Oh yeah, YouTube got to be safe. Yeah.
But that's something else that
cosplay. I gotta cosplay that chick. She looks
yeah,
hot.
like that is that's other stuff, comics, like Kickstarter, Indiegogo from my comic. That's stuff I would like to back as well. Have a second one for, hey, if you're a member, you might win this combo that I got on Kickstarter, Indiegogo. Or, like photo sets of Razor Candy or like her calendars every year, which come out on time, unlike certain people that make cosplay calendars. Certain creatives, if you will.
He just took himself out.
God, I'm so bad at
He
that.
just do you have them all on the keyboard or something? Is that why?
No,
you're
I'm using my mouse.
Then how do you have this problem today?
Okay, look, all right. So solo layout, and then when I click to remove it, remove is my idea, and then the first button is remove from stage. So I see remove, and my brain goes remove. Okay, cool.
Just gotta think that extra second,
It's like
man.
leave studio is a red button, just like in stream. So you're like, all right, I'm gone.
That one makes more sense to me though. The color thing and leave and end are like, yeah, it's pretty interchangeable there.
But yeah, the other thing I wanted to show is proof. Let me dip
Evidence.
in. Let me dip into the Bank of Angus,
Ooh.
just so people feel a little bit confidence. When I say like, hey, your support, like I'm saving to secure an artist to make Meth Gator, I'm not joking. I'm saving my money when I have it, or when you support the profit after the fact, after shipment, and buying, tubes for the posters. Like this all goes in the Bank of Angus. I got about $2,000 now. I also, save dollar coins just to help
That's cool. Hell yeah.
minimize spending.
Cash is king.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, you'd be surprised. I save my tips all the time, my cash tips, and it's like just at Subway, and I had like $2,500 in cash and coin tips from last year alone, which is like not that much really, but with we get like, I don't know, a few dollars of tips here and there, adds up. Free money.
Yeah, we got Forrest saying gotta support my fellow alligator humanoid creator. Thank you. TJ's in the house. What's up? Unfortunately, your colors of you and Forrest blend in, so I almost didn't notice y'all two as different chats. Stem again, you're saying some people are built for long-term slaughter, others are not. Does Met take commissions? Do you take commissions?
My commissions are currently closed at the moment.
Why is that?
I'm working on comic and I'm pretty busy at the moment.
No, I wasn't a real like grilling. It was
busy.
Just
So
how many like when you're batching reviews to stay consistent, how many are you like banging out in a week to like stockpile normally?
in a week about 10.
Dang.
Damn.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's impressive.
There's like no stockpile. There's no stockpile.
I'd say it's impressive, not just because you're doing the review part, but what part of the process takes longest for you to do? Because you got to do the costumes and stuff as well. I meant like that all goes into the time. So,
the longest part, I feel like the longest part has to be, watching it, and then like also sending it out to editors. That I guess sending it out to editors and then them editing it takes long too. That is the longest part. I used to edit. Now it takes like 3 people to edit the Mint Salad Saws. Oh man, I'm so glad that they're doing it though, because they actually like editing. When I was doing it, I wasn't a big fan of editing, but I was like, I gotta
Editing
do this Mint
definitely
Salad
sucks.
Sauce.
that could be one of the more tedious parts of the thing. Wow, I
Yeah.
got the things I wanted recorded and everything, and now I got to put it all together.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. That can be demoralizing after a while if you do as many as
I
you
gotta,
do, and
like,
if you have to
be
edit all them too. Like, damn,
Yeah.
that'd
I
be
gotta
crazy.
like be disconnected from myself. I had a tendency when I was editing just be like, okay, cut point 1, cut point 2, and if I'm saying like a long like monologue or something, and it all comes to like 1 point, then I'll do like a slow zoom in, and then I just like would keep doing that. But that's more of like a formulaic and less interesting way to edit. So
Yeah, I know
I'm
what you
glad
mean.
that
And then
editors
you
are
want to have a
doing
little
it
more
now.
flair in it and
Yeah,
whatnot.
all more flair.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why I think some people don't try doing reviews as much, because they'll if you've seen Chris Stuckman or something, he just sits there and talks to the camera, and it's like he should be able to afford to have somebody at least edit him to be more interesting, or something.
Young Klippa used to edit some of the early Mint Salad Saws. He was a great editor. Better editor than I am, for sure. He's
That's good.
Oh yeah, you know what? Like one of the okay, first of all I should say on top of that, he schedules which movies I review, just like with the dates, and he helps me keep track of time. He helps me keep track on task. Helps me keep on, and he also films them too. He also directs movie reviews, and there are credits and there is credits in the description.
I got you.
Okay. Well, I talk about them.
You're a product of my genius.
Basically, the Mince Salad Saws were a way to get me to talk, because before the Mince Salad Saws, I never really talked that much.
They're like,
It's
ever since
hard.
the Power Ranger one, they're like, you need to do the opposite of that and need to be talking the whole time. You're standing up, no sitting down. You gotta be doing everything. There
Exactly. It's definitely helped me get more confidence in my speaking ability.
I'm curing autism. I discovered how.
You found the cure.
Heard it here first.
Let's continue. Kara Ferro saying, I like how they feed off each other about Dick and Vito. Definitely great. What's good, chat? Oh, sorry. What the hell? There we go. Dick and Vito have great dynamic. Melanie Mac challenge. Oh, I was just telling Rookie about that, Rich. I did not forget about this. I've been busy today. Woke up, went to the comic store, and then had some Applebee's, and then I was like, I'm right by Lowe's, so I need to scout out how much it's going to cost roughly to make like a camera rig out of PVC pipe for reviewing comics on the table. And so then I got lost.
Melanie Mac has inspired me to review the Action Bible. It's a comic.
the
Bible. It's the actual Bible. You have
Yes!
it too?
We have that.
Holy
We're
shit,
reading
we both
it.
have it.
We're reading
my God.
it.
We're going to have to.
Yes.
This is the
review
thing
this
we
for
do on the
4K
show.
sake.
This is the thing we do on the show. We read a chapter or two because Rookie's never read the Bible. He didn't grow up with it. And so
Melanie Mac was very nice to me, so I was like, okay.
Yep. Got our copies.
We all got the Action Bible.
Yes.
I was at Hobby Lobby and I saw it and I'm like, Rookie needs this. So I looked on eBay and found it for like half the price.
Wow, that's so cool.
So I got each of us a copy to further. Yeah, there is a challenge I'm going to do. I was telling BTM reviews about this. That,
I'm going to do a Bible show now.
She loves saying the F slur.
I'm going to review on forkennedsake .live though.
That is awesome. You should do it for your like porn stuff too. That'd be funny.
I love the thing in the beginning. People don't usually think of God like this, but God is the original action hero. Everyone's so impressed when Superman blows a car over with his breath, yet God created the whole universe with his breath. That sold me. I'm like, yeah, we're doing that, Angus. Yeah, you're right. Good call.
Well, it's funny because like Rookie's like always underwhelmed. It's like, I never really thought about it in the modern day, like reading the Bible, having like Marvel and DC movies and The Boys, how like lame the Bible is in retrospect when they try to make it like cool.
Like, wow, Bible. Samson, if he cuts his hair, he's weak now. It's like,
God,
okay.
Jesus turned the, he fed 5,000 people with 2 loaves and 5 fishes. And it's like, whoa, like this is like a, essentially propaganda to like make you believe in his miracles. He turned water into wine for a party after a wedding. Oh my God, he carried the cross and he was a holy, perfect human God. And it's like, okay, like,
like Magneto can lift.
Superman
bridges.
got cancer and still was like the most prime, character on Earth, even in his death. Like everything you can arguably compare to like comics. Like, yeah, Jesus kind of sucks. That's just hilarious that you are
the Action Bible too.
God is bringing us together. But no, there is a challenge I'm going to do for Melanie. she loves saying the F slur to promote her homophobia under the guise of Christianity. And so I'm gonna do like Riley and fucking scream at her on the internet and say the N word and I will go back to church. Hopefully it takes off. I think, what was your hashtag, Rich? Put it in the chat so I know. It's not that I don't like dick. Ha, gay, says Stomach Internet Douche. Vito seems like an okay guy. Yeah, I agree. Maddox lost, says Kara Fro.
Maddox lost. Maddox lost. Maddox lost. Maddox lost. Yeah.
First heard about Dick from Yellow Flash. Yeah, I was totally unaware of Dick before Ricada, and so I'm like slowly going back through his catalog, and it's a good time. Is that Darth Talon statue for sale? Well, hit me up on Twitter.
One of his babies.
No, it's for sale if you get the right price. I am not opposed, but it'll be a pretty penny.
Yeah.
Most people are selling it for like $2,000. I'll sell it for less, still make money. So if you're willing to drop that cheddar, hit me up. We'll find a way. Got my PS5 controller for Star Wars Battlefront Classic Edition. Oh, they put it on PS5. That's cool. I'm a big Battlefront fan. I used to be, because of like episode 3 is the best. I used to love Battlefront 2 more, but actually playing them, Battlefront is way better. It just doesn't have episode 3, so it's not a complete experience.
I think
but
there's
it's
like one or
better gameplay.
Battlefront 2 that I wish they had in 1, and then it would be like the perfect Battlefront game, I think.
Have you played the old Battlefront, Mitt?
Never.
Oh my god, you should do it. You could totally make a lot of money just doing a gaming stream playing Battlefront, the original Battlefront, not the new crap from EA, but the real Battlefront. It's a Star Wars shooter game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just the original game is literally just capturing bases.
So it's like, captured the flag, the game, but with Star Wars.
you both sides start with like 200 troops, and there's spawning throughout, and so you can get you don't really get kill streak perks or anything, but you're not trying to die. And some maps are very easy to be like a sniper and really take out. Others is like you got to run and gun, and you're going to get killed a lot because they're so compact. Try and take bases, and you also got to try to prevent your bases being taken because there's usually like 6 total bases, so each side starts with 2, and there's 2 open, and then it's just like a free-for-all. But what's crazy is the Geonosis map. Geonosis is like where the clones first pop up in the movies on the desert planet, and
where they have the gladiator sort of thing with all the monsters and stuff.
Yeah, and you're at a disadvantage because it's 250 droids versus your 200, and they have all the advantage on the field, and you're trying to take bases, and so it's
I think the clones have better weapons though, so there's like a
very arduous. I had a really great match against computer where it was like somehow it was like 120 to just me surviving, and I hopped into a walker that takes a lot of damage, and I killed everyone.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the balance is on the overpowered walker.
Yeah, but the fact that I almost died, and then I hopped out and got in another walker, and then I won.
Right.
But we got $2 dues from Big Joe Mama. That deserves a little clip.
What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
Thank you so much for the $2, Big Joe Mama, and that's a little clip for you.
Glad to see you here.
Karen says, I want that Iron Man. Well, become a Minotaur member for $10 a month, and you will be entered the raffle between you and I think Low Watermark's the name. But if you're a 99-cent member, it's mainly just to like, hey, it's like a little profit for me. But I do random raffles of like, comics. So last winter, Nicholas McHugh, he won a Cyberfrog Original Harris #1. So that'll be coming in the mail. I'll send it out tomorrow, probably. Backy says, Carafro, Maddox is an idiot. Ripa Send is just Eric bucking down to what everyone was telling him to do before. It goes against his double down of not fulfilling anyone but his own shit. Big Joe Mama is loving Riley, says, you're the man, Riley. And thus we got to play him another clip.
I'll take a pound of nuts. That's a lot of nuts!
Have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
I
like that clip.
It's Kung Pao Enter the Fist. It's really
shit,
fun.
I have seen that movie. It's been like too long though since I've seen it.
Rewatch it. It's great.
I do have to eventually. It was like one of my first movie review requests. Actually, is Kung Pao Enter the Fist. It was crazy. It was wild.
Well, now you got to dedicate it to me because I brought it back to your mind.
Of course.
I wish he'd cure Matt Barr, says TJ Laser. Oh man. Action Bible Bros. Thank you, Chris Holm. Exactly. Do you have the copy too, Chris? Let us know. Jesus is pretty cool, not gonna lie. No. Somebody says religion discussion already. I don't think so, but maybe we'll see. Angus, I challenge you to Battlefront 2. Wait, original Battlefront 2 or the new stuff? Because I've not really played the new stuff.
That's confusing.
I know that's what they love to do. That they'll name new things the old name and just.
You know why they do that?
You got to do the year and go new and old. Well, yeah, because people will look up the old one, but the new one will come up now. Hooray!
This is the trick that I first noticed with like race baiting movies. There's a famous movie. It was like the first movie showed at the White House by Woodrow Wilson. It's called Birth of a Nation. It's a movie. It's like a Ku Klux Klan propaganda film, but it's like a very revered film despite that, because it was like very much a groundbreaking film for like narrative and it's early film. So it was one of the first legitimate films. So it's still highly revered for its history. There was a new one that was like around the Trump first year era called Birth of a Nation. Okay. About some slave revolt, I think. I don't know how much they fictionalized or whatever. It's all like, pandering to black sentiment. But they name it that to try to overshadow and erase the previous. It's, essentially Marxist propaganda when they do this.
Have you seen Triumph of the Will? I saw that recently. That's also propaganda.
Yeah, I have a copy because I used to work at a movie store. So I'm like, ooh, this. I tried to sell it on eBay. It won't let me.
Oh,
because it's Nazi, and it's like, but it's like a very highly regarded film, documentary propaganda, whatever,
That's really funny.
I think like certain Dr. Seuss books you can't sell on eBay. Yeah, it's like they're compromised. Many Muslims are becoming Christian in Iran. I doubt it. I doubt it's actually significant. It's like. There's lots of women comic readers. Look, we got a growing boom of what it's like. Wow,
there's a total of 4.
You had 4, now you have 5. So the stats are
it's
through the roof now.
It's growing industry.
Not to disparage women readers, like it's fine, but like clearly they're not. Given all of the booby covers of all these artists, like it's clearly made for men. Just like, man, this male romance novelist. We really got to like pander more to male readers. It's like, no, you don't. Like, this is for women. Stars Battlegrounds, I'm assuming you mean Battlefront, was your jam. Hopkins says Battlegrounds was sick too. Okay, so I guess that's a role play game. Never heard of it.
Well, there's a shit ton of Stars games, so
yeah. You'll send it to me because I am the nicest Karen. Well, false. Shill my art, you figs. Yeah, sure. I'll share your link. I'll send it to Mint too. She might enjoy it. Let me find you really quick. He does prawn art. He doesn't do it himself. He commissions someone, but it's all his creation, and it's juicy to say the least. Can't share any of it. I'd have to like zoom in to like a face or something. But I'm gonna share you on here and share you to Mint. So
sweet.
1 second. Nope. I'm not used to using Twitter on the computer is the problem.
This new device is different than my phone device.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a boomer, I guess. There you go. Send it to Mint, and now I am putting it in the chat. Go follow Stony McInternet Douche for its juicy creations. All right, let's look into some Matt Barr stuff. You sent something in the chat that I thought was pretty funny. This person responding to this idiot. Let me present this. Ah, shit. Here we go. So, yeah, and again, like I've had Matt muted for a long time, so I have to unmute him to see these. So Jimmy says, my favorite thing about comic skate drama is when you zoom out really hard, like step away from the nonsense and look down at it. It's just a bunch of comic nerds arguing over who's cooler. And then Matt Barr jumps in.
Oh, I haven't seen this. I'm blocked by him. I can't see any of his tweets.
Oh, so you just sent the guy. You didn't actually see the interaction. That's funny.
Yeah, I only see the replies. So
We're arguing with people attempting to bring degenerate shit in CG. We're arguing about people showing up with no comics to offer, but they're offering to make incest content on their Fansly account. Ethan bought the trademark to defend it against Poulter's pegging shit. We agreed. Take your smut somewhere else, dumb fuck. Nobody's fighting about who's cooler.
how long has he been doing this for? Like
Smut somewhere.
days.
Keep
Several
fighting,
days
man.
now.
Keep fighting, man. It's real important that no one who likes porn reads a comic. Says you want to watch porn, that's on you. You want to read a comic while watching porn, that's on you. But I'm not interested in seeing it in Comicsgate, and I thought Ethan agreed with that. That's why I was here. The mainstream is filled with degenerates.
Have you tried your hand at a Matt Barr impression?
No, I haven't listened to him enough to actually
Okay.
get his.
It's pretty much just like, dude, fucking man, bro, fucking having the word fucking be every other word of your sentence.
Oh no.
You have to like read a tweet and do it.
Oh
Just,
my god,
go to
watching
one of
him
his
and
tweets.
Ethan when you popped on, the actual autism of this guy, of not understanding. Ethan, like you're clearly upset and you're having a rant at this guy, reasonably so in my opinion. And Ethan's like, well, she has autism. I think it's just meaning like, yeah, like maybe she is not conveying as concisely as she wants to because autism is a hindrance for you in this stressed situation you're in. And then he just uses this as a crutch, like, "Oh, I'm not gonna get." You're like, really? What a bitch!
Oh yeah. Go to one of his tweets though. I want to show you what my Matt Barr impression. Go to one of his tweets.
Okay. Let me see, Matt Barr. All right.
Oh, I got okay. Well, that thread was correct. Okay. How do I do? I don't know how to.
I'm just scrolling.
Just
Let me
go-
know if
There's
you
a
see
lot
something.
of retweets here. I'm like, wow, he's actually okay. There we go. Down. 4 hours ago. Here we go. Okay. From behind a fucking block, she backs up my fucking story. Ha ha ha. Joe Ball was in the fucking green room with me sharing DMs from the fucking dude, bro. From the fucking group, bro. I got mad about it and called out Joe for it. A fucking rational reaction to some fucking dude sharing your fucking shit and labeling you a fucking racist. Anna jumped in out of the fucking blue, talk shit, and fucking left. You have to fucking filter out her gaslighting fucking bullshit, but she's backing me up. I got mad at Joe being a fucking bitch, and she got shitty and defended Joe Gayops with Jay Dola. How the fuck am I the fucking autistic one? Oof, using that word as a slur is like pretty fucked up. Not cool, sad fucking stuff. Nobody is obsessed and I don't fucking hate you. I just fucking think you're a shallow e-thought speeding towards your fucking wall. Thanks for fucking letting everybody know I wasn't lying about you starting fucking shit with me first. Hail fucking #Comicsgate. That's Matt Barr.
Oh my gosh, drink every time.
Huh. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's crazy because let me see. Media. Okay, what's funny is all right, I clicked on his link and it won't load. I tried it on my phone, I've tried it through Twitter on the phone, trying it here. His fucking website won't load. So if you're trying to like, I don't know, sell art, fix that, Matt. First off, but I saw this. Yeah, I like when I Googled him, I found this and I'm like, this is pretty cool. Why isn't this speaking for you, Matt, instead of you being a bitch crying about Riley's jokes?
Yeah.
when
That looks pretty cool.
when the whole joke is like you make your pedo-free label to like virtue signal, and I guess it's in relation to like you or your buddies have hired Vic King, which is like, I don't know, like I don't think you should have to background check art. You're hiring people to draw cartoons. Like it's not that serious, you know. So it's like if you get blindsided by, oh, you hired a weirdo, or like Ethan with the whole thumb drive story of that one guy got busted at his mom's funeral.
Well, it's the kind of thing that our sphere does, which I think is a little weird, where it's like if you found out that somebody who did something you don't like made your chair that you bought or something, I'm not going to support that business anymore or something. It's like, I don't know. Does knowing what everybody does matter with what product you buy, especially if whatever it was worked? I don't know. It seems weird. Like with everything you buy, are you going to check everyone's like everything they've ever done as best you can? I'm going to buy this at this place. Let me check their Twitter.
Yeah, let me find.
Products matter most.
Exactly. So
Art. You gotta
it's
have good
funny.
art.
Yeah.
Vito shared this tweet showing like I guess Magic the Gathering, some weirdo still virtually sitting with like a mask, and I said I was joking off of Vito's joke. I said keep this in that bar out of your hobbies, and then he apparently vanity searches himself and says your book looks like a ripoff of Killer Croc. How about we keep your original shitty book? You don't make enough to be a happy meal off that shit, fucking tourists. And it's like, yeah, again, I've been here as a backer since 2016, 2017, whenever Jawbreakers and Cyberfrog started. Yeah, and apparently this is his art of Sylvester Stallone.
Okay, first of all, at least Matt Barr can draw. Dark Grift cannot draw whatsoever.
Huh.
I just like
I couldn't
Dark
tell
Grift's
you.
been here forever.
Yeah.
And he can't draw for shit. What the fuck? How can you not improve?
Yeah, this is my reaction to that art.
Yeah.
Now, I appreciate
tourism is very important.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
It's just, yeah, it's funny because Joy like zones in on Gator, which again, that is the name, it's the label. He's like Killer Croc's like, I don't know, man. I can't really avoid. I had an idea of an alligator man. It's like, does Tony have to like always be in the shadow of Cyberfrog because he made a frog character? I think it's just like a silly non sequitur. It's just deflection.
Well, and especially because yours wasn't based on a superhero, it was based on a thing that happens in Florida.
Yeah, no, well, Georgia, but
Georgia. Sorry.
Well, like the story's rooted in fucking Tennessee because they have the Mississippi River by Memphis, so it's not out of the question to get gators that far up the river. I think they've had them up in Minnesota, so if you have a temperate enough climate, they will follow the stream, you know. But yeah, it's like it's root. Yeah, we're gonna say.
I was gonna say I'm doing a stretchy guy, as one of my comic book.
Why
characters.
are you ripping off Fantastic Four, man? Why are you ripping off Plastic
Man? What are you ripping off Elastigirl?
Why are you ripping off the stretchy penis guy in The Boys?
Stretch? I mean, isn't stretch just like a normal thing? Like it's a common. It's like it's a thing that you do.
Well, most just like
it's
super
underused.
strength,
It's
flight. All these ones are just like common things to make a power. It's an extension. It's it's enhancing a normal thing essentially.
What?
Making it super.
I don't want him. I don't want to talk about your shit, dude. You talk about your shit. Sorry. God.
Oh, the honeymooners.
I just if I don't want to mention it because then I won't be able to describe it properly. You know.
We got.
So, but yeah, doing like a stretchy man as a comic book character. That's what it is that I am. Yeah. I'm going to lean into the Plastic Man thing. People are going to say, I'm ripping off Plastic Man. I'm going to lean into it. So
I don't think it's a problem. I mean, The Boys, like, especially, what's his name? Homelander, it's clearly pulling from Superman, you know? Rorschach is clearly Batman, or at least a section of Batman. I feel like him and Night Owl are both kind of Batman, but he split them in two. For different aspects, but I don't know. Like, it's just all the ideas have already been made. It's just how do you tweak them? That's my view. And so, especially being indie, it's like unless you like kiss the ring and just have the greatest luck, well, you know, what's the chance you're going to get to write or draw for Batman or Superman, whatever, Spider-Man? So it's not crazy to just make a ripoff of like, well, this is not Spider-Man, and do those stories that you want to see with that character, or play with a certain aspect that you think's been underutilized or unexplored. Like, my kind of counter to Comicsgate, Ripaverse, whatever sentiment of like, there is a lot of homophobia in like the conservative sphere, and it makes sense given the Bible and stuff, or Islam, whatever, Judeo-Christian values. That you have to be against homosexuality. I get it. I'm not calling everybody a bigot, but like, there's especially someone like Mike Miller or Melanie Mack. They use it as an excuse to just be homophobes explicitly. And but at the same time, I think like you can actually have gay or minority swap of a character as like an Elseworld. Like, what if Batman was black and so he was in the hood and he didn't have money, but he essentially becomes Batman? How would you really make that a more realistic story if he only made like $50,000 a year, but he's also Batman? Like, that's a fun way. Or like, what if Captain America in his like, original like World War II stories, what if he actually behind the scenes was gay? What would that be like for a gay man who is the symbol of America to, actually have to hide who he is and be unaccepted in public? That dichotomy. You can definitely play with this. And I think some people get so sucked into identity aspects that they can't actually see the merit of playing with that, of making, or, making a knockoff version to then do that. I don't know. It's like, you should just judge everything by like when it's made, and if it's good or not. Well, that's clearly a knockoff. It's like, yeah, it totally is, because I love that character and I wanted to make my own story. So
Yeah, just like
never
base
apologize.
it off of like the material itself, and not like based off of other materials. You're comparing this particular material to the other materials. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, don't apologize. Or like have to put up yeah, I can't help when you see Meth Gator, like, man, it looks like Killer Croc. Yeah, it's a crocodilian humanoid.
People will also try to compare it to Cocaine Bear and stuff, but you had this idea before Cocaine Bear came out, and you knew
I never
you
knew
heard
that
the story. So yeah, you didn't know about it.
But like, I'm doing something completely different than Killer Croc. Like, the original story of Killer Croc is like, he's kind of like a low-level criminal, and crosses into Batman's story with like his plans and stuff. And they've done different stuff with Killer Croc, that it's like, some sort of disease or something. I would say it's kind of a play on Batman. Every villain has some sort of shade that is the opposite of Batman. Batman has all these shades, and all his villains are like an aspect. It's like Catwoman is female, so there's like the inverse, just sexually. But she kind of has like, the same kind of prowling aspect, but she's like a kind of petty criminal ultimately, versus he's kind of like this like extremist law abider, but they intertwine because it's like, well, she's kind of gray. Killer Croc is like, his skin that he can't hide says something about his inside, versus Batman's artificial mask is actually who he is inside. There's a dichotomy. So it's just, yeah, but like, I'm not doing anything like that with Killer Croc, or with Meth Gator. There's nothing like Killer Croc. So he never came to mind coming up with the idea or building the story. So say what you want. Yeah, if the imagery makes you think that, cool. But you're gonna be blown away by, wow, this is a very unique, after like a kind of Daredevil origin, it's very unique play with this idea. Careful says while he hits the bong, oh my god, this cope, yeah, the fucking dude bro pot smoking cope that this idiot Matt Barr does while he's engaging in argument live. Oh, I gotta hit my bong. What a bitch. I really hate weed culture of like, it's medicinal, man, I need it to get through. Like, just quit making excuses. Chris Holmes says,
they literally make a joke on that with South Park with the vaping things. with the kindergartners all have vapes. They're like, you don't know how tough kindergarten is, man. Got to get through the day.
Oh man, what is before we get more into the chat, what is some of like your favorite movies you've seen? Whether it's been based off of doing reviews or just what's like your best stuff.
Doctor Strangelove, Citizen Kane, and Psycho. Top 3 movies.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're an
She's
old
saying
school
that with a
girl.
gun to her head, of course.
Those are genuinely my top 3 favorite movies, for sure. It's about this human psyche.
Nice.
All 3 of those movies are about the human condition,
Huh.
human psychology. It's fun.
It was hard for me to pay attention to Citizen Kane. Not that I didn't like it, but it's just like I was not in the right mood to watch it, so I didn't absorb it well. Psycho, I fell asleep after the start with like the lady and her, affair, whatever, with the guy and money. It's like, okay, cool. And then once you get to like the actual hotel, I just lost interest.
Well, it's like by now, I mean, we pretty much know what it is at that point.
Yeah, that's the other problem. Is
so it's
the
like
icon
going
of
into
the
it, we had too
stabbing.
much meta knowledge going into it. So it's like
I didn't know
kind of
anything
affected.
about Psycho going into it.
That's probably the better way to watch it. We came into it knowing like the entire spoilers of it, and kind of probably ruined our experience.
I guess that makes sense. I guess that's why I don't actively look for spoilers for things, so my experience isn't ruined.
So do you, with like the catalog you've watched over the years now, do you feel a like a bittersweetness, a sorrow maybe of like the state of film in the past versus now?
That's the microphone. Don't hit the microphone. That's rude. Well, anyway, I feel like movies really. There's a lot of really good movies in like the 60s, some like 70s and 80s peak. Out of the ones that I've seen, those years tend to be like peak for cinema that I've noticed. Even like the 90s, it's good. There's some good movies like here and throughout, but like overall, I feel like modern movies now, I feel like they're either like mid on purpose or maybe on accident, or they're bad on purpose or even bad on accident. But like I can't think of a movie that has come out with like within the past 5 years that I've been like, yes, this is the one that will stand the test of time. No,
I got
there's nothing
one.
like that.
I'm about to send you so you can look it up, because I doubt you've watched it. It's a Nick Cage movie. And unfortunately, in the modern day, Nick Cage has made a joke of himself by pretty much taking any job, any paycheck that's been thrown at him, because I guess he's got like a bunch of, I don't know, debt or something.
Yeah, he spent his money pretty poorly.
Yeah, and so he takes a lot of movies, but I sent you the wiki page. Don't, of course, read into it. Just it's a quick way to watch this movie, because I think you're gonna be blown away. Red Letter Media got me into it because they talked about it.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it too. I didn't know anything about it. He's like, let's watch the movie. I'm like, okay, cool. Nicolas Cage, why not? Why not?
It's so good. It's such a small movie, and it's such a simple problem, and honestly, if it wasn't for Nick Cage, you would never know about this movie, unfortunately, because it's so good. Like, it unfortunately needed a star casting to get eyes on it. And wow. Yeah, I wish movies were small like this. I wish, I think people have gotten so stuck in corporate of like trying to make the cash that they forget that like a lot of cash has been made by small stuff.
Have you seen... Okay, this is another Nicolas Cage movie. Have you seen Mandy?
I saw like the first half of it. I liked it, but again, it was one of those where it's like I'm watching it, popping it in, but it's like I'm actually really tired from work, and so I never finished it. I need to, or maybe I finished it, but it didn't absorb it. But I need to rewatch it. I've also seen Color, whatever that Color movie is he did. It's like a Lovecraft movie. But yeah, those weird horror movies, that Cage did, Mandy and that one, yeah, they're really good.
I'll eventually have to watch all of them. Currently, what I'm doing are Star Trek reviews and movie review requests from Patreonies. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm embarking on a journey to watch all the Star Trek episodes.
Are you actually liking it, or?
Yeah, I'm on the original series right now, and I'm really enjoying the series.
So have you seen the movies, or are you gonna do
I
this
haven't seen
after?
the movies yet. I've only seen the the Star Trek the original series, and also Madam Web, man, it was so bad. I was just like, I gotta go back to classic good media that isn't trash. Also, well, I have like 10 movies of 10 Star Trek movies on disc. It all fell out. It fell out.
Um.
It all fell out, but
Oh no.
this is
Yeah, I
what
have
it
that
here.
set. Yeah, it's a good set.
You have it?
Yeah. Well, the reason I watched the movies was because Last Jedi, and I just felt so let down. Like, oh man, the Star Wars is so bad. I'm gonna go watch Star Trek now. And yeah, the first 5 movies, there's this whole argument, like the Family Guy joke, like only the even numbers are good. I don't know about the whole series, but the first 5 movies, I actually like all of them. Number 1 is very boring, but the payout is really good. And 2 is probably the best entertainment, but I think is like the worst Star Trek movie in my experience, because they made it as like a complete counter to what the first movie is, because like Superman and Close Encounters and Star Wars all came out, and so like we got to make a high octane action movie, and so it feels very un-Star Trek to me, even though it has history with the show of like the character Khan. It just feels, I think it's like the worst Star Trek movie for the state of how it was made. It's like arguably the best entertainment Star Trek, but it's like the worst Star Trek. Feels like they betrayed.
Better or worse than the JJ one?
The JJ one's so boring. Like,
yeah, it is.
Captain Kirk is what a great casting, but everyone else, I'm just like, I guess, I don't know. Like, again, I'm not a Star Trek diehard, so at all. So whatever. But yeah, Shatner in the movies, him and Nimoy, even the Doctor, and Chekhov, and just everybody's good in the old ones. They're a fun time. It's simple. The fact that Nimoy and Shatner directed a couple of them, it's a great time. Number 4.
Cool.
Number 4 is probably my favorite because it's got whales, and that was my excitement to watch. Because like, I want to see the whales, and understanding the context as an adult now, I'm like, oh, that is retarded. But it's
whales?
the best. You'll find out.
Okay, well, that's
whales
that's
are
intriguing.
very integral to that movie. I'll just leave it at that. Just keep that in your head. And then if you know anything about science and then you think about what they did, it's like, that's not going to work.
That's not how the whales work.
But the chat, Ethan is pro money, bringing new eyes on his projects is new money. I'm a Bible believer and don't care for porn. It wouldn't stop me from selling to someone who likes or does porn. That's a good idea. Good sentiment. TJ Laser, a lot of these characters are Eric July enablers. Let's see. I've never seen any of his art. I guess you're talking about Matt. Yeah, exactly. Sadly, no one knew who Matt was until he got all uppity. Yeah. What's up, Rod? I saw you on Twitter. I love that you're sharing Mint and company. Riley, good stuff.
Woohoo.
Keep it up. Get more eyes on these people. Get more subs for them. It's got a good thing going. I love the Clipiverse. What was your thought? What was your thought going through with this visit to the warehouse and filming? What was your contribution? What was your analysis building this little project?
I mean, I'm driving to the warehouse was scary, mainly because I got the shakes because like I got the shakes driving there. I'm like, ooh, 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 my goodness! Oh, no, I was literally shaking. Like I felt like when I was driving into the warehouse, I was shaking. But I was like, but you were filming, so I was like, well, I'm gonna, not shake because I don't want to, or making noises because I don't want to have that in the video. So yeah, Young Clippa filmed himself with using this AI Levens camera that I actually am using right now. We got an AI camera. We hooked it up to the laptop, and that's how he filmed himself. But yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to catch from the chat where I'm at. There we are. Okay. No one would read about Popeye style characters in Vietnam. Chris Holmes. It's on him. Yeah, I remember heard someone tell me that Adobe is a massive evil company. I'm like trying to go to bat for them, but I like their software. Matt's not responsible for Vic King being a blank, but he's doubling down on everyone else out of some misplaced guilt. That's an interesting analysis. Rodimus says Anthony's part is not very good. Art is not very good, and he did a book with Peggy Poulter's Pegger. That's funny. I almost bought the White Lily first book. I saw it in the wild at the comic store I go to, and outside Columbus. And I was like, I almost bought it, but then I'm like, it'll probably still be there.
Do you know about the Preston Poulter stuff?
No, all I know is that Dark Griff sucks at art.
It's a long history because I actually had him on early when he popped up on YouTube because he was creative. But then I got this word sent that like, okay, this guy's just really got after EVS for some reason.
We asked something about, I don't remember what it was, but he was like, well, he did say he was going to review comics or something, and was very angry about whatever. We were like, oh, okay.
Yeah, essentially, someone found pornography he did with his ex-wife, and it was like, I guess he did like small time like porn shoot or something of like cuck stuff. And so I don't know if he sucked off a guy or not, but he definitely sucked off like dildos and got pegged. And so then he tried to like say it was revenge porn. It's like, this is on the internet. And so
I mean, you just gotta be proud of who you are and live your life. Otherwise, you're gonna get got. Stuff will come back to you.
But he is why EVS has trademarked Comicsgate, because he was trying to troll Comicsgate because he has it out for everybody, including EVS. So he was going to try to print and take over Comicsgate as a label to then, I guess, ice out anyone to use it. So we'd have to make a new label that would lose traction for everybody. So that's why EVS has it copyright. But
he sounds like a big old dumb head.
That's a way to put it.
Yes. Yeah. Sketcher says, you don't know that the Alligator Man is not originally from DC. I don't know if you mean or myself or for Killer Croc, but either way, don't know that history. Hope Man keeps that same energy with TMNT. They had a team of 4 frogs before Cyberfrog. Pulp, to anyone asks if they'd rather read The Goon without the zombies and in Vietnam or a mutilated humanoid alligator, they'll pick the latter. Thank you, TJ Laser. Appreciate it. You like Riley. I agree, Rodimus. Katie's in the chat. What is up?
Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Have y'all streamed yet?
I don't think have I been on a stream with her? I don't know, but I have seen I've seen a lot of her streams. Stopped by, said hello. I just want to say hello. Awesome. Thank you. Hi.
Sorry if you're not here still, Katie. I know you're dealing with sick kids, so best of luck to you. Riley, shut the fuck up if you're not on stream. Yeah, Riley. So you don't know, Riley was actually supposed to be the guy on stream, and then I hit up Mitt because he got kicked off because of the whole Matt Barr thing. And then it's like, oh yeah, we can. And I'm like, oh, I get both of y'all. Awesome. And then it's like, actually, Riley's only cool for Saturdays. So, well, I mean, it's not bad to settle for Matt because she was the original person. I didn't know Riley was like a thing to interview when ASC popped up with like biggest problem in Twitter. So it's all working out. I do got to come down to Kentucky and hang out with y'all at some point because I'm up here in Ohio, so it's not like a far drive for me.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Again, it's just my job takes a lot out of me. Like me and Rookie are competing till May for weight loss. So we're both around 300. He's a little bit more. And the other job I had, it was another factory job, and I was so active that like I put in the pot for a weight loss challenge at work. I went to the gym once and ate Taco Bell like almost every day for this time period. And I still won the contest because like the job was active enough. So I've been pretty level by being in these jobs, even though they suck. The pay's worth it and it's like enough activity. This job's even hotter because it's like flames everywhere. Doesn't matter if it's summer or winter. His job
is in hell, of course.
Literally, it's a hell. But yeah, I weighed myself last night. I forgot off work, and I lost like another pound, so I'm down to 298. So Ricky's gonna have to pay me some more money. Come May.
Only
if
if you
you-
win. No.
If
I
you're
will
in,
win.
if you're anywhere near Sandusky, that's where the Star Trek official store is. If you're anywhere near there, oh sorry, it's like a uniform place for Star Trek. It has like Star Trek uniforms, and it's a store full of Star Trek uniforms. If you're near Sandusky, Ohio, I'm headed towards that way.
Sandusky. Let me look up how far I am from it. I've heard the name, but I've never. Oh, so that's like by the Great Lakes. So.
Oh, that's by the Great Lakes. I
Yeah.
don't know anything about Ohio. So.
Let me look at the map. Oh, it's funny when I type in Sandusky because it's like City Sandusky, and then on the side it has the profile of Jerry Sandusky, the infamous Penn State guy.
I think we'll go after like C2E2. That's the plan.
Let me see. So Cleveland is close to Pennsylvania by the Great Lakes, and so Sandusky's like central Great Lakes border of Ohio, North Ohio.
Okay.
So let me
okay,
see.
that's cool.
Let me get directions. See how far it is from Columbus. It says it's a 2.5 hour drive to Sandusky. Excuse me, but that's there's a place Cedar Point near there. It's like an island. I think it's like a amusement park. Yeah, it's an amusement park. So
yeah, we travel a lot, so we'll definitely come by.
Yeah.
I actually
yeah, you'll
gotta
swing up
go
here.
stream on Fansly. So I've hit my time wall. I've hit my time limit.
That's fine.
Yeah. This has been
I appreciate you
fun.
coming on. We'll definitely have to on again if you're willing, and of course Riley, the original attendant guy for today.
Yeah.
What are you covering? Are you doing any like entertainment, like media attached to it today? I know you do some of that.
What do you mean by that? What? I'm sorry. I
Don't
didn't
you
quite
watch? Don't you like sometimes watch movies while you're on your Fansly?
Yeah, sometimes I watch movies. I'm watching Star Trek and I'm drawing a live show poster. That's the itinerary for today.
Okay, I am
so-
copying your link tree. So if people are interested now or after stream, go find our links and enjoy if you wish.
Epic,
So
yeah.
anything in closing you want to say?
So I do daily movie reviews every day at 7 p.m. ET on youtube.com/ASC Presents. And it's about to be Star Trek, just Star Trek and Twilight Zone, except for movie review requests. If you want to request me to watch a movie, I can do that at patreon.com/ASC Presents. And yes, the link tree, linktr.ee/titsmansalad. That's how you can help support the daily grindiness.
Yep,
That's
and
what it
there's the
is.
link for y'all people. Well, thank you. Me and Ricky are going to continue. So I'll let you get ready for that. I'm going to kick you, so there's no lingering.
Oh yeah, you should come on our show soon.
Yeah.
Or canonstake.live.
Oh yeah, I love hanging out with y'all. It's just time hacks with work. So probably next week I can find a spot if y'all are open for me.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you know.
All right, cool.
Awesome. I'll see you later.
chatting
And
with
now
you.
you're getting kicked, so we don't linger.
Have a good one.
All right.
That's cool.
Let me catch up with the chat, and then we'll go over some of the stuff I sent myself on Twitter that I thought was interesting. Let me see where I'm at. So tired of the Superman is bad trope, says Chris Holm. No, I love it. I just introduced Ricky to Superman Red Sun, and I get a kick out of people say it's bad Superman. And it's like, no, he's communist
No,
Superman.
honestly, he's a lot more like well behaved than I assumed he was going to be. I thought he was going to be like, I am dictator man, but it's like, no, Homelander would be like, this guy's a pussy. Like as far as comparison,
He's the noble like philosopher king within the
he's
purview
like,
of communism.
he's like, I will allow America to decide for themselves. And what? Okay, but then he's also like manipulated by his government. So it's like, it's not even fully that, and then he takes kind of control, and it's like, oh shit, okay, yeah, he sees what they were doing.
I would say from that movie and the conclusion of Superman, how he just kind of pieces out and blends in with society. He's what I assume Tolkien. I feel like if he hasn't said it himself, I think Tolkien was an anarchist, and not in the sense of like Antifa or some weird shit of like overthrow and burn everything. And he's an anarchist in the sense of like humanity can govern themselves without like oversight. Ultimately, we can, enforce justice collectively, generally speaking. That does leave the problem of mob rule as well, but people more or less are what's the word for it? They can harmonize pretty well organically without oversight. Leaders will arrive naturally without votes or power enforcement. And I don't know. It's a pretty noble idea. I don't agree, clearly, but Frogman really ripped off, but no one is talking about Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. I could not attest. I don't know enough about the Frogman to actually say, but just image-wise, Cyberfrog in the sphere is going to come up of like frog or like was it frog? Not frog.
Well, he was the lizard in that one. The villain was the lizard.
Well, he says I'm assuming he means directly like Spider-Man as like a character. But TJ has way more insight working with.
Yeah,
Tony.
I'm not sure.
Comment.
Yeah, I want to know.
Well, your character will have the best tweak, Angus. He is made by meth after all. Yeah.
Western tweak being the key word there. Yeah.
It's funny, actually, that might come across to people as like, what the hell, it's Meth Gator, but he's pretty chill. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like the meth is like his creation, and like he's got to stay balanced. This is like something in the background that he's struggled with his whole life of like trying to cure. That's going to be an element of like
he was literally born with it, raised with it. Why would it affect him so much?
Born in the meth.
He was born in it.
Adopted the meth.
Yeah, so he can handle it. He's not gonna. It takes more than that to get him going.
I legitimately love Tom Hardy's Bane. I showed Ricky Bane from animated series.
Yeah, he showed me how Bane is like sort of more depicted as he's supposed to kind of be, and I'm like, this is boring. Like he's just like, I am an elegant buff man. I will fight my enemy. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, I think no one really zoned in on the opening issue to introduce Bane in the 90s and really focused on that versus his history in comics. And I think that was a very smart choice. Making him a cuck with Talia al Ghul was disappointing to say the least. And then, I don't know, setting yourself up to like, oh, I'm going to die in the fire that I started. It's like, hey, you're the figurehead. Look, Osama bin Laden cannot be on the ground doing terrorism. He has to send his pawns to do that because he has further, aid, if you will, arguably for his agenda to contribute to society, to try to maintain the balance that he views is necessary. Sketchbook. Let's see. AC% says, yeah, I don't consent to Marvel DC owning Superman or Spider-Man as ideas. Spider swinging should be used more, not way less, because of Spider-Man's popularity. Clippa. Sure. I mean, hey, Mother of Madness has her swinging like Spider-Man with her armpit hair, so yes. I agree. I support that. Sketch is doing great. Ronimus says good night, Tevin. Oh, good night, Tevin. See you around. B.A. Turner says, hail jabronis. Hey, we keep missing each other, I guess because you're West Coast, so let me send you the linkity do, and we can bullshit with another creative. Let me share you the link. I think Rookie might be interested in this guy if he isn't already aware of him. I just gotta find you. Let me go to the Katie chat. Where are you? I will find you. There you are. Sent you the link if you are interested. If not, then I guess go fuck yourself. Yaira looks great today. Yeah. How many of y'all, correct me if I'm wrong, send me a link with him saying it. I feel like Eric said February, and now it's like, well, winter. So he's got 19 days still to fuck around, and technically he'd be fine, but Yaira should already be here. It's very strange to me that they didn't announce, like, there's been a series of, like, he's pulling a Disney, in my view. Disney has so many properties that they're tripping over themselves with releases for all their franchises, or they don't have enough like space in between for all the things they want to make. And so it's like now certain families, especially if you got families, you have to pick to take my kid in summer to see Marvel, or later summer to see the kid movie, or fall to see the next Marvel movie, or whatever, and then also DC, they got their shit that maybe will be good. And then just other competition, what I think next year Ryan Gosling has that crazy movie with Emily Blunt that looks awesome.
Last year, didn't they have like a She-Hulk and a Star Wars one at the same time?
Yeah, what, Andor, I think, and She-Hulk?
It might have been, yeah. There's like they're like the same.
It might have been Mandalorian season 3.
It could have been season 3. I want to say it was that because I think Andor was before that. It's before that.
Yeah, Sketchbook. I don't know if you saw on Twitter. I shared from the video, all thanks to you. That well, I mean, technically thanks to you. You tweeted at me to be aware of that stream, but I was already looking forward to it. But you like reinforced, like, oh, I definitely got to watch it. And wow, what a great super chat you gave that Luke read that Rippo would have ignored like a bitch. Croc was a circus freak, but now he's a full-on metahuman. Yeah, they keep changing, which I'm actually fine with, like playing with like what's his origin, to make different iterations. I really like the Joker's Asylum Killer Croc issue. That is the kind of art I would love to get made for Meth Gator, like something in the vein of that style of art. It's very gritty. That's like one of the references I give artists for like the kind of window of possibility of like, I really like, this, but I'm very liberal. It's very weird. I think I'm very liberal with artists where it's like, I don't quite know, but I have confidence in your style. Here are references. But at the same time, I think I'm very detailed in explaining stuff where it's like, all right, Meth Gator, he needs to be able to be in the skies, plausibly. So he has to have like a truncated snout, he has to be like Godzilla, not like an alligator with a long snout, because that'd be stupid. So it's like a mixed bag, I guess, with me. But I've heard, like, I saw one reply of like, writers are so funny if they're references. So I guess it's a common thing if you're like really trying to explain your characters. Look, Katie says, yay, I'm excited and nervous. Got some amazing comic artists lined up. It's such a blessing. Wait, are you writing a comic, Katie?
All right, damn, everybody's getting into the comic game. That's good.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Well, that's what it's all about. Inspiring amateur people that maybe had no idea that this was an avenue to like, oh, I don't have to go to art school and then go through all the hoops and find.
That's what I kind of feel like with filmmaking. I'm like, I don't need to go to film school to learn how to do film. I'm just gonna pick up a camera and point.
Steven Spielberg failed film school. James Cameron, I think, was a trucker before he became.
That would be kind of funny if James Cameron made a film school as well.
James
like,
Cameron.
do my film school, and it'd be kind of funny.
No, it's like a trucking school, and then once you graduate, you go to the next. It's like when I was a medic, you go to boot camp, and then you go to your training for medic, and you do national registry of EMTs, and then the next half you do Army medic training for care under fire. Early life, he was born in Ontario. After high school, Cameron enrolled at Fullerton College, community college, to study physics. He switched subjects to English, but left at 74. He worked odd jobs, including a truck driver and high school janitor, drank beer and smoked cannabis, and did a lot of LSD, but wrote in his free time. During this period, he learned about special effects by reading other students' work on optical printing or front screen projection or dye transfers, anything that related to film technology at USC Library. After the excitement of seeing Star Wars, Cameron quit his job as a truck driver and entered the film industry. He borrowed money from a consortium of dentists. He learned to direct, write, and produce his first short film, Xenogenesis, with a friend. Learning as they went, Cameron said he felt like a doctor doing his first surgical procedure. He then served as a production assistant for Rock and Roll High School. While educating himself about techniques, Cameron started a job as a miniature model maker at Roger Corman Studios. He's soon employed as an art director for Battle Beyond the Stars. He carried on special effects for Carpenter's Escape from New York, served as production designer for Galaxy of Terror, and consulted for design for Android. Then a couple years later, he did Terminator in 84. So
Interesting.
what a crazy career this guy has had
Yeah.
to go from like, yeah, I smoke a lot of pot and drive a truck and mop high school floors. And then he did Piranha, and then did Piranha 2, and then Terminator, and then Aliens.
Jesus.
Then he did The Abyss, which I have not seen, but apparently it's great.
I want that. That's on our list too. I have the movie, and I think it's available to watch somewhere.
Here's his
I watched that.
filmography: Piranha 2, Terminator, Aliens, The Abyss, Terminator 2, True Lies, Titanic, and then Avatar 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4 in 2025 and 2024. Sorry, 2025 and 2029. God damn, I gotta wait 4 fucking years for Avatar 4. Ah!
For some reason, I thought you were listing them off like the movie 65 or something, like 2020 this or whatever. Like, he's like all these great ones, and he did 65. What?
BA would join, but he has to put his kids to sleep like a beta male.
No, he has to put them to sleep. I got you.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Yes.
You wish Matt was more humble. He's too arrogant talking all this shit. Yeah. Katie's having fun. Subscribe to Mint and Riley's channel for Ken's sake. Good. Thank you, Katie. Oppenheimer. Got this in EVS. Well, thank you, the Chad. Is that TI or TL? I can't tell. What movie says Stray Beans? Not sure what you mean. Multitask viewing, dude, that is a real problem. I totally understand. I got like 800 videos on my watch later, so I'm subbed to like 500 channels, so I can never watch enough.
Yeah, you can absorb way more than I can, man. I think that's the big difference. You're like able to watch all these videos, and you didn't watch that one. I'm like, no, I didn't really feel like it.
Well, you know what it is? Like, I'll like play hours of Rome Total War, and I'll just like have. Also, I play stuff on repeat. Like, I've watched the Kings and Generals Alexander story. I've watched the Professor 36 video lecture series that they based their research on to make their 3-hour complete version. I've watched all of his stuff multiple times. So it's like I've taken in quite the in-depth, approach, and it's also repeat, so to make it, really imprint on my brain. So it's not just like, hey, I watched it and now I'm an expert, like Comics Explained, about a thing. Like, it's also I'm a slow learner, so I have to repeat, I have to reread. Oh man, yeah, I read the new Venom. What if they're doing a What If Venom series, and the cover is really cool. Let me show y'all actually. What If Venom 2024. I got the shiny cover, but this cover is sick. Let me show y'all. And thank you for being so active in the chat. Appreciate it. So yeah, this is What If Venom. This is issue 1. I know I've seen this art story. It's really cool because you got like an arm of Wolverine, you got an arm of Moon Knight with his moonsicle. You got Venom face, you got Loki helmet. But I didn't notice the long hair. I'm assuming that's supposed to be She-Hulk. Then you got Doctor Strange. I don't know what the green leg is supposed to be. It's probably She-Hulk as well. So I'm assuming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm assuming it's
or
going
the
to be
Green
5
Goblin or
issues.
something. I don't know. Does he have a green leg?
I'm assuming it's She-Hulk to pair with the hair.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is another thing shown. So cool premise. All right. And so essentially, I don't know what spawned this, but it's like, what if She-Hulk got the Venom suit instead of Eddie Brock? And so it like shows her in her life. She's She-Hulk going to work, completes a file, and doesn't get thanked for it, and then gets another stack of files. So her work's never done. She's there at the start, last to leave.
Being a woman, huh?
Well, it's like she's an attorney for the district attorney.
This
it's
pig
like
of a man is to make a woman work. Oh, gee.
Yeah. And so let me see if I can find the shiny cover. let me see. What if Venom covers? Number 1 covers. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so I got this one, but it's like a shiny. So it's kind of like a cool, more like 90s style Venom. But anyway, it's very disappointing because they show her life, and then she sees Eddie Brock run into the church. He's going to kill himself. She stops him, crushes his gun, and the Venom suit takes over her. She's like, oh, we sense his anger. But it's like, oh, she's got a power we've never seen before. So they take over her. And so she's like Venom Hulk, but then she does this for a while. It seems like it's kind of in control of her. And then she, I guess, loses her job and is now homeless, but it's not like clearly conveyed in this 2-page spread of all these different things going on with her.
Now is she homeless Hulk?
And then all of a sudden, I guess, I don't know if she's going to like attack someone. And then like Sabretooth comes out and he's got like some belt that
He's gonna spank her in this.
Does the like screech thing to like, you know, fuck with them. And it like Sabretooth like cuts her and then like seems to be taking a sample. And it's like, are we gonna stop him? And it's like, we're in control. It's like, wait, but wouldn't Venom be out for itself at least to like not let someone harvest
more Venom stuff?
Biology, you know, understand. So it's just like, what the fuck was this? You know, it's like,
it's
man, you get to combine Venom and She-Hulk, which like I don't know much about She-Hulk besides the fucking show, but from Comics Explained, he said the show is pretty accurate to the comics, and he's like, and you know, her comics don't sell, so there you go. so as much as people want to talk about woke and stuff in her fucking, you know, feminist rant about it's harder to be a woman than to be Hulk and control your rage, I guess it's actually accurate. I'm just going to take Comics Explained's word for it, given his expertise, but it doesn't win me over at all. But God, Jesus Christ. Let me catch up with the chat some more. Wallet Heart, Best Cage Film. I don't know that one. We just watched Con Air. I haven't seen it in years, and
fucking
what
brilliant.
A great time. The thing is, you know, it's like I was saying, like, man, the 90s, you know, that Natural Born Killers 7, the 90s had some just crazy energy with some of their big movies. But it's crazy because it's like, what was the idea? Like, who got the idea to make this? Because it's like, you know what we really need, what we're really missing in Hollywood, America, we really need to make a story about a prisoner transfer for a parolee that gets hijacked
we need
by
to
a criminal mastermind, and chaos ensues, and they have to crash land in Vegas. It's like, what?
And they're in Vegas.
God, like, as some of it is like, what, like that happened. What an amazing journey that movie is. I was joking. I really wish there was a cut of this movie where it's just like an hour plus of Nick Cage reading back and forth letters with his daughter.
No, well, it was like 5 minutes or so of him just reading back and forth with his daughter as it's montaging his time at
My
prison.
dearest Casey.
He's like, I heard that you are not trying to go to school, and school is good though. I'm like,
I hope this finds you still in the first grade. It's
like Nicolas Cage writing letters, the movie, reading them.
Well, he's from Alabama, and guess who else is from Alabama? Forrest Gump.
Yes,
I feel like he probably watched that. I feel like he probabably watched it and tried to emulate.
That's what he sounds like. Whenever I try to imitate him, that's what it sounds like.
It sounds like a lame Forrest Gump, because like Tom Hanks is so believable as Forrest Gump, and this one it's like, I've heard people joke about the fucking voice. Put the bunny back in the box, but it's like, oh man, it really is bad.
I think it's funny too because it's alongside John Malkovich. It's like, make a move and the bunny gets it. Like the way that he talks, he is more empathetical or something. And then you got Nicolas Cage, shucks. He just everything he says is just like, and then you get all the other people, you know, the black talk and stuff, you know, come on, I'll get all that. Yeah.
A means to an end, my white friend. That's Eric July. He
My
used
white
EVS. He cozied up to EVS, and it's doing an erotic and mail flash. It's all a mean to an end, my white brother.
We never got a closure on that.
Does he die? Does he get away?
Yeah, I think he dies on the plane crash or something. I forget, or on the.
Oh man, he killed Ving Rhames off
It was
camera.
it was kind of a quick thing. Poe could have killed him on his way to the pilot seat. I don't remember. Like he gone at some point, or maybe it was on the fire truck. It could have been on the fire truck.
Because I want to say
remember.
this came out maybe a year after Pulp Fiction, so I'm not sure the stature of Ving Rhames up to that point, but that's a pretty big casting. That whole movie, even the little girl is actually
that is like more than the Expendables kind of a cast. Like
the little girl Casey, she is the love interest a few years later in Jim Carrey's The Grinch. When he's in school, he is whatever the booby chick that is the mayor's babe. She plays a younger version in school when he gets the clippers. The clippers! Oh my god!
You get the clippers.
The Grinch.
Make a move, and I'll grab the clippers.
He's scarred for life. That's why Eric has all that arm hair.
That's where it came from. That's where it all came from.
Christmas. That's a new idea for artists come this Christmas. Katie, you're gonna have to tell me about this comic. If you're willing to like pitch it in the chat. I'm very interested to see what ideas you got. I love you guys, says the chat, in a gay way.
Much appreciated. Yes.
Well, that's weird because it's like I am bi, but it's like I don't really like guys. It's hard to explain. It's like I like women. I'll play with guys, but I'm like Willem Dafoe in Boondock Saints when he gets a call to go back to work, and the Asian boyfriend that he just had sex with is like, but I wanted to cuddle, and he's like, fucking fag. That's what we need. This is why people hate the gay agenda, because there's a gay guy in Con Air, and it's just so sickening to me because I'm like, what the fuck? What is with gay being like effeminate? Like what is this like caricature of womanhood that you're putting on? That's so cringe to me. It's just like a new revelation going back in time and then seeing where we're at now. It's like, this is including a gay person back then. That might have been really representative back then. They might have really got like a gold star for that. I don't know. And then you get Tracy Morgan as like a cheerleader in Longest Yard.
Yeah. That was
awesome. All right, let me catch up. Leaving Las Vegas. You won an Oscar for that. I haven't seen that. No. I did see, was it Raising Arizona? But it didn't like imprint on me at all, so I have no idea what that movie was about. John Wick 4 is beautiful. I just got in an argument with someone about John Wick where I'm like, John Wick fucking sucks. The first one's great. It's for what it is. It's a great movie. 2 is okay, but
it's like an unnecessary sequel type of one. It's like, okay.
Well, no, it's the ending where it's like, well, that's all good and well, John Wick, but we're gonna have to kill you. And then it's like, oh man, every patron in Central Park is an assassin. And then, I stop here at this place in like Africa. Everyone is an assassin. Everywhere he goes, everyone's a fucking assassin.
Well, it's not even in the third one. Like he goes to the desert to find some guy that like you can barely ever find, and he does. It's kind of like, so when you say all these things that you can't do, I mean, you got to make it seem believable that it isn't there, that you're a secret organization. You just are the whole country. If you're not an assassin, you're the minority. Like you're not associated with the corporation, you're in the minority.
Yeah. You thought Vox Day was where comics get originated. I can't attest to that. I don't know.
Some people would put Cummings and other stuff too. I don't know. I didn't see that stuff specifically. I was after that. So I don't know.
I need to read Vox Day's books. The SJWs Always Lie and the other one sounds interesting. Sounds like regardless of who he is, he's got some real points. So I guess that's a bad gateway. Saw01 says, I'm already subscribed on all of her stuff talking about mint salad. So good for you, man. Yeah, I do love that Treadwife video she did. That's it's nice to say the least. That's great too. Like I'm such a fucking degenerate gooner, and yet it's nothing about like being a simp on this stream. It's just like actually engaging a person. So I feel proud of myself in hindsight, rookie, that I was like, ooh, mommy milkers, you know, like because like, you know, she's a person to talk to, you know, and it's not, that's not her only thing about her. It's like, I do porn and dick, ha ha ha. You know, like, you know, it's actually like you talk to her and like you'd have no idea. That's nice. I like that. She's got a depth to her.
Indeed.
Oh, man, that rum. It's only 26%, but again, I don't drink a lot. So it's sorry, the shine of the light. It's Blue Chair Bay. I go to liquor store if I don't get like my usual Windsor Canadian or Crown Royal vanilla. I'm usually looking for something flavored to accent like Coke or root beer. So yeah, feel free to give me suggestions for each. I tried the anise or whatever. It's like Greek. I looked up because I love like Greek stuff. So I'm like, what is Greek cuisine? What is Greek drinks? And it's like, oh, they like to make screwdrivers out of like this like anise liquor, or like liquor or not liqueur. And it's like made out of like essentially like, it tastes like licorice. It's got like a licorice spice to it or something. That's fucking awful, man. Doesn't matter how much orange juice you put in it. It's just, I can't bear it. Of course he is, because it was written by a commie. Wait, are you talking about, didn't Mark Millar do hey, what's up, Nicholas McHugh? Appreciate your membership. I am sending out your comic tomorrow. Oh fuck, I forgot. There's so much going on. We're gonna talk about Ripperson in a minute. But I gotta show you this Kickstarter. I talked about it in my last stream. Here it is. Don't know if he's got the campaign up or not yet. Oh fuck, he's already. Oh wow, okay. So I'm gonna back this. Awesome. We get more. Okay. Let me just scroll through, make sure it doesn't show anything. It looks like it's properly censored, hopefully, for YouTube. Yep, looks like he censored everything. Oh, okay. So he got Ali Garza. That's a good cover artist for booby stuff. Nice. Yeah, I hit this guy. He actually backed. He got me over 300 on the Meth Gator campaign. So we're gonna have this guy on soon. Him and Niobe Comics. He's campaigning, I think, today or tomorrow. But I'll show you this because you've probably never heard of this, and he doesn't really have a presence on YouTube or Twitter thus far. Found him through Facebook from like an artist was looking, saw the picture, so I'm like, what is this? And then found the guy and hit him up. So we've been in contact. Just got to figure out next week's schedule to get him on stream. So looking forward to this. I'm going to share this for y'all. Let me catch up with the chat really quick. Thank you again for the comment. Yeah, no problem, Nicholas Q. There's a chat. Even Omni-Man gets a redemption arc. The trope isn't really overplayed. I agree about bad Superman. People naturally organize themselves. Talking about the anarchist point I was making about Superman. Frank Miller, Dark Knight, Superman was kind of an antagonist because he was a dumb, I assume you would say Boy Scout, not boycott. Yep. Yeah, he's really just an arm of the government blindly, and he's being a bit too diplomatic for the state of his being. And I love how Batman puts him in his place. Yes, again, if you become a Cal member at just $1, it supports the channel, but you might get yourself a little winning like Nicholas McHugh does with that Cyber Frog issue 1. I think the next one I'm going to give y'all is a potential. I think it's an Art Germ cover. It's not like a high class or anything, but it was a more premium purchase. 1 second. So this is Batman and Robin issue 1 variant by Art Germ. So this is probably the next giveaway, which again, if you don't care about DC or not, it's still a fucking gorgeous, shiny. It's not just the cover. It's like the actual comic cover itself is shiny. Art Germ piece. I don't know who this bunny character is, but hey, Bunny's in the chat.
Hey.
You got some bunny boobies here. I love what Art Germ does. At some point, if you get enough backers on the old membership, you might can win a Cyber Frog as well. Aside from this Cyberfrog action figure. Yeah, thank you for joining, Backy. Appreciate it. All right. Bunny's in the chat. Let me
Put the
find
bunny back in the box.
Here we go. All right. Shit. Present. Here we go. So we're gonna go over this video. It's like, hey, did you see Rippison? He's like, what? Gotta get. Whoa.
Join the
wait. I don't know if you saw that. Damn it! It's not letting me go back on the. Oh well, I'll find it later. You saw it looked like monkeys having sex. The way they were lit.
I was like, is this part of the video or an ad?
Ricky's like, this better not be porn.
I was like, I hope this isn't an African video.
Oh, okay. Well,
no, it is.
Spoke too soon.
That was not on purpose.
Ricky's like, this better not be black. Boom, Rippa. Oh, if you don't know, me and Ricky have this like joke about Hulu when we watch shit with Hulu, like fucking Attack on Titan. It was awful, man. It was awful watching it on Hulu because of the fucking ads and because it was a new big hit, the last part of the last season out. So they're milking all the ad revenue they can. And so every time we'd watch it, it's your 22-minute episodes, and it'd actually be like a 40-minute adventure because of all the ads. And every time I was getting 2-minute ads, this guy was getting like minute ads. And so it's like we equate this with like race, where it's like, wait, I'm the black guy. I should be getting less watch time versus the white guy should have to pay the time reparations. And today I got mostly black ads. I got smaller, shorter ads. I had to wait for the white man holding me back. Rookie critic ads.
Lucky bastard.
That was funny. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter for watching together. We're fucked either way. But it's the joke. But here we go. Rippison. What were your thoughts, Ricky? I told you, I'm like, hey, did you see Rippison? You're like, what?
Well, when you were talking, you said it kind of fast, and I thought when you said Rippa's, I thought I said Rippa's end, but not like Rippa's end. I thought it was like Rippa's rear end. I was like, what? Like that's how I heard it. I was like, okay, that's weird.
All right.
I'm Eric July, the founder and owner of the Rippaverse. When we launched our comic book company in 2022, I took...
Weird they doesn't say creator of ISOM.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's the main.
Probably not allowed to say that legally. Maybe not so legally.
the risk of my life. But it wasn't an uneducated risk. We've had 3...
What is with this fucking...
Educated.
Do you notice this like Ebonics thing he does where it's like he'll just randomly stress syllables? Educated. It's not the contention. Like he stresses weird points of words.
It could be like a tick or something, and he's trying to not say something else. Like
he's retarded.
If he's resisting to say what it is, so he's enunciating the words. Like I feel like that's a technique people use that have word ticks or something.
You know,
they like
crazy.
Enunciate other words to try to prevent it.
It's a crazy where we're at because like you see ISOM one, you see this cover, the Cliff Richards cover, mind you. Cliff Richards drew that cool cover with all the pictures behind ISOM doing this pose. It's like that is look at the detail of this fucking art, and then you open the book and it's all fucking clip art. It's where we're at now, going on to book 4 of I guess Yaira, maybe we'll see. But it's funny too because the way he sells this, if you didn't notice, he puts it in descending order. It's not just release order. It's like, oh, we've had experience with all these multi-million-dollar campaigns, and he goes top, middle, bottom, showing the trend instead of like he should have started backwards or maybe do like ISOM 2, Alpha Core, ISOM 1.
It's a variety of money that is made.
To try to skew the perception of like how successful you are. Look, we made up to $3 million. I noticed that I'm like, oh my God, he did it. He showed, he might as well put the chart of the declining sales.
Campaigns over $1 million, and that's due to us.
Wait. Someone pointed this out. So it's supposed to be 1.3 million, but for some reason he has this photo of 1.2. So what is going on with the sales numbers of Rippaverse? Actually, might be worse than he's let on. Maybe you got like $100,000 of refunds all of a sudden. Interesting.
Tons of research. A lot of that research had to do with analyzing the industry standards from content to distribution. And quite frankly, we couldn't make sense of a lot of it. So we did things differently. We handled everything ourselves as a new company, from the website functionality to the fulfillment.
Oh my God, the fucking hamster joke. It's not funny.
When I saw the video portions of this, I was like, was this made by like a troll and other memes, or because it seemed like an odd choice that they'd use a lot of stock footage of things. I don't know.
Mouth. That White Rabbit drawing created by David Finch during New 52. Art Germ does amazing. Yeah, I fucking love Art Germ. Man, if I could land Art Germ one day, fuck. Him or Stefan Sejic, I would love that. Or of course EVS. Although here's the one thing that EVS I fucking hate with his art, and this is something I've picked up on: his fucking hair. It's not that it's like it's so detailed, it doesn't like match the rest of the art. Like, he does such intensive work in its entirety, but his hair really stands out to me. It's kind of an eyesore. That's like my one flaw with EVS. Like, something about his hair just never fucking works for me. Like, if it's long flowing, it's whatever, but like the curly hair, it's a fucking, it looks like the kid, the Annie kid, that's the daughter of Heather Swain. Her hair and the way he draws it looks like fucking like steel wool or something. It's just an eyesore. I hate it. Just had to say it.
Of it was in-house, and we've learned a lot along the way. We know what works and we know what doesn't, and we are not afraid of change and improvement. If you
wait, let's see how fat he is.
Afraid of change and
looks a little tubby there. Looks a little tubby. What do you think, Rookie?
Little
think you should get on our weight loss challenge?
You could at least do 15 pounds probably less. I don't know.
Does his arm hair look a little thinner than normal?
It depends if he's using it to swing from buildings or not.
Oh, hey, Ricky. Fuck. I just thought, okay, Rippa, Isom. I have a character idea. All right. So you know how at some point I want to make like a boys type organization that Meth Gator's included in, that he goes from solo to he's part of government team, but it's all focused on story-wise, it's also focused on Meth Gator. But I'm making an Eric July character. Remember how he came up with disrespecto?
Mm-hmm.
Watching Breaking Bad, where he's like, he says something about it's like he says something in Spanish where he's like, I meant no disrespect is disrespecto from Gus Fring. I'm like, oh my God. All right, here's the pitch, people. This is future. This is why you need to support me, so I can get to the point of making this. Will probably be issue 3 on this team. I'm gonna have this black guy. I don't know the name yet. When I have this black guy, it's clearly like a mockery of Eric July / Isom in some respect. And he'll be like the weapons guy, where he's kind of a failure at every point in his life, but he's not bad with weapons. But unfortunately, he's never made it. And you find out he's got I didn't even think about this. It's kind of like how Black Noir in the show, at least, has this child fantasy critters as are in his mind all the time, talking to him. Remember that in the show?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I want to have a luchador like Bane that's in his mind, that's always antagonizing, named Disrespecto, and he's always feeding him lies about the scenario. It's oh, that person disrespected you.
Are you really gonna take that?
And so this will be the whole, you'll see, as the viewer, getting full context, this is why everything's gone awry for this guy in his life. And so he's going to kind of be the butt of the fucking group. And so it's thank you, Eric July. I'm going to include disrespect in my comic as well. Let me know what y'all think of that. Straight Bean says fat as fuck and skinny arms, not a good look. Especially in a wife beater. You won't hear him say that again. Creator of Isom. He doesn't want to let you forget he's black. His mentions of race is new. He wasn't doing that when crowdfunding. He needs that white money. Exactly. Too tubby to read his own book. BTM in the house, in the his A. What's up, man? We had a good stream yesterday. And I did get enough sleep. Woke up about noon today. It was a fun time. Appreciate you having me on. Again, I met Disrespecto. You need to go back into the club. See, Disrespecto is already like taken off as an idea. I love it. Thank you, chat. Let's continue analyzing. We're going to dissect and then discard this video, as Eric would say.
And improvement. If you've kept up with my videos, you know that many people ask me if we'll ever publish non-Rippaverse things. Evie Variety with a Foster asked this question several months. I was wondering if the answer changed. Are you interested in bringing on outside series to the Rippaverse? I've always said that I believe our contribution would be more so in
so he cuts
helping
out the part where he
fulfill.
probably answers no.
Yeah, I will show that. Let me find it. Let me go to my media. So it's very funny that he says this, because thanks to my sketchbook 340 and super chat in the Luke Stone stream, you can find concise coverage on my video about Flashcast or Yellow Flash. Let me present that. Just to juxtapose, this is a couple months ago.
To answer the super chatters statement, again, false narratives, and I would argue that this one is especially stupid. No disrespect. We don't publish other people's work. So to answer.
No disrespect, but you're fucking retarded. So don't publish other people's work. And then let me go find the first volley from Ripasend right here. Now, this is not meant as hate towards Drunk 3PO, but it's just, oh, look. Our first Ripasend creator is J. David, Drunk 3PO. His first book, Achromatic Chronicles, Blue, was a massive $100,000 success. Crowdfunding. Crowdfunding. I don't know, 3PO. I don't know if you can keep crowdfunding if you want to work with Ripasend. Better have that shit together. Being published, Achromatic Green by Ripasend. And that was a reply to Renowned Zero. He's like, he literally says not publishing other people's book in the Ripperson video. Why are you so retarded? And then I have that tweet where I'm like, why are you retarded? It says publishing that book, idiot.
I think Eric says that you shouldn't call it a publisher or something, but it's like, but these are what the words mean. Like, I don't know what.
Yeah, Dave says if he said it 30 days ago or more, it doesn't count. Yeah, this is what we call inward magic. I'll have to dig through my pictures and find that to show you a very concise, funny idea about Black people. He would argue with semantics now. He's not publishing, only fulfilling art while offering marketing input, editorial input in terms of values, and taking a percent. Well, like they said on the Rippaverse account, publishing. So, yeah, he's lies again. More lies, just like the clip art. We don't do any clip art. Oh, well, yeah, actually, I wish you didn't do so much clip art.
Because it's the most pressing issue. And now that we have everything down, I'm proud to announce our next venture called Ripasend, a full-scale hosting and fulfillment service under the Rippaverse publishing brand. A glaring hole in the independent comics market is with fulfillment and delivery of products. New forms of fun.
This is what I was talking about. Disney tripping over themselves. Ripper's tripping over herself. The only thing you should be talking about is Yaira. Should be talking Yaira.
Let's say it's like
Yaira.
well, he announced the other book titles, and then he's got this going, and it's like, yeah, shouldn't leading up to Yaira the main thing be on people's mind? Yeah, what to expect with Yaira, even if you're not announcing the comic yet. I mean, I would assume they'd be talking about it quite a bit. I mean, again,
got 19 days left.
I know that he wouldn't agree with the EVS stuff, but I mean, he talked about Cyberfrog a lot before he started crowdfunding for it. Like, you know, that's how we got aware of it. And it was like, oh, what's that? And
yeah, Yaira should be the only words out of his mouth. Yaira, Yaira. And it should be
And
teasing
if anything, having the
pictures.
Sasuke's or like having videos on his channel where the Sasuke's talk about Yaira, even if they're not spoiling anything, you could still talk about the character, I would think, in some regard, based on what we know. I mean, they seem to really not want to reveal anything about anything they have ever, which is like, I kind of get it, but then
because
it's like,
you would peace out. It's dog shit.
it's like, I kind of get it, but then I don't, because like a movie trailer is supposed to like kind of get you to want to see the movie, but like their trailers are just kind of showing random things happening, and it's like, what? Like when the first ISOM was coming out, I backed it because I liked the idea of the company, and then it was like, well, I have no idea what it's about though, and I look it up, and it's like, yeah, it's about a superhero and a town, and I'm like,
consume product.
huh. I'm like, I don't know what to say about it yet, but when I read it, then I'll have answers, right? Well.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. I was talking about a comic and then I got distracted with the Ripperverse stuff. 1 second. Let me not share this. Let me share that comic before I forget. Because we're going to have this guy on soon. Hell on Heels. Hell on Heels! It's already funding. Got 27 days to go. It's already at $3,800 out of the $5,000 goal. And hopefully Comicsgate can help support this guy. So meet the Storm Sisters. It's American Psycho meets the Kardashians, from the creators that brought you No Contest 1 and 2. So this guy is an attorney, a defense attorney in Florida, and he is an amateur MMA or boxer, kickboxer, something like that. So he's got a lot on his plate, and he also makes comics. Let's see what this trailer is. That on his phone, so it's very small. But hey, he threw some up and it's got good music. What a great cover. This is the cover I'm going to back. You can get it this one at $15, or the digital full cover gallery at $8. So those are his introductory, or PDF only for $5. So he's got a couple tiers here that are very crowdfunding friendly. Let's see. So it's him as the writer creator. Guilherme Fide. I hope I said that right. He's done Zorro. Ali Garza is a cover artist. He's worked on Supergirl, so he's got some cred there. What are you backing? A masterfully illustrated 24-page comic book, single issue, printed on 80-pound gloss text paper with card stock covers. First issue in a limited series, a sexy crime action thriller with adventures and misadventures alike. Each book will be individually bagged and boarded, resealable. Orders will ship in Gemini mailers. It's got bloody action. You got some previews of pages. Not bad color work. I wish it would pop more, especially being a booby mag. I wish it'd have more like color pop. It's kind of flat color scheme. But this looks fun. I can't wait. Can't wait to get him on. And it's almost complete already production-wise. So good stuff. Here's some of the cover options. You got naughty and nice covers, mostly by Ali Garza. Good looking stuff here. So get ready for Hell on Hills to be a guest here on Black Angus Reviews soon. And let me put the link in the chat for you to bookmark it if you have a Kickstarter account. If not, you can start your Kickstarter account based on this, hopefully. Let me see what y'all said. Which is publishing and everything but name. Well, he's just blatantly saying publishing though on the Ripperverse account. Backy's back. He's avoided talking about Yaira is what it is, says TJ. I agree. Not just that, Mackie. He doesn't want people to find out about the Sasukas. Of course, because let's be honest, I'd rather again read Lady Death than Yaira. Yeah, Lady Death is fucking awesome. Yeah, Lady Death's got I think 7 days left. I need to back it too. What the hell's going on? My chat's not letting me click stuff. What the hell? Do you hear me, Rookie?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know what was going on. It wasn't letting me change the chat. All right, let's get back to Rippa.
funding, such as crowdfunding, have lowered the barrier for entry, and that's great. The downside is that you have a lot of people that don't necessarily understand the business, overpromising.
Business. He said it correct this time, though. Oh, look, he's got woke diversity hire clips.
Realizing very quickly that they're in over their heads, and that's where Ripperson comes in. There are publishers and distributors, but what we're trying to do is far different. We understand
I'm black. That's the difference. I don't it's like unless you're really just working the like culture war angle of like, well, all those other companies, UPS and DHL, FedEx, they're all woke. You want to work with Ripperson because we're unwoke distribution. Is he going to try to make like a preview catalog for? Yeah, I don't. It just sounds like he's way over his head. And most of the stuff to sell doesn't make like $10,000. You know, in the crowdfunding scene, it's a lot of like small time stuff that people are actually like in the red creating out of pocket. So I don't. This is just a grift to try to utilize all that empty space in his warehouse. It's not empty. It's full of ice on me, can't move, but otherwise empty space.
The comic book industry and can handle any volume. Our goal is to assist the independent scene and those creatives that want to remain largely independent and sell directly to their customers. Ripperson is not a crowdfunding platform that's open to the public. Look at it more like a network that certain clients will have access to. You'd fill out our application online. We'd make sure that this is something that makes sense for you. And then we'd give you a unique quote with pricing that's tailored.
So he's going to gatekeep distribution instead of just, hey, you want to sell, I don't know, the Satanic Bible. Cool, man. Give me money. I'll ship whatever the fuck books you want to send. He's
Right.
going to gatekeep his distribution. So it's like, what is the sell?
I feel like in a way that might specifically be for like, if Ethan Van Sciver wants some of this, he's not going to get it. Like, I feel like that's what that is, but I could be wrong.
It is.
You know.
Oh my God, he's starting a distribution that is isolationist. What? This is the problem with the mainstream. It's like, oh, I want to work at the Anarch Press, and then, oh, look, Mark Waid comes in and interferes and makes me lose my deal. You're just the other side now. But then you have the sausage scissors, so it doesn't even make sense why you're like not cutting corners, but like icing out potential people. Like, I don't see the sell because like you're going to it's like The Office. Michael Scott feels disrespected. Disrespect. And so he's like, after all these years, you're not gonna give me a raise after all the loyalty I've had at this company. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna start my own paper company. And he gets like a small office downstairs in the same building complex and makes the Michael Scott Paper Company. And he actually is in the red and starts to try to ask for all of his backers for more money than they pay because he was undercutting Dunder Mifflin, but he actually is at a loss. And it's all a big ruse, and he gets back in the job how he wants and ices some people out that were fuckers. But yeah, I don't see what the fuck what is this? This doesn't make any sense. You're just copying Critical Blast, who also does all this without a fucking warehouse, and all he does it himself mostly. I think George helps him. It's like pretty much a one-man operation, and I think people have gotten stuff overseas thanks to him. So I don't.
Look to you and your needs. Each client will be different.
Actually, it's kind of shitty of Drunk 3PO because he fulfilled through Critical Blast, and now he's going to fulfill through Rippa, and he's going to publish it through Rippa.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
so I got
shitty.
phlegm in my throat. Hold on.
No, you're fine.
Which is why we'll work with select people or companies. There are two different primary types of clients that Ripperson is going to be perfect for. Number one, you're a great creative. Perhaps you built a decent following, but the business and fulfillment side is difficult to understand, or it bores you and you don't want to deal with it. You just want to create. Ripasend can take care of that entire project. We'll give you your own unique URL on our site, and you can even have the campaign format where your customers can purchase. We'll keep you up to date with detailed reports and all, and the clients that want us to take care of everything will get access to our internal team, which can assist you with other things, such as pricing your items and ensuring that you get the largest return. You're also going to be able to utilize our vendor.
Deal with the devil. He even has a white person shaking a black hand. Like, it's just, man, the layering that you can piece out from this is amazing. Oh my God. Let me check in on y'all here in the chat. Where are we? Business. Holy shit, he said business. All those unsold comics, says TJ Laser. BTM saying over promising. He's trying to do the very thing he was told he should have, but doubled down when he said no last time. Xbox Gamer 3389, what's up? Says, why does Eric think milling a comic is rocket science? Just because Eric couldn't figure out the tape gun. Oh my God. If you don't know, tape gun's a funny joke. Me and Hoff really loves a joke. Again, I have dark humor. So the last job I was at, there's like these press mechanisms, and it used to work automatic. So you push the button, it goes all the way out, pushing this piece of equipment, and then it just retracts once you let go. And this guy that worked there for at least 6 months at that spot operating that, he dropped his tape gun and got crushed to death. And I wasn't there. It happened like an hour or two before my shift. So I came to work and it's like, yeah, we're not working today. It's like, what? What are you talking about? It's like, oh, the guy got killed. And like, he got crushed. I'm like, who? I'm like, where? And so I knew who the guy was. And I'm like, well, he works in like this area. So like, he wouldn't have gotten a big thing dropped on him. He wouldn't have got hit by a forklift. Like, what the? How would you get crushed at that spot? And it's like, oh, it's in the machine. I'm like, what? How? And it's like, and then I find out like the next day or a week later from like the production manager's like, yeah, he dropped his tape gun and then he like straddled the bars that hold the press and hold the piece of equipment. And it's like he literally had to wait 5 seconds and then just stop the machine and go behind it. It was like literally the most like retarded lapse of judgment. You know, it's like, oh, no, don't worry, I got it. And it's like he didn't get it.
So you wonder if there is an afterlife and he can look back at how he died. It's like, oh, fuck.
And so because of this, I always have what I call Angus radio in my head, or I just think of usually AC/DC, sometimes Kiss. And so, I mean, this other guy on the other shift, we would make songs, parodies off of based on this guy. And one of them that came up was Kiss's Love Gun. I sing it as Tape Gun. And so the Tape Gun just is like such a meme for me. And we made so many songs out of it. You know, like one time I took Welcome to the Jungle. And I was like, you know where you are? You in the pusher, baby. You gonna die. Or like Johnny Cash. That's like the first song that's always in my head. Folsom Prison, but I would call it The Company instead of Folsom Prison. And I was like, he's got this song, Don't Take Your Guns to Town, Son. And I just would retool it for Tape Gun. It's just stupid shit, but it really helped the time pass. It was a fun time working with that guy because he talked music and shit. It's just, yeah, Tape Gun is such a meme for me. Thank you so much, Xbox, for rekindling that joke. One time I was at the comic store. This guy was like just in the zone. He was whistling Detroit Rock City by Kiss. And I'm like, hell yeah, Detroit. He's like, oh man, sorry. Like, no. And I explained like the whole dead guy thing at work and how like we have memed that song. It's like, you got to lose your life at company, rock steady. Like, oh yeah, I got a dark sense of humor. It's because I was in the army as a medic. So it's like, you already have like inbuilt jokes of like, well, thankfully I can never have a dead patient because I'm not legally allowed to declare you dead. So everyone on paper is alive when I hand them off to the next agency of care with a literally dead patient. Select clients. Yellow Flash and Drunk 3PO. Rules for thee, not for me, bud. Razor Fist and Melanie. Is Melanie Mac doing a fucking comic? Jesus
I haven't
Christ.
heard of that, but I mean, I guess I wouldn't be
I would
surprised.
love that.
Everybody's doing a comic now. Everybody's doing
It'd
a
be
comic.
great if it's actually way better than I saw him. It's like, fuck, should be like a DC or Marvel comic. This is really good. This fucking retard outdid Eric. And then everyone forgets a white woman jumps Eric. That's hilarious. Wouldn't it be funny if Drunk 3PO gave Eric July this idea? Yeah, what? Apparently he gave the charity fraud idea to Eric. Hell on Heels knows Bag and Board with Gemini Miller and a trip to USPS as all it takes. Exactly. I have an eBay store. It is not hard to fulfill a Rodimus tweeted at Matt that I was here before you. CG Slums are a joke. I can't attest to that. I don't know. But I think we're all kind of in the mix together. Oh man. Stunning Introduced sent me a DM. I guess I'll share this. I don't mean that as like, oh, I guess I'll share it. He said, this is non-porn art you can share. So here we go. This is stuff he gets commissioned. So there you go. That is, I'm assuming, a cute little bunny or cat girl. I don't know. But yeah, everything else on his Twitter is pornographic. So view at your own discretion at Azatroth. I shared the link on the chat earlier. But thank you, for sharing that so I could actually show something of yours. I crushed myself today just to save myself some time. I don't know what song you're trying to parody, so I can't give you a cadence.
I thought he was referencing your coworker.
No, I know, but I don't know what cadence would be.
Yeah.
His FedEx probably gave him the idea. Bunny. Okay, so it was a bunny. Awesome. Perfect. Let's continue with the old Ripster.
Vendors and suppliers. So if you need help getting a book printed or you want to get a shirt, we can take care of that for you. You're going to be able to take advantage of some Rippaverse pricing, which is going to be far cheaper than if you did it yourself, especially with shipping. And of course, once your items are ready, we'll receive them at one of our warehouse locations. Wait. Especially with shipping. And of course, once your items are ready, we'll receive.
Look, he's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's at least 6 boxes of unsold ISOM. Well, again, I pointed out in the picture, it's like all these have the same lettering, so you assume that should be all the same product.
I know this is all stock footage from not his.
No,
warehouse.
this is from their warehouse. This is definitely from them because they had.
Well, I guess that's why I'm confused why they have stock footage at all, because they have people that they can film literally. So why would they?
The charity fraud. The alleged charity fraud, the CB4K. I'm not even saying that they are, but their involvement, how they sold it. He sold it for $17.50. Is actually like $13 by his own words. So fraud. Even if it's legal, it's scummy. And after Dick said something, they got a check of money. So it looks fraudy. Some of the photo shoot they have in his warehouse. They brought the guy to Texas. I don't know if he's in Texas or not, but they brought him to his warehouse and took photos. And there's like a fucking pallet stacked high of fucking posters of ISOM with that stupid perspective looking down at him from a weird angle. And then they got all these boxes with the same fucking identifier of B90 or B9B, whatever that is. All the same. That has to be all these fucking ISOM covers. So he's probably counting, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4 times however many fit in a box.
Yeah.
Receive them at one of our warehouse locations, store, prepackaged, and then ship to our customers.
Oh, you got Miss Rippa.
And then
what is she watching? Is she watching SpongeBob?
Ship to.
I don't think that's a cartoon. I can't tell.
to our customers, and that means we'll be handling the customer service aspect of it for you too. The other main type of client would be someone that just wants to use Ripasend to host their store and fulfill their items. We can do that too. Of course, there will be those hybrid clients, as everybody needs something different, and that's the point. Our main requirement is that we'll only pick up projects where the company or individual creative has their stuff together. They need to be well beyond the proof of concept phase. Being a part of the Ripasend network is going to benefit a lot of clients, all of the clients actually, because at minimum, the purchaser is going to understand that they are going to get the products that they paid for, and it will be within a reasonable time frame. This is why Ripasend won't be for everybody.
Reasonably at a certain time, possibly 2 weeks early, somewhere near Florida. Guaranteed.
We want the independent and alternative scenes to thrive. So we're not here to hold our clients hostage.
There will be no disrespecto allowed within the warehouse.
No.
Disrespecto will not
Be tolerated.
Well, it's like, all right, good disrespect's whole thing is disrespect. So how do I flip that? On the fly.
Who won't be tolerated?
This is why, even though in the literal sense we'd be publishing other people's work, I don't think calling.
Oh my God, he says publishing in the video. Fucking Renowned Zero, you retard.
But then it wouldn't be called publishing for some reason.
Yeah, some one of these ripitards. Someone commented on my post to Drunk 3PO's publishing thing on Ripiverse Twitter. Someone was like, "Oh, look, a black girl woke," and they're being probably disingenuous on purpose. But someone was like, "Where's your proof?" And I'm like, "The fucking cover. What are you this fucking stupid and entrenched to like go against detractors that you can't actually see like something from that person that they have put on the internet and be like, where's your proof, bud?" And it's like, I don't know how am I supposed to talk to you? This is an entirely different breed, man. Like, it's one thing, like Jehovah's Witness, they're very infamous for their predictions, their prophetic predictions. They've essentially mind calendared repeatedly. It was like, at the end time, it's going to be this date. And then it doesn't happen. It's like, well, we got a new reading. We misinterpreted that, we got a new light, understanding of what it is. It's like, okay, I mean, yeah, you're a cult, but like, you got plausible deniability, Yoda misinterpreted may have been
misread, yes.
But just black and white facts and pictures, and they're like, oh, no. See, like, no, how do you know that? This is what SJWs do. They move the goalpost. Like Ripiverse goalpost. I like Rip a pause right here. His mouth looks like a butthole.
Ooh, he's all big in the beginning and all tight right here.
Ripasend, a publisher, is entirely accurate. We want to teach you the ropes.
Oh, woke. See, look, this is the you see all these conservative posts, which I kind of agree with. The mental manipulation of advertising. Look, you got a mixed couple here. You got a black guy subjugating and genetically conquering a white woman. This is wokeness. This is wokeness 101.
Or it's she's dominating and he's the gay best friend.
Still woke. You actually made a woker.
But it's moving differently, so it's okay.
And help you grow. And maybe at some point in the future, you'll no longer even need Ripasend. That's okay. Let your
Oh man, he's already like prefaced like, hey, maybe I'll go out of business. Whatever. It's all good either way. It's like, what? How is that a sell for your fulfillment publishing service? Of like, hey, maybe one day you won't need us. It's like, what? No, like you should be making something where it's like, you're always going to need me. You complete me. What an idiot. It should be like, we are going to be the front runner. We are going to be the real game in town. Forget about Diamond. Forget about Penguin Publishing that Marvel uses, Random House, whatever. These new players that have taken on comics. We are the game in town. We are kicking everyone out. We are here forever. That should be like your sentiment with being like, you're an uphill battle. There's already these fulfillment companies. We don't need you. Critical Blast in this sphere is already here. This again, I say like he's watering down the marketplace. Someone's like, free market. And I was like, yeah, he's watering it down.
Wings fly. But we're here to help, and we want to grow a reliable network of creatives and projects.
Woke. Look at this. They used woke. You got arguably Arabic or Latino, another Latina or Arabic woman, a black woman. It's like the premier wokeness. You got this feminine soy boy. He might be gay, possibly non-binary. And you got the independent white woman, of course, leads the team. Only one that knows how to use a computer. What the Arabic guy's trying to learn. He's writing it down. It's paper and pencil because he's a minority. He's underprivileged. Does not understand the internet. White woman needs to teach him. This is wokeness 101. Ripper versus woke.
Customers don't feel like they're playing the lottery if they support a campaign. Let us take the more complicated things off of your hands so you have the time to go be great. So if you're an independent,
you know what he should have done? I mean, he's already entrenched in this warehouse. So I guess this is a logical play, even though he's went against it this entire time until all of a sudden he doesn't because he needs money. Honestly, he should be trying to make Rippaverse like a art house where it's like, hey, we own the contracts for this pool of artists. You need a colorist, you need an inker, you need a artist, a layout, whatever. That should be the sell. That would be diversifying. And it's like, we're unwoke art house. We aren't going to say no because of your politics. Like you got to think of Original Comics Gate, your boy Zach, EVS. That is the entire sentiment of this sphere that has maintained itself. And then you wrap it in with like Phantom Menace, Friday Night Tights coverage. This is the overarching sentiment. Why we're all here is like, fuck wokeness, fuck corporate ladders you have to climb. Those are like the two prongs of our sphere of independence. Outside of that, it's all just kind of individual. What are your specific ethics you want to run with? Man, what a missell.
And creative, and Rippersend is something that interests you. Head over to rippersend.com for more detailed information. We already have a handful of clients, and we're looking to add more to the
already have clients. It's very strange that you're saying I'm not publishing anyone's shit, and now all of a sudden we got a lot of clients already. Ooh, okay. Now let's catch up with the chat. You wonderful people. Let's see. Select clients. Fuck, you spoke his name. George is going to show up in shill. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. I should have shared the link. Everyone's probably asleep, but who knows? I'm an idiot. I should have shared it to the Katie chat. There you go. All right, let me find some stuff. There's a funny clip of Riley. Someone made a teaser for, I don't know if it's supposed to be fighting or what.
I'm gonna vaporize.
Bunny,
Motherfucker.
Don't mess with the Bunny Battalion.
I'm not reading your super chats.
All right, you're gonna get shaved. Bunny money.
I'm gonna vaporize.
That's awesome, right? Fucking that's Suit Yourself. Let me show the link so I can follow them. Wouldn't it be funny if Drunk 3 people gave Eric this idea? That's how I read that. Eric's Warehouse. Brandon. Yeah, that was Brandon. Okay, now I got the cadence from Stoney. So I crushed myself today just to save myself some time. I love Johnny Cash. I feel like he's probably the best one-for-one like cadence that I can convey. Damn it, we're talking about Eric. I totally forgot this clip that I made for Eric's segment.
Next important lesson in business.
Comic business, people. All using the laptop to post on Twitter. Marvel, hey, we'd love to be 100 years old, but if you stop reading, it's okay. From Eric, July, the business school. Great impression of Johnny. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've never actually really asked, hey, am I doing it good or not? I just do it. I like him. But he's from Arkansas. I'm from Oklahoma, so there might be kind of like a certain draw that I have implicit in my being that is spiritually connected to Johnny Cash. He's a Depression era child, and wasn't born in Oklahoma, but I grew up there most of my life till the Army. So, like Grapes of Wrath, reading that book, it's very foundational. That is, implicit spirit of Oklahoma. It's the Depression and Grapes of Wrath. And I was so sickened to find out Steinbeck was from California. It's like, what the fuck? How are you going? It's like a white person writing about like, this is what's going on in the Black community. This is the suffering. It's like, what do you know? Let me see some more good stuff I found. Oh, y'all might love this. This is like totally unrelated to Comics Rip or anything. This is just funny because I had no context, and we're gonna go through it and discuss this. This is hilarious. Here we go. Get your thoughts on this, people. It says, my husband hasn't touched me in half a year. I found it in my car. All right. So what that was, someone gives a spoiler. It says, disclaimer, she has been cheating on her husband. He has been using a GPS tracker to know where she has been. And so this idiot, if this is all meant to be taken as true, she bought a tracker detector to find out possibly the guys, the way this is being conveyed is, can you believe the betrayal of my husband tracking me and finding out where I've been cheating on him with? Women. A lot of people were confused, and then luckily someone's figured it out. She's been cheating, placed it, and pretended to find it. Yeah, it's like, what? The device that gets pulled out is a tracking device. The handheld detector is designed to pick up nearby transmitting signals. It gives a signal strength on the LEDs so that you can sleep in an area to find where it is. Wife, when she confronts him and he shows her the route she took to her side dude's place. I think that's Columbo, a detective. Busted. That is hilarious. Oh, damn it. Yeah, there's a bunch I wanted to share with Matt. This is hilarious. I am Jack's complete lack of surprise. So this is an article by Rachel Leishman, probably a Jew. Says, how are all these neckbeards and Republicans fans of the X-Men? They're literally not for you. This is also Rachel Leishman. Like mother, like son. Uh-oh. Wow. No, let me get rid of that one so I don't actually get confused. Oh, this is going viral, and I wish some of y'all could explain this to me because I don't get it. I would love if someone could clarify, like, why is this worth being viral? Present.
No, I want a small sweet tea, ma'am.
You should really try the mango passion fruit seasonal beverage. It's half sweet tea, half lemonade.
Are you out for Ben?
Office.
I assume it's literally just the way that they talk, I guess.
Well, the tongue and the face, like, I mean, it's, I don't know, it's something weird where I'm like, okay, it's kind of cool, but it's also weird. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? Is there anything, I'm looking for stuff. Is there anything you want to talk about, Ricky? Anything that's caught your eye? Anything of interest?
Not really. No.
Well, fuck me then. Oh, speaking of reptiles, no, never mind.
You're like, never mind. Fuck
well,
that.
it's like, it was interesting,
No.
but then like now I'm like, I don't know if it's worth sharing though. Never mind.
It's not that interesting.
It's like a bunch of turtle butts under the ground, and someone's like dug out a hole, and they're all like in line like bricks. And I'm like, I think those are turtle butts. Or like moles, maybe, but I'm like, why are they all in like a sequence? Like, what is going on? It's like a brumination, something like that. It's turtle hibernation. They all like I just wouldn't expect them to be like in like that's. They're all like sizable, like about this big. So I wouldn't expect them to like all be clustered in like a hive. And it was just very weird to see someone uncovering hibernating turtles and seeing like all their butts in sequence like bricks being laid. Yeah, I don't get what that was about, so get rid of that. Let me see, what is this? This is just a funny little dumb something. Share screen. So it says, when the patient across from you is on some really good pain meds.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin
Man. We just watched that recently.
That is great. That is great. The fact that someone is like so good and into it and probably drugged up for surgery or after surgery and coming out of it. That is great. Yeah. Again, I keep unsharing and sharing because I just never know if I accidentally set myself porn or something close enough to it to get like a no on Twitter, on YouTube. So that's why I'm being safe. That's good. Oh, Ricky might like this. Do you like gummy bears, Ricky?
No.
I just feel like that'd be such a simple, like, you like what,
I mean, when I was a kid, I had gummy bears, sure, but like I wouldn't say that I like them. There was a gummy bear TV show that I remember they drink their gummy berry juice and they hop around. I remember that.
Huh. Wait, it says making a giant mayonnaise gummy bear. He ate it! No!
Not needed ever.
Oh my god! Like, I like mayonnaise on a burger or a sandwich, but fuck the idea of just eating a giant gelatinous glob of mayonnaise. Like, is that even?
Why would you do such a thing?
What is the shelf life of that? Mayonnaise is like milk and eggs, or at least eggs, if not milk too. So, like, what is the? It's not like milk chocolate where it's got preservatives and stuff. Like, Ugh, that's so nauseating. I mean, it looks cool. White, I would think it'd be like, oh, a white chocolate or like vanilla gummy bear. Like, I like milk kind of flavors. So, I'm not like fruit or like Jello. Don't really. I'll settle, I guess. Like I'll eat like Dots or Swedish Fish, maybe Twizzlers, but it's about it. I'm not big into like fruit or clear candy. That's just nauseating to look at, but interesting as well. Wait, what was this? Why did I share this to myself?
I can't read your mind.
I don't know
I don't know.
I think it's just because it's like cat AI art, so it's interesting. Oh, this is okay. This is interesting. I think Ricky might like to dig into this. Let me pull it up. Present. Here we go. So it's New York Post, sex and relationships. I'm allergic to semen. Here's how it made my sex life a huge struggle. She'd rather they not come. Sexual intimacy plays an important role in a relationship.
Do not come.
Whether it's romantic, spontaneous, or a little risky. But for one woman, engaging in any ejaculate-inducing acts can lead to a burning sensation that takes the mood from hot to cold right quick. Allison Tennyson, 34, confessed she's allergic to semen and condoms, making sex an excruciating and uncomfortable experience. It's a struggle. It's hard to be intimate because it's not comfortable, and I can't even use condoms.
It's like a struggle.
When Tennyson was 24, she was diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which affects the connective tissues, according to the Mayo Clinic. I've cried about it quite a bit, to be honest. It makes me upset, as I didn't even know that it was a thing that could happen because I never heard about it before. She discovered her semen allergy after being tested for 160 allergies, with a few results coming back positive, such as nickel and penicillin. Yeah, I think I'm allergic to nickel because like most like metal watches, I get like kind of like an eczema on my wrist. So
you sure it's not penicillin?
A semen allergy, also known as seminal plasma hypersensitivity, is a rare allergic reaction to proteins found in the male spermatic fluid. When Tennyson's skin is in contact with spermatozoon, it causes a burning sensation on her epidermis. Despite having allergies, Tennyson enjoys the concept of sex, but not the reaction that comes. I always want to have sex, so we do it, but only in the early stages. Not experiencing the semen is just not the same and so limiting. She would be an awful porn star. Tennyson desires to increase sexual intimacy with her partner, but the pain she endures turns the sensual moment into concern. It hurts. My partner doesn't want it, Tennyson shared. It's not appealing to be hurting your partner during sex. Many people would assume using a condom would resolve the interaction, but Minneapolis, Minnesota native is also allergic to the materials in the condoms. Well, it's like, are you using latex? Because you could probably, get away with using like the like lamb condoms or whatever. I know they make some sort of like organic condoms. We're not going to be enough because of the allergies. I don't want to burn, and he doesn't want to make me cry, so it's really hard. God, this is so late.
I don't even know if they're trying to do these puns on purpose or not.
The couple has considered what their future will look like if they decide to start a family, but they question if her condition makes it impossible. We've considered it. We just don't know yet. I've always wanted one, but then it'd be fine to not have a baby. We're going back and forth. Tennyson hasn't wrapped her head around the process of what it would take for a seed to be successfully planted in her without adverse side effects. I don't know how I can even have a baby. I don't even know how that would work. My body would just reject the semen completely, she questions. In addition, Tennyson also suffers from a blood clotting disorder, which can be hazardous during pregnancy.
God, she just sounds like a real fucking keeper, doesn't she?
The pair remain hopeful to find a way to conceive, even with her conditions. If having babies wasn't an option, it would be really heartbreaking. At least if I had the choice, it would make me feel better. I'm 34 now, so I'm a little older, but I still have time.
Well, not
you're
much
getting to what they
different.
call geriatric pregnancies. So, yeah, you don't have your first kid that late.
I was almost trapped once by a chick who, for some reason, at a young age, was not going to be able to have babies anymore after some type of surgery. I don't remember what it was, but tried to trap me into getting her pregnant. But I was like, I don't feel like having sex. And afterwards, she told me that she was trying to have me get her pregnant. And I was like, oh, Jesus, dodged a bullet there. So, little rookie history. For those not initiated.
Oh, fuck. This is what I was trying to find earlier. This is hilarious. This is black people picking cotton. Y'all might like this. Let's get what Rookie thinks about this.
Out of what 37-year-old Julius Tillery is trying to take the bad word out of what it means for black people to pick cotton in America.
Oh, they needed a record scratch for black people to pick cotton.
For some reason, I was expecting Clippa to show up. Have Riley show up in this for some reason. I don't know.
That'd be hilarious if Rippa was like, "Oh, Rippa picks."
This is where old Uncle Isom was from.
I should make that, and people instantly be like, "Racist!" It's just like, I'm black. I just let them run, and be like, I'm black. Fuck you.
Yes. Not many of us. We're basically extinct. There's less than 100 black cotton farmers in the whole country.
He'll tell you that he's a cotton
Without that context, it's like we basically extinct.
I love this.
He'll tell you that he's a cotton picker who owns hundreds of acres in North Carolina, has an economics degree, and is teaching black farmers across the South how to survive in a global economy.
If I don't create a new history for us, it will always be a bad history. So I think it's really important that the work I do to help foster a better ideal around cotton is important.
Oh, wait, so are there white people that pick cotton?
I assume, or they probably
because
have...
he said like there's like a less than 100. I'm like, I still think it's probably a big industry. Like I assume there's a lot of whiteys that do it.
There's not enough black people picking cotton. That's what this guy is saying.
Because it's like, isn't that what you want? Or you want them to? Okay.
Well, it's funny
you
because
want.
Chappelle in his last stand-up he did on SNL, he talks about this like freed slave that like started a farm. It's like, guess what this nigga did? He got slaves.
He needs the extra work.
It's like, that is the point. That's the point of like, it's just the pragmatic reality of the time period of like, well, blacks are the slaves, so this is a cheaper labor.
I can't afford to buy all these workers. Well, what do we have instead? You can get free workers. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, they cost. It's just cost effective compared to.
Well, you know what I mean. You don't have to pay them. You know what I mean. Like
you just have to pay a couple guys to watch your workers to make sure they never stop working.
Business he calls Black Cotton, where he sells jewelry, home accessories, and has partnered with the people who make Vans shoes to create streetwear.
Our catchphrase is "Cotton is our culture. Let's grow together." We want to bring people into this and have everyone have
that's
a
the
feeling around
catchphrase.
it that's positive. You're
introducing the newest Rippaverse hero, Cotton Picker.
I'm going to say Cotton Man.
Well, that'd be easy. You got to make it a little more.
Well, like horse
inventive.
Man. So the Cotton Man. It's right on cue so far without the name.
Karen got a kick out of that. Oh man. Let me see. Let's see what else we got here. Enough black people. Fuck, wrong button. Get out of here. Let's see what else I found. Come on. Oh, this was funny. Share screen. Says it got hot, so driving home nude. My boy is not impressed.
Not quite enthused about this decision.
It's like Anchorman. It's like, it's so hot. Milk was a bad choice. Which is funny because it's like, I know people are like, oh my God, you're drinking milk in this day? We're at work. And I'm like, what? Milk is delicious. What? I've never had a problem with milk.
I would think that makes sense if you had soda, because that sort of dries it doesn't really help you quench your thirst as far as, especially if you're needing moisture and stuff.
It's got electrolytes, Ricky. No, I don't know if milk actually has electrolytes. Besides maybe.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Nancy.
Nancy. That's my mom's name.
My dad named me after my great aunt who was a slave.
These like lesbians talking or what's
right here.
Horrible dating.
Sorry.
She's so just like, oh, fuck me. These people. Someone's like, nice to meet you. Slavery. I'm trying to figure out in these comments what the show is. That XL though, the site was beautiful. That's the site of someone who just asked, how's it going? And the other person answered with anything besides good. Edit. Some of you are really annoyed that phrases using greetings aren't invitations to unload your personal baggage. Yeah, I hate this new thing when there's like trending fucking tweets. Some people try to like
put other videos. I mentioned that to you before, and I think you're like, whatever. And I was like, no, it's annoying, right? Like, what do you?
Oh, it's like, I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, wait, why am I seeing this?
You have the main tweet, and then you look under it to see what people say, but then there's like a whole bunch of other videos, and it's like, I mean, in a way, yeah, you could find something, but that's not what you're here for. You're like, at least have them be pushed down a little bit further, a little bit.
Why isn't anyone saying what the fuck this show is? Come on. I really wish I knew what this show was. I'm not seeing any posts. It's like, oh, well, it's this, or any answers. People like, what? Damn it! All right, let me see. That's just a classic clip, though. Oh, this is funny. This is like this Thundercats person I found. They liked my like Thundercat comic tweet, so I've been digging into them a little bit, and this one got me. It's so good. The narrative he makes with this picture. So it's Lion-O from Thundercats drinking coffee, listening to music. And it says, so this is what it's come to: a fucking call center and fucking decaf. And no doubt more prank calls from that twat Snarf. This is Anxious Lion-O. Anxious and angry lion man in therapy. Victim of Snarf. Parody, not Warner Bros. Please don't sue. I couldn't cope. At the Thundercats layer, L1ONO, Lion-O. You can buy him a coffee. Somehow he's got 30,000 followers, but of course he's following 30,000 people. So that is the grip. well, you all just fuck off and let me have a shit in peace. Everything is Thundercats with this guy. It's just funny. It's cool. It's like, okay, I like this. This is his little typecast, and this is where he's having fun. Can't believe that Panthro still thinks he's the father of Chitara's ginger baby. Obviously, it's James Hewitt's. I don't know who James Hewitt is.
Neither do
I warned Snarf not to go to Mumral's scat party, but as usual, he didn't fucking listen. Okay, let's check in. I don't know if EVS still has. Check in what's going on over there. The old trash cast. Let's EFAP the EFAP. Let me see how long he's been going.
Been a couple hours. I think he started before we went live.
What's that?
I think he started before we went live, so he's been going.
Yeah,
he's 4 or 5 hours.
Let me share the screen. We'll kind of scroll around and see what looks interesting. He's talking about Cyberfrog and Eric. That's what I heard a little bit.
Rated rate.
Let me. So that's Patrick Tomlinson. I'm not interested in that guy. So I guess he went to court or something. I don't know. I don't care. So I guess Patrick Tomlinson keeps suing or getting sued.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see. All right, so he's having this long Tomlinson thing. Documentary, I guess.
I think you started watching some of that the other day.
Eric Debunk. Yeah, I wanted to look over this. I haven't watched it. Comicsgate. Okay, so I wanted to EFEP this. This is Eric Debunk.
Recordings.
He's the gay beard guy.
Just got better.
Here we go.
Watch this clip from Twitter. Here we go.
When I talk about Comicsgate and how I am such not a fan, it's not about their politics. Everybody thinks it's because, I'm woke or this. It's not. It's because of their marketing. You don't hear a peep from them until they got a book on Indiegogo, and then they're stirring the pot, saying terrible things about people. There's people in their club that I don't think are good people and are not good actors. And I don't think that that's the people you'd want to have as customers or associate with them. And when, listen, you lay down with dogs, you wake up with fleas, that's that kind of thing. You lay down with pigs, you end up coming up 30, it's the...
Does that apply to people that buy your books?
So are you triggered by this, Ricky?
No.
I'm not mocking you. I'm just like...
Well, it's one of those things that you know, where it's like, what does it matter who buys your book?
Well, yeah, I agree. Like, my whole thing is like, I'm half black, so there's certain things, even if I don't want to be like a racial collectivist, where it's like, okay, probably not going to go this way. But I think most black people would fall into this, PR thing of like, oh, we own Clorox, and guess who the biggest customers are? The Ku Klux Klan washing their sheets. Everyone would like try to disavow their customers, and I'd be like, I would just say nothing and be like, cool, like I'll put my money wherever I want to. I'm giving them a service. I don't care. Klan, Nazis, fucking Muslim extremists, Antifa, whoever wants to wash their whites and have them the cleanest, and I own Clorox, go right ahead. I will fund whatever, if I want to fund Gaza or Israel, like whatever. Ukraine, Russia, Comicsgate, woke shit.
Yeah, I mean that's what's
my
kind of funny
prerogative.
that's like kind of funny with left people, because they usually, they say don't buy my stuff, but I mean that's usually half their customers anyway, right? Like,
yeah, it's that Kelly to the con. If you like my comics, don't buy my book, and it's like,
it's like a lot of people probably
it's a mixed bag.
I mean, that's about it. I mean, I'd say like other like actors and stuff in general, like that. They do stupid shit, but like, their stuff's usually kind of good and what people buy. So
Chris Evans is a woke retard, but he's Captain America, so I'm gonna go see his movie. I don't care what he says about any politics because he's
owning you by saying the stuff and you give him money. Well, I guess I don't know who's really losing here though, because I like the product that he delivered, so I don't know.
Well, you're woke,
but now you're funding his stuff where he might be anti whatever. Well, it's like that's one of the things where I'm like, I don't know, like I don't worry about all that. Like, I'm sure that I probably should for some things, but I don't know if I should care. It's just like, there's too many other things to think about. Like, why, I don't know, fixating on what other people, I don't know, when he says like, you sleep with dogs, you're gonna get fleas. Like, if you buy it, is he talking about buying a comic or about making a comic? Like, I don't know what I assume because he's or selling somebody who makes something. He's a comic shop owner, right? So is he talking about having it on the shelf? That's what he means.
I don't know, but
I don't get what he means when he says that exactly, because there's so many different avenues in our sphere: the customer, the creator, the seller, whatever. I don't know what he's referring to, unless he's just referring to EVS. But I don't know what he means by that. Let's keep on playing the video, I guess. see.
There's
some comments about who you hang out with and what's that say about you. Even if you're profiting on them, this happens during wartime. There's profiteers who make money on wartime, selling weapons to both sides and stuff like that. And we talk terrible about those people.
We do. Like
if you
who?
want to book.
Well, I'm actually curious now because I never heard anybody talk shit about people who sold profited on both sides of war.
Well, you've seen it come up like there's been arguments that some of the weapons Palestinians are using are actually from Ukraine that we or other allies have given them, and that they've been selling the shit that was for their war. It's like, oh, you're in time of war. It's literally on like in your borders and you're losing ground. And then we're arguably finding that you've sold these things to another war. And so it's like only reinforcing my perspective that Ukraine's a big fucking money pot to launder money back into whatever pockets and the people in power in Ukraine.
Okay, that's a good example.
It's like Star Wars. Star Wars tried to have like a.
Well, I know they tried to, but I know, but like I was trying to see like.
It's like I don't really see the problem if you're Switzerland and you make Swiss Army knives.
That's more what I was getting at. Like if there's a war coming, like that's what I guess what I was coming.
My business is weaponry, so who wants to buy it?
The perspective of these two countries that are unaffiliated with me are at war. I have weapons. They both want to buy them from me. Okay. Like I don't know.
Well, for me, the problem is not actually war profiteering of like selling both sides. My problem is, fuck. What was my example? It'll come to me. Let me think about it for a second.
I feel like what you just said, like with Ukraine and stuff, is a good example of the very bad kind of war.
No, it's okay. It's not a problem if like gun company sells to both sides because both sides are buying their thing.
Yeah,
it's more a problem if like the manipulation and
the lies. That's bad. I would agree with that.
It's like, well, my business is weaponry, so I sell to who needs weapons. I don't pick sides.
Like if we were Stark Industries and that's what we do, I mean, what do you expect?
Well, I mean, there's law in the sense of like, all right, if you're selling to a direct enemy fighting us, that.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, okay.
You are in our borders. We protect you.
Maybe
you're selling to the enemy attacking us.
Maybe I'm saying too much without actually hearing the whole thing here.
Well, it's like Osama bin Laden is a power or was a power thanks to America to undercut Russia and their expansion in Afghanistan. And then all of a sudden he's our problem. And it's like, but we made him. And so arguably we manufactured it. The people in power manufactured this to maintain. That's what I was going to get at is like forever wars. Israel is I think purposely organized as it was to be a forever war state that we always have. It's like 1984. 1984 is a great like fictional example of like there is a war at least there's a war disseminated to the public that's going on. There's 3 mega continent factions. There's like I don't know, Eurasia or something like Europa or something, and there's like a third party. And the propaganda is that we have some war in like the equator somewhere, and it's like if we just got to keep fighting, we got to get this little patch of land, and then we'll be the victors and we'll take over. We'll be in control. And so it's always 2 against 1. It's either the country that our characters are in, allied with one of the other 2 continents fighting the one guy, or it's them 2 ganging up on them. It's always some mix of that. And you have to wonder if it's even real, if it's not just propaganda to gin up the fervor of the citizens to support the tyrannical state they're in and distract them. They can't think about their own plight. So we got to fight the enemy, So it's a big gay up. It's a distraction. It's like Palpatine. Palpatine generated this whole civil war in the galaxy to further, like either way, if the droids win, he's partying. If the clones win, he's partying. Either way, he's getting footholds in each planet that is in conflict.
Yeah.
So it's important to get everyone on either side. So whichever party wins, he's actually controlling both. It's all like that's the problem. It's not the company selling their product that they make that is of use in a war. It is the nefarious double dealings behind the scenes.
Yeah.
politics in it, then make a book that doesn't have any politics in it and shut up. If Cyber Frog was a great book, it would have never stopped printing on Image. It would have lasted as long as Spawn did.
I'm just getting started.
Ads.
Everybody's like, "Oh, this book is transcendent." The new book from Indiegogo, Cyberfrog. It's a transcendent book. It's not. Is he a competent artist? Yes. Yeah, he's a competent artist. Competent telling storytelling too with his art. Great. Make a book. Shut up. Now let's get away from the drama part of it, because that comes and goes. I can get canceled for hating on Comicsgate. Who knows? Those guys are vicious. They come after you, but I'm well able for them. I'm not big enough to care.
All right, let's talk about this video. I found this clip on Twitter. Someone shared it with me and said, "Hey, what do you think of this?" So let me tell you what I know about this clip, and then I'll give my thoughts and opinions on all of this. So as far as I know, this is a local comic book shop owner who was talking about Comicsgate specifically, mentioned Cyberfrog. He talks about the politics, the business practices, the guilt by association, all of these things that go along with the Comicsgate community. I have my own opinions about it, but as far as I can tell with this clip specifically, that there's no longer version that I can find anywhere in the comments under it. But the person that made the clip or uploaded the clip said that it was just basically cutting out the pauses and the ums and things like that to get the full context there. So I'm going to assume, going with that this is the full clip. This is everything the guy said, and that he has a comic book shop owner. Okay, so we're going to run with that so I can get my thoughts and opinions on this. So we talk about, there's a few things said in this video, like by guilt by association and people who are doing it for profiteering reasons, like they're playing both sides and all of this. And there is some truth to that. There are people who are in it to make money, and they don't care about any of the issues on either side of the argument. They don't care about things being woke. They don't care about things being anti-woke. They're doing the centrist thing where they're seeing an opportunity to make money, and they're going to make money. And a lot of that has to do with not just people who are hanging out in the podcast or people who contribute to this kind of stuff. It has to do with the people who are printing the books that might say, "I don't care who you are. I'll print whatever book you want me to print," et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you can feel however you want to feel about that. For me, it's a case-by-case basis. It really depends on just how involved the person is with those communities and what the effects are of their involvement. And I have to take all that into account, because I don't believe that there's a catch-all like answer for like the idea of guilt by association. People might be like, "I don't like that. I get it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You don't have to do things the way I do them." So for me, that's the way it works, is I have to look at the situation and understand the context in order to make my own judgments on that person in that scenario. But I would say, when it comes to the argument of Comicsgate, we're talking about just the core people in Comicsgate, the ones who are the most active in that community. I think even taking guilt by association out of the equation, all of them do things that are questionable. In my mind, some of them more extreme than others. So I don't think it's just guilt by association. But hey, for some people, that might be the thing. Maybe it is guilt by association. Maybe they like one of them and don't think they're as bad as the other ones. And they're like, but they hang out with that one person. And, fair enough. All right. He also talks about the fact that, wanting to keep politics out of comics, and you can just leave the politics out and just make a comic book. And this comes to probably my biggest point about Comicsgate as a brand. First and foremost, I don't like censorship. So this is not me advocating that they should not be able to make the comics they want to make or tell the stories they want to tell. And I know some people within my own bubble are going to disagree with me on that and be like, "No, they shouldn't exist." And that's fair. If you feel that way, that's fair. I think there's some topics that I wish weren't out there, that I wish people wouldn't make. But I think it comes down to if I could just use a magic brush and like brush away all the comic books that I didn't like for whatever reason, then if they had the ability to do that, would they do that? They're trying to do that with some stuff. So I just don't, I feel like that's a nuanced conversation. And as of right now, I'm just not into censorship at that level. So whatever comic you want to make and put up on like a Kickstarter, Indiegogo, whatever, you are absolutely free to do that. And
All right, I want to make a gay trans Nazi. Oh no, Ricky muted himself. God damn it.
Oh, sorry, I said okay. Yeah.
Like, oh no, he's making nachos or something.
Nachos at this hour?
No, I don't know. His opinion thus far is all right on this.
Yeah, there's been nothing I really have to comment on so far.
And then let the people decide if they're going to fund it. And, it is what it is. Do I wish that there were some...
I don't know if he did that on purpose or not. Don't know.
Support. Yes, absolutely. I think there's a lot of great, fantastic creators out there making comic books that do speak to the sensibilities of marginalized communities and stuff that I love, that do not get the same exposure as some of these more hate-filled communities. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and that's more of a cultural shift than just specifically to comic books. Comes with the whole grift concept. But he talks about like making comic books without putting politics and culture in it. But I want to say that I don't think that Comicsgate comics, outside of the cultural war stuff online, that kind of like environment, I don't think they would do very well. I'm saying I don't have any, like, I don't have numbers or a graph. This isn't me like doing what they do and just saying something and pretending like it's real. Like I don't have numbers for this. Just my feelings on it. I don't think that Comicsgate comic books would survive without all of the discourse online. I think all of the arguing, the community stuff, the culture wars, we hate women, women should be this and that, they shouldn't be involved in comic books, and gay people don't belong in comic books, and all this other stuff. I think all of that is how they sell their comics. I mean,
I feel like if they honestly talked about their comics more, I guess they could be just fine. Honestly, I don't know. So I don't know. I feel like it's one of the things that doesn't happen enough, I guess. Like, who talks about... I mean, unfortunately, I saw him as the main comic that gets talked about these days, but it's still hardly even about the comic, really. About stuff around it. But, like, who's talking about a few comic books that were made a couple years ago by indie creators? Like...
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they survive. I don't know to what degree, but I think they'd be doing okay. But... yeah, I mean, do you agree with that it's the discourse part, or it's making content on their channel in general and it keeps them around? Like, I feel like the making content consistently helps, but I don't know.
I don't know, it's tough.
Well, is there anybody we can look at that doesn't do any drama at all and makes comic books and makes a whole bunch of money? Or...
well, it's like, at least for a while, the Immortal Rising, the fact that he like backhanded Eric with that, he made more money than Eric gave him.
I know, but that would be argued under the discourse area of how he sold it, essentially.
Well, my point is,
he didn't just buy it because
my point is he wasn't really being controversial at all. Even that interaction wasn't controversial. He was trying to get him to actually engage conversation, and Eric refused.
I assume what he's referring to, though, is like just by the merit of talking about the comic itself.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, how do you get... this is like the Alex Jones thing. My perception of Alex Jones, like, regardless of how sensational he is, he has to be to differentiate himself, to stand out. The market of news is already capped with Fox and CNN, MSNBC, ABC. How do you differentiate yourself? It's like all of this is like corporate, owned by a couple companies, and then Fox, which is still a giant company. News and sports. And so how do you get yourself seen? You gotta be Tim Pool, or you gotta be Alex Stein, you gotta be or just outright like Daily Wire, The Blaze, or Alex Jones, and be like, make a meme of yourself, make a joke of yourself a lot. Say such sensational things that are actually at least somewhat true, like the gay frogs thing. And have like your crazy outburst becomes a meme, but then it like people actually dig into it to try to debunk you, and it's like, oh fuck, he was right, man. Like everything he talked about is actually, he's spot on. It's just he sounds like a crazy man, so you don't take it serious. It's like you look into all these things he knows with the CIA cover-ups through history, and it's like, well, no wonder he thought Sandy Hook was a fake. Like
yeah,
he sees like all these mechanizations of dirty dealings, and a liberal government wants to take your guns away. Well, what's like the smartest way to do it to circumvent the Second Amendment, to appeal to the emotion, make people vote against the Second Amendment by generating mass shootings? And thus, it's like, man, they're killing kids. We got to save kids. We got to take guns out of the people's hands because kids, that's like an easy sell. So I don't know. I think controversy is just the state of like, how are you going to, image, McFarlane being like the spearhead, along with the other people, Jim Lee and stuff, but mainly McFarlane, I would say, be like the biggest piece of that pie. He was coming off of doing Hulk, and then he advanced to Spider-Man and really revolutionized how to portray Spider-Man. No one had done it like him. And then he's like, you know what? Fuck y'all. I'm gonna do my own stuff. I'm gonna bring my hot artist friends with me. We don't need you. We're gonna do it ourselves. And they make their own company, Image. And there was just giving an FU to the industry, business-wise, was controversy. And that's how now they're like a 30-year company. Spawn has hit 350. Savage Dragon, I think, is like 2 something, like it's because of controversy. That is the baggage when you take on, it's like, well, like, why has Spawn been around so much? Like, I don't know if these stories are really worth being 350 issues, but like, well, it's people like saying fuck you to Marvel and DC.
Well, I guess people probably look at it as, well, Marvel and DC don't require controversy to sell their stuff, but how do they sell their stuff then?
Well, yeah, they don't need it because they own the pie.
Well, it's like I see it as they were spawned during wartime, right? That was where they originated from.
Oh yeah, DC really took off with doing Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman fighting Nazis, Captain America as well.
So it's like right there wasn't need for controversy because it was motivated by, well, you could say the controversy of war.
It was they were their big heydays of all, like their biggest heydays selling comics has been wartime, and then placing their characters against the obvious enemy.
Using wartime, we could use as that's controversy. Just replace that with controversy. That's the modern day wartime is controversy and drama, I guess. So.
Well, look at Iron Man. Iron Man and Dark Knight both came out in 2008. It's like that was like the hot point of the war on terror. It's big insurgency in Afghanistan of our activity, and Iron Man fights terrorists, and also like some corporate guy that's working with terrorists behind his back. And Batman is a big, I would say, essay analyzing the Patriot Act and America's war on terror. Like, how do we maintain our moral superiority fighting an enemy that has no rules? How do you defeat him if you have rules? And this is the moral question of Batman. And he kind of makes a third option of like, well, I'll break the rules once, but I'm noble enough to not seize power indefinitely.
Yes.
He is Cincinnatus. Cincinnatus, I don't know if he's a real person not in history, but he's a legend of Rome. He's the noble king, essentially the emperor temporarily. It's like they come to him twice during like times of need. He takes on the supreme power, deals with the problem, and then abdicates willingly twice. It's like essentially the narrative of Dark Knight. And then like Noble Lie with Harvey Dent's story, how they maintain it, keep them clean in the public image. And so like there's a subconscious fervor of like, get the, I don't think anyone watched The Dark Knight unless they're like film critics and like pieced out like this is commenting on 9/11 and the war on terror in America and the Patriot. I don't think people consciously saw that, but there's a subconscious of like someone's picking up on this, and this is the whole kind of underlying sentiment of these stories and why they boomed. And then you come to 2017 and the Avengers Infinity War, and it's like no one's really thinking about the war on terror. We're like, fuck, when are we gonna get out of that shit? Like
yeah.
What a waste of money. Well, it's why our gas prices are so high. But they were established thanks to wartime. So yeah, I think war is the best seller of comics if you utilize it. Unfortunately, we're in times now where we fight enemies that are global. It might be a big gay op. generated by the government. Like, arguably Osama bin Laden was all a big setup to make a forever war in the Middle East. Thus, the gun manufacturers have lobbyists to bribe politicians to get them deals for years and years and years making this stuff. Gun companies, that's the problem. Is like the gun company's not a third party necessarily. They're also paying politicians to get reelected. And so the politicians pay them back by getting them business. So that's kind of goes back to that whole spiel of the comic creator, talking about weapons dealers and stuff. It's like, I don't know. The best comics have been sold controversy. Watchmen is a big slap in the face to the legacy of superhero comics. The insight of analyzing them. Dark Knight Returns, kind of completely.
Well, I mean, even so, modern comics, or do you think that they're sold based on merit or based on controversy as well? Like right now,
some of it's legacy.
Everybody says that it's there's all this woke stuff, essentially woke comics, and that causes controversy. All these, we're gonna make our gay book anyway. Fuck you. We're gonna turn him gay, and I mean, but they're not saying that in a positive way. They're just making that in a controversial way.
Yeah, that Green Lantern.
We're sticking it to you bigots if you don't like it, and it's like, well, maybe we'd give it a chance if you weren't assholes. Like maybe, like that would be.
Yeah, maybe if you just sold it as like, hey, my Green Lantern, he's actually gay and he has to deal with this in the shadows, and people have ulterior motives to try to blackmail him, maybe with the secret, and this is the struggle. It's like, okay, you're actually trying to make like a character story. But that wasn't your sell. Your character's like, it's gay, suck it, bigots.
Yeah, it's like in the lamest way possible, and it's like in the lamest way possible, kind of a thing. But to me, that's a way of stirring up controversy, because then if it also doesn't sell, well, none of the bigots bought our books. Like Jesus, like what,
it's not just the bigots, but it's like actually most people are bigots.
Well, that too, but I'm trying to stay within the point here of that, essentially. Like,
it's like, well, don't preach. That's the thing. It's like, again, Dark Knight there's not a right answer for Batman. Like, you could watch him be like, yeah, Batman did like Dark Knight Returns and he kills the Joker, and thus he saves countless people. It's like, what? He doesn't have moral superiority anymore, and so he kind of completely undermines the whole point of Batman and his reason he became Batman. But people would be fine with that, or like how the movie was, and he finds like this kind of odd third option. But it wasn't like, this is the right answer. There's no right answer. It's an argument that's being conveyed within the film. There's all these different ways you could go about it, and he's not telling you this is the right way necessarily. How Iron Man approaches things. It's not preaching to you. It's just like you're seeing a guy make decisions off of his rationale, and also through the series kind of have create more problems from his answers that solve something in the moment. Like that's that you can't preach through your art, because it's not art, it's propaganda. It's like, you need to buy this because we need to stick it to the bad people. And it's like, what? Like, people that don't want gay stuff are bad? It's like, that's really loaded, because there's a lot of reasons people don't like gay shit. There's just kind of the implicit aversion of most men that being gay is like effeminate and sissified,
people say that, like, if you saw a gay couple kissing in public and you turn away, why are you doing that? It's like, I mean, that's not what my brain wants to process right now with that. And like that, like,
most men are attracted to women.
What do you mean? Like, if there's a girl, it's okay. I mean, you don't need to be watching in general. You don't need to be watching people make out in general. That's kind of the point.
TJ Laser says a lot of people use complaining about woke stuff in mainstream comics to show their own stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the competition. See, that's when I kind of turned off from your boy Zach before I became like an anti-Zach guy. Was just like, I watched Comics Explained talk about the House and Powers of 10 and all this lore that he invokes with like the history of certain characters. Like, this character never really panned out. It's kind of a bullshit character. They never did anything with. And wow, look at what Hickman did. He took some obscure characters and made them very prominent factors in the essentially rebirth process of the X-Men. If they die in a plot. Like there's essentially like this egg guy, and he made it part of Xavier, like essentially every week downloading updating people's consciousness in essentially like a cloud. And in case they die.
Did you say Xavier?
And so he makes like this egg guy, a prominent character that like he really never was a factor in X-Men. And that's cool. You learn this Captain Britain and stuff, that history, and then what they're doing. And then you watch your boy Zach, where it's like, oh, it's gay. It's got like plants, and it's like it's a horrible X-Men. It's like you see a guy like his main bread and butter is the history of X-Men, and he's loving it. He's explaining why. He's giving detail, and so it's like, oh yeah, I don't think you boy Zach gets comics or is a real fan. He just likes that people were cool and had muscles and boobs, and that's like he only likes comics on the surface level. And that's like what really turned me off from boy Zach. It's not to say that his talking points about woke shit wasn't valid, but that was it. He only has like one factor out of like 100 needed. And so yeah, it's not people talking about woke stuff. It's like, well, what is your alternative? If you are a creator, what's your alternative? It's like, for me, I don't even think about woke shit when I'm trying to make Meth Gator. It's like, all right, this is character. This is a scenario I've made for his start. This is where he lives. How does he make money? How does he get by? Who's he associated with? I want to have hot girls for variants. So how does a weird alligator man have, hot babes? These are all factors. I don't think anything about like, trans or gay people or, actually I do have like a gay joke I want to have, probably issue 3 or 4, where it's like, I want to have a gay character where it's not like he's not a focus, but he is a gay person on the team. And then someone says something, and then like gay man and Meth Gator look at each other and then look at him like, fag. And it's like, yes, this is great because the gay guy is calling you a fag. Like, that's funny. You can't call me a homophobe, and that'd be stupid anyway because I'm bi. So like, I want to. It's not even like my agenda, but it's just like an organic for me kind of joke where it's like, in grander scheme, when you think outside, like, okay, yeah, actually this would be a great way to fight against like wokeness of plugging gay people in to be fucking plot armored, woke stuff. TJ, I don't know if you remember, there was the there was pregnant Joker side story in The Joker Who Doesn't Laugh, I think that's what it's called. People were so fucking triggered by this, and then I read it, and it's like, yeah, he vomits a mud baby. It's like a clone for some reason. And it's just like a stupid gag. People are talking about this is wokeness. And then I look into the creator. The creator got like essentially like fucking dogpiled by woke retards on Twitter because he made a trans character in X-Men. And then in the plot, he kills him at some point. And everyone was jumping his shit because he killed a trans character. He's a bigot. And so even if it was like a purposely woke gag with pregnant Joker and like a doctor looking under his gown to, I guess, prepare to deliver because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. There's a context to like, well, this guy wants to keep his job, so he's got to play ball with wokeness. So even if it was like a mandate or if it was like a forced story specifically for wokeness, like, you should actually have some sympathy for the guy, given how he's already been dogpiled by trying to represent these people and, making them, just as vulnerable as any other character. I think that's the difference where it's like, I generally within reason agree with like the anti-woke commentary, but people get so fucking bogged down in it. They can't ever give credit to good stuff, even if it's woke, where it's like, man, of course they had to fucking plug a trans person in this story. Well, but like the rest, it's good regardless. Like I want to be objective. So but someone like your boy Zach, he has to catastrophize modern day comics because that's his competition. He can't kind of work in the same frame as Eric, where Eric can't ever say any other creator, any other channel that's against him because that's competition. He's only showcasing Razor Fist and others to like try to like leech off of their following, especially with his dwindling YouTube. Otherwise, I don't think he would showcase anybody. It would just be Ripaverse, Eric July, Ripaverse, I think you boys Zach works in that same frame of I cannot give any merit to the industry because that's my competition. Dan Didio, if you watch the Superpowered documentary series on HBO, did about DC Comics. It's a 3-parter. It's pretty interesting. And Dan Didio, more recent DC editor, he said, I don't look at Marvel as my competition. I look at film as my competition because I can't let them dictate what these characters are. But they get way more eyes than comics. So that's my competition. Video games. It's not Marvel. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, Marvel is a competitor with just the comics, but I think he's got a real point of like, that's a very interesting outlook that I appreciate. That a guy whose business, whose lifeblood at that point was comics, is like, that's not my competition. Yeah, we're still on. We got a lot of organic commentary. We're watching Eric's video. It's a bit dishonest, especially when they lie or use F&T talking points. I don't think F&T, okay. Yeah, I hate F&T because they pander. They have to take any infraction and turn it to 11 to try to undercut Hollywood productions. But it's not to say that what they say is inherently wrong. I just think it's disingenuous how they present it. That's my problem. Let me see. Woke lost its meaning already. Baggy says, well, never mind. All right, let's continue with old Eric.
For these comic books, I don't think side by side against any of the major publishers, a vast majority of these comics, they get peddled by a lot of these fake culture war guys. I don't think they would survive. There are a few of them that probably have the ability with the right publication processes and things like that could actually do well in comic book shops. But I think the vast majority of them they could be selling, and I've said this before, they could be selling water in a bag with their signature on it and their fans would buy it because it's not about the comic books. So
I agree to a
point. I think that's probably true. I think it'd be a good portion that doesn't buy it, that would buy the comics. But yeah, a portion of the audience would buy that water with the signature.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's
I don't even
wrong.
think you need the signature. They probably do it without the signature. They go, it's from you, and the money goes to you, right? Well, here it is.
I don't think he's wrong. But that's not inherently bad. It's like, hey, I'm trying to make a living being a YouTuber.
It makes sense. People want to support you, so you make their content, if anything. So
yeah,
no, that's no different than like donating to Ko-Fi or whatever and stuff. It's just okay. Here's this other means that you want it to be. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Yeah,
I
just think with it either.
I think it's all about like not censorship, just self-awareness. To know, like, all right, a lot of you buying Cyberfrog are doing it because I was canceled from DC, so this is a statement purchase. That's why I bought Jawbreakers. I had no insight about Zach, didn't really watch his stuff, but it's like, yeah, I'm against people like Mark Waid trying to like snuff the little guy up because they spoke wrong. And so it was mostly a political purchase, but I did want the book to be good, and I was definitely like, what the. All right, and it's just like a money thing where it's like I can't keep, it's like I only got a few people I can back, so I'm gonna like be selective. And 1 second, let me make sure I back Hell on Heels before I forget. No, I don't want any add-ons. No bonus. See, I like this. Kickstarter does not force you to increase your backing with like you'll accidentally tip if you don't pay attention. I just got to add a new payment method. Bear with me 1 second. Capital One. We will use the credit card. Come on. Virtual card. hate this shit. I gotta text myself to open my shit. Your text. You fell asleep. Oh, I got a great hat coming in, people. It isn't wrong. It's a bad take, but yes, very disingenuous. That's hilarious. In Mexico, they sell drinks called waters in plastic bags. It's creating people to back your first book to support you. It's up to you to retain them as customers. Yeah. Yeah. At some point, it's like, all right, I gotta dip out. That's silly to keep going. 1 second. All right.
Thanks a lot, Jews.
I didn't see that clip before, so
I love that's from Wisecrack.
Jews clip. I'm like,
I can't
what?
remember. I can't remember which video that was, but I love it.
Thanks a lot.
I saw that and I had to clip that. I wish they would still do Garrick's Formuloid, but I think he probably did his own. I don't know if he's got his own channel or what. I need to dig into. Yeah, Wisecrack really went downhill once Jared left. My opinion. Yeah, my goal, if I could just have unlimited time to research and read and stuff for topics, I would love to be a Wisecrack channel. Because like whatever my interests are, I'm like a fucking novice with like philosophy and whatever and film critique. Yep. Yes, remember this. Well, no, it's temporary. Yes, I understand. Let me get my secure. All right, I have backed and I got them up to $3,900.
Sweet.
So can't go back high. Hell on hills. All right, let me get out of that. Let's continue. Eric.
I think a lot of these the Comicsgate community comic books, if you look at them and you really pay attention to them, you'll see that they just don't hold up next to the bigger comic book companies. Now, that could be access to, again, publishers, shipping, more people available to do things like inking and coloring. And
a lot of them,
lettering,
it's their
all of that
first time
stuff.
making a comic book too.
Yeah, it's an amateur movement.
Yep.
I mean, there could be other factors playing into it that make the process easier for them. But then that goes back to the idea that a lot of people in the community, not just Comicsgate, but in the Griff community that sells these kind of comics in general, that are late on their deliveries. Their comics are taking a long time to come out. Some of them have legitimate reasons why. Other people are just milking their pay pigs for it. They're just making customers wait for these comics while they sit around and make a bunch of money from them. And I mean, that speaks to the credibility of the person. It speaks to the, are they a stand-up person? Are they not a stand-up person? How do they really feel about their customers?
Specifically referring
and so
to,
that I think that speaks to all of that. So in a lot of ways, I agree with this guy's.
Sorry, I was trying to find the right tab.
I assume he's talking about EVS, but I don't know. Who do you think he's referring to when he says that?
I don't know.
When he says that people are like taking a while or whatever to back, and that's what is part of the problem. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about this. You remember, like with Ace's books, how like the first one wasn't so great as his first one, and then second one he said is a little better, and like
it's miles better, man.
There's like room for improvement. Do you think that some people that back the comics?
It's funny you said that, because that's one of the books I have up in this shelf next to me that I want to hurry up and get to reviewing, because he's got Ace 3 coming, and I am sold. So check me solo Han Solo layout. So this is Ace 1. I think this is a Joe Ball cover. Yeah, Joe Ball. I like the gritty style of Joe Ball. He's not like the best artist, but there's like an artistic uniqueness that kind of makes up for his proficiency, you could say. Especially that fucking shark. Sick. That's Drawing Aces. I don't know if he's moved to I think maybe he's in with Joe Ball and Shane. I think it's fuck, Shane Mess, maybe is his name. I can't remember I can't remember the book is. I need to hit him up about backing it because I wasn't able to back it during the campaign, but I hosted him. But this is number 2. So number 1, it's okay. It's standard classic tropes, comic stuff, you know, Spider-Man, Iron Man, whatever. Run of the mill, ultimately. And it's short, you know, so it's not like there's a lot going on. He's got like some sort of like Green Lantern, Iron Man suit, essentially. And it's like, oh no, my mom's at risk. So he like, you know, goes to battle. Then he's got a couple like teaser stuff, like you could say like after credit scene or something, like other things he's doing in the universe. Kind of gets you excited about other stuff. But yeah, it's fine. Number 2, oh man. Number 2, he's got like, now I'm interested. Now I'm interested in this universe. And it kind of worked out because if I was just a day 1 first campaign backer, I would not be back. But having got both of them, I think he's got a story to tell. And also is probably like time management, money limitations, thus like a shorter story. So, yeah, it's like I should probably reserve myself a bit and hold back from being so judgmental for first issues of small
Well, so
campaigns.
that was the point I was trying to get at was, you know, a lot of them have done, this is their first time they're doing comic stuff. They're not professionals like Ethan and stuff. So I do wonder a lot of the people that are trying to back comic books, how much they're willing to back the people that are doing their first books for the first few times, especially after their first delivery of them. Like, you know, after Mandy's first book, Ward the Wizard, like I was like, you know, if it's more aimed for kids, you know, that one works, I guess. But it was whatever. Super Dead, I thought was really good. Jack the Ripper's not bad at all, but it's not. It doesn't stand out as much to me as something. And I have a couple of other of hers that I'll read at some point. But there's different genres that she's tackling that I've read so far, which is like, okay, that's pretty good so far, and the art in it's really good. And then there's so many other ones. I want to read Red Gaze's ones, the Sunsworn and stuff, because the images looked good and the story sounds cool, but I haven't read it yet. And I've heard nobody talk about it. That's what kind of sucks. So I was like, in the indie space with this stuff, is that there's all these people that have all these ideas and comics that they're making, but
yeah,
they're not really anything to talk. Nobody really talks about them much other than maybe around when they're live.
Hey, he fulfilled. I got a book. It has a cool picture.
Yeah,
like that. That's the extent of most people like, hey, I got it. And so the fact that EVS, you know, with ISON, but I guess more stuff in the future, he did a pretty in-depth analysis. That's the thing is like, it's not even me being later in the game trying to create with Methgator. It's like from the start, just conceptually, it's like, no, I have this is the benefit of, I think, also being like a film focused guy over being a fucking comic person. I don't think a lot of people actually care so much about story. Even though they might be like, that was a great story. I love that one. And that was like the high point of a comic book. Generally, it's like people are like, I've been a reader for 30 years. I've been buying issues, whatever. And it's just like a habit. You know, it's like they like to look at the kid books and flip the pages, and they got issue 237 and they're going to get 238 and keep going. Oh, but no, you made them gay. Well, I'm out.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so surface level. And it's like, even if they have a point about like, well, this the only goes again, like Iceman is a womanizer. It's fucking retarded to make him gay. Sure. But like, was there a story with the gay? You know?
Well, yeah. There's that, and I mean, I guess this just goes into the wider argument nowadays. It's like, now it's not even if the comic is good or bad, it's if the person, they don't like the person. That's the thing you and I are talking about. Like, you know, would you back somebody's comic if they hated you? And a lot of people don't want to. They want refunds.
Yeah, that's retarded
from
to
stuff.
me.
And it's like,
I'm like,
Eric. even if EVS was like, God, the rookie critic's a freaking idiot, stupid, poopy face asshole guy, whatever. I don't like the rookie critic or something. I'd probably still buy the next Cyberfrog because I want to see what it is. I like the art and stuff. If anything, Cyberfrog 2 wasn't as good as Cyberfrog 1, but I'd still want to see. I still want to see that project. So even if he hated my guts, I don't know.
Yeah.
But a lot of people in our sphere get really touchy about if somebody doesn't like you, or if they do something that they don't like, or
They
talk to
hate
people
you.
they don't like. And it's like, I
I'm
just
sure
that's
you
so
hate.
odd to me. I don't know.
Well, it's funny, like Yellow Flash, all of his stuff's like they hate you, and it's like you block a bunch of people, you ban people from your chats, you hate them. And it's like, well, I was going to be a supporter, but you. And it's like, well, I think it's retarded to define your interest in a book based on if a curator likes you or not.
Well, if they seem to go out of their way to step on you, I feel like, okay, I don't like that'd be like giving a bully your money or something. Like, okay, like if you're okay, you blocked me on Twitter or whatever, you don't like my interaction, fine. Okay, I'm gonna, be in the chat and watch your thing, comment here and there. If you're not even doing anything, so you're not spamming and whatever, I guess, or saying words that could get them banned, and they ban you anyway or something, I'd be like, okay, you're really trying to remove me as a customer at that point because you're not letting me interact on anything you're doing, and I'm a willing backer here. That's what the problem would be, I guess. If it happens, if they block you on Twitter, that's okay, that kind of sucks, I guess, but whatever. Wouldn't prevent me from wanting to back their next thing, but then they block you on the next thing or the next thing, I'd be like now I can't even really watch your stuff here or whatever because you don't want me around at all. So trying to kick me out of the store entirely to prevent me from buying something anyway, it seems.
Yeah, I just don't think it.
That's how people get your link anyway to back your stuff half the time is on Twitter and YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's not a good price to block a bunch of people because they clown you or something. But you have to be judicious. Like, all right, if you're just out against me, then fuck you, man, whatever. But I've always said you're not entitled to a creator's social media. So it's like I have maintained that view with Eric. It's like it's not a problem he blocked people. It's just like it's very clear why he's blocking you because he's a fucking little sourpuss bitch that can't take people laughing at him. He's got his feeling is all in his fifis, But yeah, I'm not against people blocking fucking creators or backers on Twitter. It's like you can still back me on Indiegogo or Kickstarter, fund my comic. So
yeah,
don't see the problem.
But I feel like that's one of the biggest things that our sphere should probably look at. Like, what matters more? Like, I don't know. Like to me, I like some of the stuff. I don't want to rely on Hollywood stuff because a lot of it is shit. A lot of it's good though. A lot of it's fine. We enjoy. I'm looking back on stuff, especially as I'm going through things. I mean, Breaking Bad is of the recent times. It's fucking great. Hell yeah. But if people from the ground level can start making something, I want to see that succeed somewhere. Some of them, at least. So I'm willing to back them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let me check the chat really quick. Yeah, thanks for joining Summer Swan. I hope you're doing all right. He's referring to Zach, I think. I've seen other CG creators have the same problem. There are a lot of there's also lack of reality in some circles too. Every time you try and be honest, you get pushback. It's why I stopped really coming around. Oh, I don't know. I hope you don't mean me.
I think he's referring to circles. He's referring to
but
some circles and stuff.
I hope you understand at this point, I'm open to people completely disagreeing, to being the odd man out. I'm not purposely a contrarian, but I usually have to run as a contrarian in conversations just because I just try to analyze stuff broader scope.
Well, and sometimes when you see an argument that's so easily one way, it's interesting to try to see what the other way would be to push back on it. It's like, all right, everybody's pushing back on this topic. Well, what would if we were given the choice to defend them? What would it be? What would we use? What can we have? It's a fun conversation.
Yeah. Let me check something really quick.
Sketchbook I labeled a contrarian or just a hater, so I was like, okay.
Yeah. I'd be like, Elon, fuck them. I won't be manipulated by your purchasing power. The other thing too is like, oh, you talk about RIPA. I want a refund on my comic contribution way in the past. You know, it's like, no.
Yeah, well, it's like I think about that. Like, what if
revenge refunds?
What if you with anything you've ever bought before, 2 years later, you can go, I want my refund or something. Like, I don't know about that. It's not in the first 30 days. Shit out of luck, kind of. That's what I kind of see with it.
Well, it's like me. My role is like whatever the terms on the platform are. Otherwise, I'm not gonna like refund you after the fact. Sorry.
Well, it's I feel like it's kind of like
doesn't matter if I make $1 or if I make $1 million. I'm not refunding after the platform stipulations. Like,
I'm trying to think of an analogy here. I feel like there's something.
If you bet me like $500 and it's pretty recent, but after like the closing date, and you're like, hey, especially if you like show me proof, like uninitiated, where I'm like, I don't believe you. I wouldn't pull that. But like if they're like, hey, like, I lost my job and this like bill's coming up, I could really use that $500 back. I did it with AVS. I backed fuck too. I'm like, fuck, man, like I got fired. I need any cash.
Yeah, well, and you know that you can try to get.
Yeah,
it
I backed
later.
him. I backed him.
So
after the fact.
it's like, well, that's the thing too. Yeah, you're saying you can just get it later. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he just said, yeah, no problems. I don't know if he may remember my name and thinks, oh, that fucker Bach Angus, but I've super chat him. Afterwards.
But I feel like by this point he realizes. I feel like this point he really knows he's even burned a lot of customers because of being late, and that some people, need to pay bills and whatever. And that the whole thing with him is like, you just get access when it's the cheapest and early.
Yeah,
but,
I think the biggest problem with Friday Night Tights, Geeks Game, this whole sphere, and anyone related with like Comicsgate and Rippaverse stuff, is they've put themselves in a fucking corner where they say all this stuff and they gotta like actually just pander. They don't have any balls. Maybe Jeremy has balls of Geeks and Ears. And like if he was a product salesman, I assume that guy would probably stand his ground or whatever and be like, you're not gonna dictate me, buddy. I don't care if you're a subscriber, if you super chat me, that doesn't, whatever. That's how I am. It's like, I don't care what. Oh, you don't let me talk about Rippaverse? You would back me if I didn't talk about Rippaverse? But it's like, well, other people wouldn't see me if I wasn't talking about Rippaverse. And it's not disingenuous. Like, I actually am interested. This comic series is dog shit, but in a way that's so interesting and funny. And I got to be here. I am entertained. He's entertained me. Let's pay our entertainers. So that's where I'm at with it. But like, just because you back my book when it comes out, like, you're not gonna dictate me. Like,
they realize you talked about you don't like Anna, that Star Wars girl, I'm gonna get a refund from you. It's like, well, there's nothing to do with you buying the book.
I'm not backing you because you said this about Anna. Fuck you. Like, I don't. Oh, so if I like play ball, isn't that the problem with Marvel and DC? Is you gotta like shut up and toe the line.
People liked Jeremy because he said that he liked Trump. And same with Ethan, like the same kind of thing with Ethan, pretty much. They're just like, yeah, I'm going to be honest with what I think here. And people are like, oh, you suck. And then, but then a lot of people found him and like, oh, this is actually cool. We like you better when you're honest.
Unfortunately,
so
it's come full circle in our sphere where these money makers have to toe a certain line to keep their backers interested. Because if you kind of deviate, be like, yeah, I'm going to go see Barbie. And I love Barbie. I'm going to buy tickets for more people to see Barbie. I'm going to fund woke Warner Brother Hollywood. Like, and like, fuck you. It's like the safe bet would just to be Ben Shapiro and be like, it's the worst movie ever made. Woke. Disingenuous, those people that toe on the line with each other out of fear of losing super chats. They have no fucking backbone. Looking Erdrotic. Fucking, I owned a comic store. Fucking Marvel doesn't respect the comic books. Look at all the dog shit they make that doesn't respect the source material. It's like, all right, review ISOM. Yeah. Oh man, that might hurt my super chats. Might lose some Eric followers. So, mom's the word. I'll give you the most surface level.
It made a lot of money.
Dismissive commentary about it to try to avoid the subject. It's like the fact that It's not that Erdrak's friends with Eric that's the problem. It's he won't be honest and actually engage the book given his history. And that's where it's like, all right, this is where you get misgivings from me. This is why I have to like talk against.
Well, it's like even if he was like, Eric, you're my bro. I'm always straightforward with you. I'm telling you this in private. I'm gonna say this if people ask me on a stream or a super chat or something. I'm gonna say it. I don't really like your book. I think it's cool.
All you have to say is like,
cool that you. I think it's cool that you sold it. I think it's. I hope that more people back it. But for me, it's just like that. Just.
Well, they know if they're honest, it would turn a lot of people off from interest. But it's like you could just be honest and be like, "Hey, man," and you could frame it.
Is his first comic book?
You could just use that simple excuse, like, "Hey, you know what? This is not a great story. There's a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of bad decisions.
There's a lot of potential. You can spin it to be positive, even if
but you can spin it and be like, "But this is his first outing, and what an accomplishment that he's achieved,
and he's got so much more in the pipe, and he's got all these creative
he's got so much room to improve.
There's so many creative people he's recruiting to help make it better. He's gonna learn from each step. He's investing his own money, taking high risk. You can sugarcoat this so good.
EVS said about like, you idiots, you zeros actually generate an industry of interest for these bad movies that you supposedly hate. You actually help fund these more than just average talk around the water cooler would help or hurt a movie.
It kind of is like the more
like,
sometimes
that is what Ripaverse is to me, is like it's like the bad word of mouth. Actually reading it is like, I really got to see how bad each issue is. It's like, I am here purposely for dog shit. It's like there's no misgivings, no I hope it's good, I hope it's an improvement. No, I
hope to see it improve, but I'm happy with the funny how bad it is. I'm happy with that.
I only want the Ripaverse to fail financially and go bankrupt or stop producing, quit being a thing, when Eric is so personally butthurt with his ego for never improving, for never actually trying, for monetizing his pay pigs, taking advantage of them and assuming it's an endless cash revenue, when he's so personally defeated by the only people backing are actually everyone that he's blocked on Twitter and banned from his chat, and yet he gets no feedback. Like I was very interested to see his like, oh, I'm gonna like be on Twitter for an hour to do my Mythbusters edition. Like, what's the craziest stuff you've heard about the Riververse? And I look through the feed and it's just like fucking softballs. Anything he's engaged or retweeted, it's all softballs, because he's blocked everyone that would be like, hey, I heard you committed charity fraud. They would be blocked.
Right. He's
so there's no real hard questions.
So that his fans answer the question more than anyone else would.
Yeah, it's like it would be exciting if it wasn't, he hasn't already like curated who can reply to it,
which was odd, because that was why a lot of people had interest in him, because of all the conflict that he had on hater streams and stuff. Like, that was a big draw.
Yeah. It's funny, like BTM reviews, like he started with like 2 followers and Eric's fucking interacting with him and trying to like smack him down. And he's like, who the fuck? Like, I'm nobody. Like, you're going at me, and then you block me when I ask a hard question or something. Yeah, backroom politics. That's the problem. Hero worship here as well holds many people back. Yeah, like people see like, oh, you got a big channel and you get super chats, so I can't ever like contradict you because I want to like get some breadcrumbs off the table.
Like, I hate it. The first time it was sort of made more clear to me was with you, with the whole Mad Max thing, and how like you're just gonna have a live stream with him, and then people in our sphere
the whole thing is me defending Jeremy.
Were contacting us saying, oh, it's not good if you go on there. And it was like, well, what? Like, it's
like, isn't this what we've been fighting?
What do you mean? Like, what?
Aren't we against like this like weird hush backroom shit of like, ooh, that's what happened to EVS. It's like, yeah, we don't like that you're on watching live streams commenting on your boy Zach. that doesn't look good, Ethan.
Yeah, like I don't know. That was the first time I saw that, and I was like, that's kind of strange. And yeah, I don't know. Just
it's like this. Yeah, they've become exactly what they hate. Generally speaking, they're all fucking phonies. Again, I'm speaking generalized, so Jeremy's one that like I don't like his channel, but again, I give him props of like, regardless of fucking incessant spam, there is a value to having all this spammed as a track record, chronicling Hollywood and entertainment infractions of wokeness. But yeah, generally this whole, this bunch of fucking dirt bags, just they're just greedy fucks hoping for their payday.
Well, I mean,
So
remember Captain Marvel and Alita? It's like another one of the examples where it was just like, don't see Captain Marvel, instead see Alita, this great, awesome movie. And
even though that was dog shit, I wish it was that. I wish it was like, hey, let's fight woes and let's prop up alternatives. But they don't. Yeah, I mean, maybe now they'll push, Critical Drinkers fucking video movie and Epic Verse. But it's just like they're buddies. It's just nepotism.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like, but how many others would they not seek out, or ones that aren't even to that quality?
Oh, you know what?
Ones
They
that
did
are
Sound
way
of
lower
Freedom.
quality still.
They did Sound of Freedom. But guess what? Nerdrodic's been on, and Erica's been on Tim Pool, and so there's a possible connection they could generate off of that, rubbing elbows, and so they push Sound of Freedom because they hope they can get in with some studio or have connections, get insider stuff,
That's just kind of weird to me because I thought they don't want connections. Not the whole point was that they want all independent connections.
These people want bad entertainment. They want what they perceive as bad entertainment because they would not have.
Oh yeah. So hold on. What did you think of of his trailer of Critical Drinkers short film? I like to look at fan films and short films. I enjoy looking at them, even if a lot of them are bad. I like to see what's good about them and whatnot, because I'm making my own stuff too and learning about film. It's fun to look at the stuff, but it looked like a parody of action movies. I don't know if he's being serious or if he's trying to be a parody, because it looked like a parody of like 80s action or something.
I think I reacted with it with Rich of Force Publishing. That's his channel. Richard Embry. We were hanging out. I reacted to it. It was I was like, I mean, it's all right. It feels like partially an attempt to like recreate like Casino Royale kind of stuff, especially with that torture scene. It just seems kind of uninspired, but camera work wise, it has an energy to it. The first thing that came to mind was Ahsoka and how stale it was, like a big production. And then you watch like this fucking indie crowdfunder and what he's got so far.
Camera's moving with you. It's like putting you in positions.
Some of it feels like, standard, the music was way too much. Like,
it seemed very, we know how it is.
The whole Inception problem people talk about, like Inception's ruined trailers.
It sounded like a trailer. Yes. It sounded like how a trailer sounds these days. Yes.
Why can't we just have a quiet trailer where it's like the impact is not forced from the musical buildup to elicit your reaction, but instead of like, oh man, he said that. Like Spider-Man 2 is one of the most underrated sequences. Him telling Aunt May, like, yeah, I actually was there when Uncle Ben died and I held his hand. It's like, there's no music. That would be the perfect time for standard Hollywood queuing up like a sad piano or violin to force your emotional resonance, but instead they just let the actors convey emotion and react and say things with impact. I wish there was shit like that instead of like, it's time for the Jedi to end. Dun, dun,
I know they hit all the beats that you want.
It's like, no, it is a legitimately good trailer, and like there's all this backstory that makes us like, oh, fucking anticipate. Oh man, what's happening? Luke Skywalker has no fucking faith in the Jedi anymore. Oh, what? But there's also the music to force your emotion. Yeah, I think that's my biggest thing. Is like, if you're trying to be anti-Hollywood, don't make Hollywood. Like,
I guess so. That goes along with what I'm saying. Like, it felt like a standard kind of movie, but it felt like a parody.
Mission Impossible and James Bond, and so here is my cheap attempt at that.
we're gonna be here all night because that's the last thing. It's like okay.
I said an epic line.
It's like, yeah, that sounds like a line that would be said. See, I would be kind of disappointed because I'd be like, I thought that you want to make something more creative. That like Hollywood pulls out all this stuff all the time. I can do better. But then if there's just kind of generic lines, then I'm kind of like, oh well, whatever, I guess.
Or it's like beginning. He's like, he's got intel. And he's like, you got another way. It's like that's the only. It's like I feel like he would already know that if he's got someone that has schematics, that he would already be like going into the hallway. And this is the only way in. So you're gonna get here. It's gonna be a door to your right. Figure out how to like forget what you call it. Sorry, I'm looking at Razor Candy's boobs. I got my Razor Candy calendar. Oh fuck, I gotta change it. All right, let me solo layout that really quick. It's March 1st. Stop it. Here we go. Razor Candy time. All right, so we got her as beautiful Suicide Squad Harley Quinn. Move my mic. Time to switch it up to March. What do we have here? I don't know who the fuck this character is. Maybe you can tell me in the chat. And this is March. This is March, Razor Candy. Wow.
I almost want to say Shigo from Kim Possible, but I don't think so because you never had that.
Unfortunately,
outfit.
It doesn't say who her characters are, so you just have to know offhand already.
You got to be
one second. Let me put it back up on the wall and switch my nudie calendar as well.
Yeah, my sketchbook, the Epic Verse is a little studio film thing that Epic Mike and Josiah Rises they've made together, and trying to make films. They made a trailer for it a year or two ago, and they have now that was just to announce the company, and now they have a short film, their first one coming out. I forget what this one's called. It also looks, it's shot well, it looks like already, but I forget the name of the title of it, and I'll have to see the trailer again. But they're making a short film as well. They'll be out soon. And then, it looks kind of generic. Yeah, like Drinker's trailer. Yep. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But no, the Criminal Drinkers thing was just whatever. Maybe it'll be good, but I think it'll be just run of the mill.
I mean, it's like, again, it's impressive for it being independent and like crowdfunded, but it looks like it's hitting. It doesn't look like it's hitting any. So like, how I don't know what examples to use at the moment, but I guess Pig, in a way, where like they're trying to tell a story and like get you in there. This feels like we know action movies. We're gonna do an action movie, but there's no, they look like generic characters that you can swap out from anything else so far. But it's just a trailer, so maybe the film will be something else. But it just comes off as generic.
Yeah. Oh, what's funny, Ricky? I forgot to show us. The actor of the Last Airbender show on Netflix, Ken Leung. I don't know what character he's playing because I don't know fucking Last Airbender stuff. He says he had no idea what Avatar Last Airbender was and thought he was auditioning for James Cameron's Avatar. I just thought that was funny.
That's funny.
And it's like someone's. Oh, I guess there's the same girl on the carpet. He's like, I thought I was going to be blue. I wish we would have talked about Madam Web with what's her name? With Mint, because it was a treat. It was definitely unwoke. That means it's great, right?
Totally, yeah.
I saw the trailer.
No. Rogue Warehouse.
Actually, let's react to. I don't know if I've really taken in the.
Well, let's absorb it. I like reacting to little stuff like this. Let's look at the trailer if that's what you're thinking of.
Isom 2.
I want to watch Rogue Warehouse, the full movie. Yes, World of Warehouses.
Let's watch it on the Rippaverse channel.
Oh, I thought you were saying. Oh, I thought you were saying to watch Drinker's trailer.
No,
not Isoms. Oh man.
Oh man, you should be like, oh boy.
Like I'd rather look at his. All right, okay.
Wait. You know how we figured out Glass House is like Brazilian chop shop? You know, even though it's not, but it's like the joke because it's cheap. Brazen Animation. Oh, they're from Texas. All right, let's look into them. I just want to see what other projects they've been work. Huh. Fortnite Nexus War. So it looks like they've done a bunch of Fortnite stuff. Overwatch. So it looks like they're doing actually legitimate stuff. Academy Originals Jungle Book. EA Madden Broadcast Swipes. On the very bottom, it's like Isom. Oh, they did Dallas Mavericks SpongeBob. Oh, Holy Guacamole brand. They did a McDonald's trailer. They did, looks like, I'm assuming the cartoon, this little like kids book of Alien, which is a really good book if you love gear. Looks like they did Telltale Games. So Rippa somehow uses connections to get in with apparently reputable company. And it's like all this stuff is like, okay, it's either just like well established or whatever, and then it's like Isom 2. Like that is their dog shit. All right.
Time is a fascinating thing. We often like to think of it as something that just is.
What exactly is
people let the past.
Wait. Let me hear that dialogue again.
Time is a fascinating thing. We often like to think of it as something that just is.
Wait. So that makes me instantly think of like, is this going to do like some Doctor Strange shit? Yeah, it's a comic.
I don't know. I'm trying.
Comic trailer, and he says time, and that's a weird concept. We really like to think it's a certain way. And it's like, well, that instantly makes me think Doctor Strange, something like that. Playing.
Well, I mean, I could think about it like if he's talking to an old man or somebody in their middle ages and they're getting too old, like time. I just think it's something that is, you still have time to do stuff or whatever. But in the context of Isom 2, what is this referring to? When he's talking about his fight with that guy?
Hold on. My screen does this sometimes. I don't know.
Poor signal.
There we go. No. It's the computer. Just like the screen went black.
Oh, no.
All right. I'm back.
But usually when you go black, you don't come back.
Darren Fontano is pointing a gun at me. That cannot be tolerated.
Have a good one, Sketch.
Yay, the hero! Yeah. Oh wait, she's an anti-hero, and she's oh my god, this evil blonde white woman is grabbing a black man by the throat.
Well, you're not sharing the thing if you're playing it. You're not.
Oh, what the hell?
You said that, and I was like, "Oh, is he looking up the book to see the reference?"
I don't know why it cut the fucking me sharing. Because I didn't stop the sharing. So you were seeing before though, right? At the time.
Well, yeah, but that was commenting on the time stuff before. But then
here's where we were. All right, no, it didn't. I'm sharing, right? I mean, yeah, I'm sharing.
now you are. Yeah.
I was earlier. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
But too many people let the past determine who they are. When true greatness is determined by how one deals with the present.
True greatness is how one deals with the present.
I feel like that's like a bad attempt at trying to rewrite, like, it's not what I do, or it's not who I am, but what I do that defines me.
I guess. I mean, I was gonna say, I mean, looking at the past is part of what defines you, but you can also learn from that and change. That's, But this sounds like, it's trying to be, generic dialogue.
It's
for
funny,
Taylor too,
because we just watched the Dark Knight trilogy again, and Chris Nolan popped up in the news a couple days ago about Dark Knight. We'll talk about that after this. But it's funny, just watching this is like, man, this actually looks really fucking cool. And
but yeah,
wow,
it has a good vibe to it in the animation for sure.
It has a feel like it's going to be like a Netflix Marvel show.
I'd buy it. Sure,
this is cool. What is this Isom fella?
I mean, I like it's a good choice to have him start with, it looks like he's taking a little bit of a beating. He's out of breath, so it's like whenever he's fighting.
Well, this guy fights white women and
like
aliens. All right.
Well, and then they show like the big silhouette of a bigger guy. I think that was good as well, like a silhouette of a big opponent. Essentially, that was a good choice.
Well, it's funny too, actually, talking about like the wokeness implicit within Eric. Like whatever he says, he's actually like a leftist. It's like, who is his? He's left the city. He's left being a hero. He's got a ranch. That's a very white guy thing, And who is his conflict? He's got to find a black girl that's probably being pimped out. That's like the illusion you gather. And he's being pimped out by a black guy. And so it's a black on black crime, story. Like, this is how Eric thought to start his comic universe. Was a black guy that's lived a customarily pretty white life, with at least money before to buy a ranch. He's fighting a black guy. So I'm pretty sure if you can turn on like BET and watch whatever movies they push, it's probably black versus black, mostly, because they're making stories that resonate with their demographic they're selling to.
Well, and you can't have like a white character kill a black character. So
I was like, I mean, you can if you have like a story of like, all right, this guy isn't more like a corporate white collar job. There's a lot of white people. He's kind of
the white guy would have to be the villain,
because he's actually from the hood. Yeah, exactly. But it's like Eric has like made this kind of essentially white character in Isom, but he's still fighting black people. It's like black on black violence. Like, it's funny. Got to drag the woman around because she can't fly. Let's look into Norfolka. Bloodruth. Oh my god!
With her energy powers, so they kind of look like energy here too.
So if I'm helping you, I have one condition. Yeah. No more quitting. Time is a gift, Isom.
Oh, so hold on. So I guess so. My thing when it comes to this, I don't mind the dialogue, but I feel like it doesn't apply to Isom 2 because he's just like, yeah, if I'm going to help you, he's like, yeah, no more quitting. He's like, yeah, time is a gift. What is this? What is this supposed to do for the character of Isom? Exactly. Talking about time.
Yeah, it's like actually everything of interest is around Isom.
I feel like it's around dealing with death, not time. He wasn't the bus in issue 1. He was trying to deal with this chick and whatever, and then he's like, stopped being a hero because somebody died before the Isom 1. So I guess why he stopped and what. I don't know. It's again, like the visuals are all right, but they don't seem to match up well with the dialogue.
Well, it's weird that he would quit because the whole thing is like he's responding. He's the responding agency, as he likes to say, to the calamity at I'm guessing a Comic-Con of a couple strangers, stuck in the way of Chadron. And so it's like possibly people have already died because of this monster. And he comes in, there's a couple stragglers he's trying to save in the path of Chadron, and then they die. It's like, at least the girl dies, and this shatters them. It's like, what?
Well, no. So if this was his like first week or so, one of his first ones, or he's been on missions, but it hasn't been too drastic. And this is the first time somebody died. Yeah, maybe you crack under the pressure, but in the book, the implication is that he's experienced with this. He's like, yeah, some people, try to look like heroes, but they aren't, or something. I forget the exact dialogue on top of my head, but it's implied that he's been doing it for a little bit.
Some people look like heroes. Some people not so much.
I feel like if you, okay, this is again like I wish that there was more context to the world that they're in, because in this Texas country that they're in, why so he was born in this Texas country, right? It wasn't a state.
I assume the war has happened within his lifetime.
Okay, so like that would be interesting to apply to
Brian Solari is a hero. They allude that he like turned into a superhero, that he became
this would be this is fine for him to do later. He does not need to do it right away. I'm just saying this would be I'm trying to look at motivation. Like, why did he work out so much to improve his body in whatever ways? Like, was it to be good at but when Darren talks to him, he's like, yeah, you was pretty good in track, but then you also chose not to be good at things. It's like, so was he like that? Was he stronger then too, is the implication now? Like, okay, whatever, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
Think about origins. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna answer that. Well, and again, this trailer implies that this monster that he's facing will be one of the main antagonists of they'll be like part of the main conflict.
Well, now it's
nothing. It has nothing to do with it at all. Like,
now it's got to be I small SOM.
I small, but no. So like the hell demon monkeys aren't in the trailer at all, that's fine if you're not trying to give anything away, I guess. But like he makes the implication with this, it's just like, it's not like that's a horrible decision, but it just, I don't know, it seems odd to me for the trailer for it.
Yeah. So this was interesting. This popped up. Speaking of Chris Nolan, Dark Knight, Chris Nolan explains why he's plagued by the most famous line in The Dark Knight. Chris Nolan is particularly haunted by one line of dialogue from The Dark Knight. It's probably the film's most famous quote. He's like, I'm plagued by it because I didn't write it. My brother, Jonathan Nolan, who is behind like, I think he's developing Fallout series, and he did the first season of Westworld, which is really cool. So my brother Jonathan wrote it. It kills me because it's the line that most resonates. And at the time, I didn't even understand it. He says, you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. I read it in his first draft, or in his draft, and I was like, all right, I'll keep it in there, but I don't really know what it means. Is that really a thing? And then over the years since that film's come out, it just seems truer and truer. In the story, it's absolutely that. Build them up, tear them down. It's the way we treat people. The line is delivered by Harvey Dent, the Gotham District Attorney, who becomes the villain's Two-Face. Makes a lot of sense then for that character in particular to be the one to say those words. The quote has taken a life of its own since the movie's release too, becoming a fixture in pop culture. It's a good thing it stayed in the script then. The director's latest film, Oppenheimer, is up for multiple Oscars. So yeah, then you just have like a little blurb, Mike Zero. But let's go into Brazen. This is the company that made that animation for Eric. This is their client work. So they did Space Jam 2 on TNT. They did Progressive's Addams Family, did some Fortnite, Riot Games, War Dragons, Crash Bandicoot, Fortnite, Animal Instinct, whatever that is. It's like a lot of like fairly reputable games. They did some Maverick stuff. Let's see. They do the Batman teaser. Let's see what this is.
Shareholders have been.
Actually, wait. That's Warner Brothers. They might fucking claim this whole video. Fuck you, Warner Bros. Let's look at Alien.
I'm Tom Woodruff Jr., and if you've seen Alien 3, then you've seen me because I am the alien.
I don't like this because it doesn't tell me the timestamp. I don't know how fucking long this will be.
Interesting. This could be the whole fucking thing as far as we know.
Feature. It's Sigourney Weaver coming back playing Ripley again. It's me getting to wear an alien suit, and all of this magic comes together in this little cramped set. We did a scene inside one of the dark corridors on the planet where Ripley comes in looking to destroy the alien and put her out of her misery. The idea of the shot was Sigourney would walk in with a torch and
music's way too loud over his voice.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
So I'm assuming we're about like a quarter or third way through, given this little line on the play button.
eventually get close enough that I could slither off of this shelf and drop down in front of the camera and scare everybody. Anytime I'm in this suit and I'm not on camera head to foot, I will wear my Reebok high tops because it's easier to walk around in this, so I'm not slipping on the slime.
That's interesting. I love watching behind the scenes stuff about Alien.
Creating all over the set. Ew. We do the first.
It's such a rookie thing. Ew.
Take, and Sigourney walks in, and I suddenly thought that I was getting kind of drowsy inside the alien head, and I missed my cue. We get to take two, and Sigourney comes in, and I'm watching and thinking, and I realize I missed my cue. So take number 3, and take number 4, and take number 5, and the same thing happens, and I suddenly realize that I'm falling asleep.
being in so the prosthetics and stuff, it gets people really tired sometimes if you're not doing anything. Like, you're really dozing.
All right, let me see. Alien next door. That's what I want to show you. That's what I thought this was going to be.
To the next take, and by now I've sort of realized what's happening. The mask is so tight around my face that while I'm breathing in oxygen, I'm breathing out carbon dioxide, depleting the oxygen, basically knocking myself out. I'm in the most exciting moment of my life.
Oh my God, he's asphyxiating himself.
I'm sleeping. So finally we get to take number 6. And Alec Gillis is jammed into the shelf behind me, helping me to keep the suit slimed up and looking good, realizes what's going on. And Sigourney comes in, and I start falling.
I'm pausing just to try to avoid, copyright.
Yeah, copyright.
Sleep again. And Alec starts pounding on the soles of my Reeboks, and it wakes me up just in time to see Sigourney hit her mark, throw myself off the shelf, and scare her. They yell, "Cut, we're done." And that's the way the pros do it.
That's hilarious.
So I didn't realize I get full screen. Fuck, my bad.
Keep on falling asleep.
All right, this is Holy Guacamole.
You just got 5 gifted memberships.
What?
From Mint or from
Whoa, people comment so you can get some money. Or not money, but membership.
Membership give you money.
Give me money. Thank you, Clippa. I appreciate it. I don't know if anyone's going to grab these delicious memberships. I'm assuming they're at the Cal level. I won't be able to see probably for a day on my studio to understand.
Much appreciated.
But thank you. Damn. Wish we did that earlier when people were chatting. Thank you, though.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, like, again, I do this for fun in the sense, like, I don't care. I mean, I'd like more people watching and super chat and stuff, but fucking, like, I'm just actually passionate about
we did this anyway. We've done this forever.
Yeah, this would be like me and Ricky on the phone. So, you just add by commenting. But yeah, good night, Riley, and we will figure out a Saturday to stream. And
Yep,
I definitely, maybe, I don't know, maybe figure out maybe April will come down, or y'all come up here if you're passing through.
He says that they send them out even if people aren't watching. The YouTube sends them out anyway.
Oh, that they'll put them on other people's
somebody will get them.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, thank you again. Let me play. I need to get more, but let me play some bumper. What should I play? Unfortunately, Ricky fucking loaded so many. I'm like, I don't.
You can organize it how you want. Okay.
You're right, but it's just so many. It's hard to like fuck, like on the spot. What do I?
Are you gonna kick my ass?
Okay, children, it's time for the grand unveiling of money.
Children.
Yeah, Random Channel says it sounds good to me. Good night, Clippa. All right, let's look at what they did for Holy Guacamole.
Holy guaca, holy guaca, holy guacamole.
Holy guaca, holy guaca, holy guacamole. Holy mole, holy mole.
Holy, 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 holy guaca, holy guaca, holy guacamole.
Made with yummy, natural ingredients. One taste of Holy Guacamole will have your taste buds ready to dance.
Yes, I love guac. I love it on a good
You waiting
Mexican-style
for?
burger.
Try it today and see why Holy Guacamole is America's #1 guacamole.
Holy guacamole.
All right, and then they settled for doing ISOM. Let's see what their Maverick SpongeBob thing is.
Are you ready, fans?
Oh my God, they did Mark Cuban. Gay.
Hey, Cuban! I can't hear you! Aye, Cuban! Oh, Rosella basketball in the Big D! The court that we use is the double AC!
Oh God. I hate the Dallas Mavericks, and they just made SpongeBob gay. It's disgusting. Get this.
Yeah,
out of
we
here.
don't need to watch
Get this
SpongeBob be
fucking
besmirched. No, thank you.
Fucking kidding me?
Besmirching our boy.
Oh, disgusting. I hope you go bankrupt for that. All right, lastly, I want to show you what I was talking about. I don't know how much it'll let me show. Because I don't know if it's digital anywhere is the problem. Let me see who the creator is so I can add it. Joey Splato. All right. Here we go. So this is Alien Next Door. This is a kid's book about Alien. It says, in space, no one can hear you clean. And so, here's a picture of, I guess they actually made a figure collectible of the alien walking a facehugger. And you see, he's feeding the cat. They just, he's taking his facehugger out, it's taking a piss on a hydrant like a cat, like a dog. It's really cute. He's painting an Easter egg. I think I read this through the library. It's a really good book. And it's at the end, it visits the grave of Giger, who's the artist creator of Alien. Also, he designed Species as well. But it's a really cute book if you're an Alien fan. It's very fun spirited. It's I would never have thought of a cute xenomorph children's book, but they did it and it's amazing. And that's what I thought that when I saw the picture for that animation, that's what I thought it was going to be, because the art style is very similar. So, yep. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Thanks, Mint, for coming on. Hope you had a good Fansly stream. Appreciate all viewing. Appreciate Ryan for the memberships to people and little support the channel. Very much appreciated. That will go into the Methicator coffer or into some sort of reward for people to raffle. No one joins the $10 tier today, so you lose out. Only low watermark is a $10 member, so he will de facto get, if he reaches out so I can send it to him, one of the prizes I have available. Look forward to next month. Maybe more of you join and possibly get yourself a raffled item of your choosing being a winner. We'll talk to you next week. I'm not sure if I work Thursday or not, so it might be in the afternoon. We'll figure it out. But talk to you next week. Oh, I almost did the Leaf Studio, Ricky.